As we approach 10 minutes to start, just want to give a few cool points about the course. 3.9 kilometers with 150 meters of climbing per lap. That's roughly 480 feet of climbing. Keep your eyes peeled for the Kenda Power Climb out of the Coliseum. That's going to really punish racers lap after lap with the repeated steep gradients and kickers. Then you got the orange style speed and style dual line in the Coliseum. That's going to really separate from those who are comfortable jumping the features on the A line and those who choose to take the less risky B line. Should be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of the race and see if it's a factor in the outcome. We've got 80% single track on this course. So position is going to be absolutely a key factor in the race. The climbs are steep and punchy, and the descent off the backside of the Kenda Power Climb is steep. It's got many off-camera sections that could lead to separation. So keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be a great action-packed course. And again, you can watch all the action at InsiderMTB.com. I want to take a moment and thank our title sponsor. Our presenting sponsor of the U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake is Orange Seal, the official tire sealant of the U.S. Pro Cup 2023 events. Head on over and talk with John Vargas and crew in the expo area and see about their latest product. So here we go, some of the racers we have lining up with us here. Ellie Kraft from Pivot Cycles being one of them. Miera Calbas, Kennedy Yank, Hannah Ray, Izzy Landry, among our young athletes to line up for this race. We're going to get ready to go with call-ups here in just a few short minutes, as well as our national anthem, so hang with us. All right, we are inside 10 minutes to go here. In fact, about 6 minutes to go, we're going to get underway with our national anthem here in just a moment. And we are calling up our lead riders at the moment. So doing our call up for that junior women's 17 to 18 XCO race. So as we can see here, our top riders, Ellie Kraft, Yeslyn Morales, Mackenzie Spillman in there, as well as Abigail Pruin. Also in the mix, Alice Hoskins, Vida Lopez, Chloe Lutgring, Phoebe Nelson, Mackenzie Spillman, Hannah Ray, Kennedy Yank from Temecula, California, right here, one of our local riders, and she is looking very strong today. So a lot of riders from right here in California, as well as Arizona, Utah, Mexico. Beatrice Galba is somebody who stands out for Dirt Camp Racing out of Greenville, South Carolina, racing with us today. Most of these women of the 18 years of age, we got a few 17-year-olds in there. But these women come from all over, riding for some of the top junior development teams in the country, and we expect to see some fantastic racing here. So working our way through during our national anthem right now. That's going to put us at about 3 minutes to start once that wraps up. So as we sweep towards 2 minutes to start, looking back at our short track cross country, which was held on Friday, Andy Aggard from the Bear National team, as well as Vida Lopez, your number 1 and 2 riders in this group right here. They were our top 2 finishers there. We saw Scout Wellmeyer, who won our cross country yesterday, and Ellie Kraft. She is also in the mix. She was riding very strong. She is a multi-time national champion. Not only holding the Junior Women's Marathon National Championship this year, your reigning Junior Women's Marathon National Champion, but also having great results at Winter Park at our cross-country national championships earlier this year. Kennedy Yank from Baghouse Racing down there. She had a great race at the Cactus Cup just 3 weeks ago, so don't count her out. There's a big shot of our arch. Big thanks to Team Big Bear, of course, Specialized, and Kenda, 2 of our supporting sponsors, for being out here. And we are 1 minute to start. So here we go. We are underway. Rider number 181 is jumping out off the front as they approach Mount Carter. They're going to come up over the hill, and she is riding strong with a good full bike length out. Here they come, and they're working their way into that first big sweeping right-hander. That's going to take them up the hill. As our rider out front is looking strong. Looks like Ellie Kraft there, possibly there in the number 2 spot, looking very good in her start. We expect big things out of her in the cross-country race today. And our final rider, number 195, bringing up the back. She has got some work to do to catch up to that lead group as the front runners get up out of the saddle and surge up the last little bit of this very first climb. Now again, main group is together, just a few stragglers off the very back as they round their way along that big sweeping right-hander that's going to bring them down and around into our next little bit of single track. So lead group still together, tightly packed here at the front as they wind their way up the first little single track climb, snaking their way around that first big left-hander. We've got a single rider there, black kit and white helmet. That looks like that's going to be Ellie Kraft leading it out. She was our front runner here during the short track cross country, had a great first half of the race. But this is a little more her discipline. She's a better of a long-distance rider, and we're starting to see that today. She is looking to make a mark here, set the pace early on up on this first climb. And that looks like Jocelyn Morales de la Cruz from Team Yas in the number 2 spot, followed by one of our Bear National Team riders. I believe that's Andy Aggard. She was your winner of the short track just 2 days ago. Things are getting tight right now. They're snaking their way up this climb. And that main group consisting of about 20 riders. They are all queued up wheel to wheel, working their way up to the top of the ridge. So a little bit of insight on our leader, Ellie Kraft. I've been watching her since she was a very young junior rider coming up through the ranks in Arizona. She comes out of Prescott, Arizona, where we have a lot of very similar tight, twisty, flowy single tracks, so she probably feels pretty at home here at Vail Lake Park. Meanwhile, the Mexican rider, Jocelyn Morales de la Cruz, still looking strong in that second place. Again, right behind her, Andy Aggard. So that's your top 3. It looks like it is Kraft, De La Cruz, and Aggard, your top 3. So that lead group starting to split up just a little bit as they pick their way through some of these tight, twisty, technical single track sections. And that lead group now down to, it looks like 5 riders. So here come our riders making their way up through Air Force Hill. This is where it's going to get real spectator-friendly. Ellie Craft up and over the top, dropping in over there on that right side, looking to carry a ton of steam into that big berm turn as they come sweeping around. Now, this is where the power climb is. You see Ellie getting out of the saddle right now. She is charging up that way better than Mike Hecker did earlier yesterday. Look at her get to the top of that, and now she's going to climb up, work her way over to the rock garden. And that rock garden, you'll be able to see that on our feed right there. They got to come back through that here just momentarily. And look at that. We got to move from the Bear National rider surging ahead. And it looks like Ellie Craft unable to respond. De La Cruz still right there on Craft's wheel, putting her in the number 3 spot. And there goes De La Cruz making her way around Craft up at the top there of Air Force Hill. And we see our new leader. We believe that is Andy Aggard. Andy Aggard's rider number 1. Fuck, where is she on here? Oh, there she is. So cruising along the backside, they got to go up back onto Air Force Hill here to start that ride onto the rock garden. So here they go back up to Air Force Hill, up the climb, and they are going to come down the rock garden here momentarily. Our first rider from Bear National Team working her way through that. She is going to drop down off the rock drop, or the log drop rather, up and over the double, and rolling that big double. We saw a lot of riders jumping that yesterday. Of course, when you're practicing, that's a little different than when you're actually racing and the risks you want to take. So our top 5 over that double. And more moves getting made. We see the next Bear National Team rider making a move there on the Mexico rider. That is Jocelyn Morales, who's back down into P3. Whose number is that? Come on, come on, come on. So back flowy sections, you see this turn right here. There's 2 different lines to go, which allows for some great passing there in the mix. And our leader going to start working her way up the ridge. This is probably our longest climb right here. And we see our leaders, looks like about 8 bike lengths between our 2 number 1 and 2 Bear National Team riders. Then another 5 bike lengths back to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ellie Craft there in the number 3 spot. Jocelyn Morales sitting in 4th. So you see the Bear National Team rider up there at the front. I believe that is rider number 187. That's going to be Andy Aggard at the front. That should put Vida Lopez in the number 2 spot. So correction, just got an eyeball on those numbers. That is Bear National Team rider Vida Lopez in the lead. Andy Aggard in the number 2 spot. Ellie Craft still hanging on to 3rd. Can't quite make out who our P4 rider is, but back in 5th place, that is Mexico's Jocelyn Morales. So the Bear National team in firm control with an iron grip over lap number 1 here in this XCO race. As we see Lopez and Agard trucking their way up, wheel to wheel, up this sustained climb. When they drop down the backside here, things going to crest out. Speed is going to pick up. It gets fast and flowy. It's going to be interesting to see how they're able to hang. And they've got a 6-second lead up on 3rd place. Now here on the descent, you'll see those gaps start to stretch out a little bit as the leaders or riders in front crest over the hill and start to go downhill, as the riders behind are still working their way to the top of the hill. So all those gaps are going to stretch out right now. But from here on out, it's kind of a long downhill with some flats into the finish area. And what that means is that you've really got to be in a good position at the top of that climb in order to put yourself in the place you're looking for at the finish line. So pay attention. This is an action-packed downhill with not a lot of time to rest. You're going to see these lead riders sneaking in pedal strokes every little spot they can. They're looking for everywhere, any little spot, any little inch they can take advantage of to keep up momentum and speed. And that's the difference between your elite-level cross-country racers, especially these 17 to 18-year-old juniors, and the average rider. So panning back here at InsiderMTB.com, we're going to try and take a peek here at what's going on for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. There's Ellie Kraft. She is riding along, looking fast and flowy, holding her own. She's all by herself right now. And here we go. Our leaders coming through, the Bear National Team riders. That is Vita Lopez in the number 1 spot, Andy Agard in the number 2 spot. They roll through in approximately 29 minutes on that first lap. So taking a peek at your top 5, we've got Jocelyn Morales in the number 5 spot, Alice Hoskins sitting 4th, Ellie Kraft 3rd, Andy Agard in 2nd, and Vita Lopez in the number 1 spot. And you'll see those 2 Bear National riders up at the front right now. They're just kind of trading, setting the pace right now, back and forth. So fast lap of the race so far, set by Vida Lopez de San Roman. 14 minutes, 26 seconds is the pace set by the Bear National team. And look at that, moving back to the a little further down the top 10, though. Kennedy Yank and Hannah Ray moving up from that back row call-up into 6th and 7th. We're going to keep an eye on that race here as we go. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to move into the top 5.
It's up and running, Logan. Thank you.
This is the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup brought to you by Orange Seal, and we are watching the Junior Women's XCO race. Currently leading, Vida Lopez de San Roman, Andy Agard in the number 2 spot, Ellie Kraft in 3rd, Alice Hoskins in the number 4 spot, and sitting 5th right now, Yoselin Morales de la Cruz from Mexico. And I'll tell you what, the Bear National Team riders off the front, setting an incredible pace here, and that gap increasing down to that number 3 rider for Pivot, Ellie Kraft. All right, so what we're checking out right now is that battle for 3rd right now. That looks like Ellie Kraft and Alice Hoskins battling it out right now. Alice Hoskins taking 3rd place away from Ellie Kraft as they work their way through the single track, and it looks like Alice Hoskins putting the hurt a little bit on Kraft as she puts about a bike and a half between her and Kraft. Meanwhile, our leaders are sending their way into Air Force Hill. They're about to drop into the Coliseum side. We're going to see them hump over the top of this and head into that big sweeping left-hander berm. Here they come, looking to maintain as much speed as possible through this. So there's that many fewer pedal strokes up this short, steep, little punchy climb. And there goes Vida Lopez making the move back on Andy Agard to take back over the lead as they work their way up Air Force Hill. They'll continue up here, drop back down into the Coliseum side, do a few more turns before they come back up onto Air Force Hill and descend down the rock garden over the log jump. Here's your battle for 3rd right here. This is, again, Ellie Kraft and that was Alice. Alice Hoskins, who rides for the Gravity Academy. And there's Kennedy Yank moving up into 5th place. So our riders pairing off a little bit. You got first and second here. That is Vita Lopez and Andy Aggard. That battle for second, Alice Hoskins, or battle for third rather, Alice Hoskins and Ellie Kraft. And then Kennedy Yank moving into 5th place. Hannah Ray making her way up and over Air Force Hill. She is your number 6 rider. But look at this, midfield and backfield completely blown apart. We are just seeing riders working their way up solo here on Air Force Hill in that first little climb. So turned into a little bit of a time trial here on lap number 2. There's Landon Dendy coming through from Wayne Endurance Development up and over Air Force Hill. And another good battle there going up to the top, heading over to that second descent of Air Force Hill. Can't quite make out. It looks like it might be an AZ Devo rider trailing a rider in a black kit and an orange bike as the rest of our field starts to work their way up. A lot of action there coming into the Coliseum area. And this looks like the battle for 6th and 7th. Yoselin Morales de la Cruz in there as they roll their way over the Big Carter double. Hannah Ray making her way up and over into the Coliseum with one rider on her tail. I believe that is Kennedy Yank possibly. Correction, I believe that was Hannah Young that was just coming through. Meanwhile, look at that, another trade. Andy Aggard takes over the pace from Vita Lopez, and they are just taking turns, setting the pace. Keeping it fast and high, trying to increase that gap back to 3rd place. Fifth-sixth place, making their way up the hill again. That is Yoselin Morales de la Cruz there in the number 6 spot. And the gap, check this out, it's about a minute. Now a minute back to our number 3 rider. That was last time we checked. Currently have eyes on first and second place here over at InsiderMTB.com. And again, they are riding fast. They've just bit a minute out of their competition here on the first 2 laps. So 2 laps to go once they come around through the lap finish arch. All right, trained on to 3rd and 4th right now. Alice Hoskins has ceded 3rd place to Ellie Kraft. Ellie Kraft with about 4 bike lengths between her and Hoskins. But again, we're looking at about 55 seconds down from our leaders as they were climbing up the ridge. That is a pretty huge margin that the Bear National team is clawed out, and they are looking very strong. We should see them momentarily back through the lap finish arch to start lap number 3, and that'll put them into the second half of the race with 4 laps total. And so what we're seeing on the screen, it fails to capture the scale of the steepness of these climbs. These are steep, punchy climbs where you really got to work. And here come our leaders coming through. So again, Vita Lopez de San Roman and Andy Aggard representing the Bear National Team and Trek Bicycles up and over Mount Carter. And as they get close to us, I get a good look at their faces, and both of them, they're working, no doubt. Do they look like they're in pain, or they're in agony, or they're hanging on for dear life? Oh, no, they're comfortable. So here come our next 2 riders. That was Alice Hoskins and Ellie Kraft back together again, working hard, and I'm curious to see what this gap is going to be here. All right, current gap, 1 minute 17 seconds. So Aggard and Lopez riding at a completely different pace than Ellie Kraft or Alice Hoskins. And here is the battle for fourth place. There's Kennedy Yank from Team Baghouse, 17 years old, riding against the rider from Mexico. That is Yoselin Morales de la Cruz from Team EOS. So our top six paired off 2 by 2, and it is a brutal pace right here set by the Bear National team. Here comes Hannah Ray, your number 7 rider, still hanging on, flying solo out there. That is a tough place to be when you don't have anybody to pace off of or pair up with or work together on. All she can do is try and pedal her fastest without knowing here, you know, like as I look up the hill, we can't see any other riders, which means she can't. So she really doesn't have much of an idea of how far up De La Cruz and Yank are. In through our feed zone here, and for those watching at home, that feed zone, we always try to place that at a slight uphill so that slows the riders down. It allows those riders to grab a water bottle or a gel packet easily. Sometimes those handoffs can get botched up, and that can really mess up a rider's nutrition plan for the race. You know, they're counting on either a half a bottle or a full bottle of whatever they need on that specific lap. And sometimes it might be water. Sometimes it might be some sort of hydration mixture. Sometimes it's just old-fashioned flat Coca-Cola. So they're counting on a smooth, clean handoff. And a lot of riders will practice that handoff with their feed person prior to the race to make sure they've got that dialed in and in, because there's nothing worse than missing that handoff and having to decide between continuing on and not losing any time, but having your nutrition plan fail, which can cost you a lot of time, or stopping and losing a few places to go back and get that specific piece of nutrition for that lap. Izzy, then was it? Oh, there we go. Cool. All right. So here's your top 10. Currently in 10th place right now as we hit the halfway mark. Weight Endurance Development Rider Abigail Pruin. In 9th from Excel Cycling, that is Phoebe Nelson. Izzy Landry from USA Cycling Athlete Development Team is in the number 8 spot. You got Hannah Ray in 7th. Yoselin Morales de la Cruz for Team Yas in the number 6 spot. Kennedy Yank sitting 5th. Alice Hoskins sitting 4th. Ellie Kraft in 3rd. And Vita Lopez de San Ramon in 2nd right now, with Andy Agard setting the pace in the lead. Leaders making their way up and over Air Force Hill for the first time here on this lap. Here comes your number 3 and 4 riders on our feed here at InsiderMTB.com. That is Ellie Kraft and Alice Hoskins battling it out right now. Alice Hoskins back up in front in the number 3 spot. Ellie Kraft sitting 4th. So Alice Hoskins and Ellie Kraft making their way towards the first approach at Air Force Hill at that first Kenda flag. Here they go up and over. Those in the Coliseum are going to see him now. And Ellie Kraft looking to make a move. We got our leaders in the Rock Garden. On the second approach, we're going to get another intermediate time gap here to first and second and third and fourth. We'll have that for you momentarily. Hannah Ray and Yoselin Morales getting ready to make their way into the Coliseum area, charging their way up that first part of Air Force Hill. And Yoselin Morales having a little trouble carrying that momentum as Hannah Ray pulls away just a little bit. Hannah Ray looking steady and strong as she makes her way over the first crest of Air Force Hill down into the Coliseum area. Still watching that gap increase, and in fact, here we go. That gap now 2 minutes and 1 second approximately back to third and fourth. So again, Bear National Team says, we're on the express. We're going to go. This is our pace. Ladies, if you can't hang, we're sorry. We'll be waiting for you at the finish line after we have gotten ourselves a cool frosty beverage and changed our clothes. We'll cheer on second and third. And yeah, look at that. I see our two leaders going up the ridge. Actually, and it looks like approximately a 15-second gap now between first and second place between our two Bear National riders. I don't quite know if that was Vita Lopez who says surged ahead or if that's Andy Aggard, but it looks like our two leaders from the Bear National team have said, you know what, it's time for us to race each other. They are stepping on the gas with a lap and a half to go. And there's the battle for third place right now. We've got eyes on Ellie Kraft as she makes her up the hill. Looking to see where Alice Hoskins is in this battle. Can't quite make out if she has surged ahead or if Ellie Kraft has surged ahead. And yeah, look at that. They are both still together. Alice Hoskins and Ellie Kraft in a pretty serious battle there for that third and final spot on the podium. Ellie Kraft hunkered down over the bars, really trying to grind away. And Alice Hoskins looking a little more relaxed up there, although Ellie Kraft taking a look back to see where her competition is. Hoskins looking a little more relaxed, even though her pace is not quite what Ellie Crafts is. And there they go up the ridge right now, looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-second gap between third and fourth place, with Ellie Craft up in the number 3 spot. And we're taking a look at our battle here for 5th and 6th. That looks like rider number 190. That is Kennedy Yank battling it out with Yoselin Morales de la Cruz up the ridge. And they are still wheel to wheel. So those are your final 2 podium spots as we're going 5 deep for this UCI podium. So lap number 3 about to conclude for our leaders as they wind their way on the final stretches of single track there on the backside. We're going to see them pop out here momentarily. They'll have 1 lap to go, and this is where the race begins for these 2 teammates in earnest. There is your leader coming underneath the lap arch. That is Andy Aggard, who has surged away from her teammate, Vida Lopez.
I'll get a number.
Yeah, 1-8. And there is your number 2 rider. So right now, it's Bear National Team in the numbers 1 and 2 spots. Vida Lopez de San Roman comes through just 13.5 seconds back from her teammate, Andy Aggard. So this is it. Andy Aggard surging ahead saying, it's been fun, teammate, but I got places to go. No sign of cracking from Andy Aggard as she blasts her way through the winding single track on the first half of this final lap. She is looking strong and focused. She's got 1 job to do, and you can almost bet that that water bottle she's carrying is almost empty, but that doesn't matter because she's only got about another 10 or so minutes of racing ahead of her. Current race time, 9:15. Our next start coming your way here at 10:15. About an hour from now, that is going to be our UCI Junior Men's 17 to 18 for their XCO race. We'll be staging that 15 minutes prior. Your number 3 rider, Ellie Craft, surging hard over Mount Carter as she looks to put distance between her and Alice Hoskins. Look at her making the move here. And there is Alice Hoskins, a little more reserved, a little more steady on the pace there through this next section. But you can see those legs pumping hard. She is not going to let off anytime soon. She is coming up on 1 lap to go to make something move to grab that number 3 spot on the podium. And look at this, Kennedy Yank surging over the hill with Jocelyn right on her tail. Not far off from our number 4 rider, Alice Hoskins. So we may see a little bit of action happening here between 3rd and 4th place here as 5th and 6th make their way up the hill. This is going to be their final chance to make anything happen and move up any places at all. But Kennedy Yank having a very strong race, moving up the ranks after that start. Back to her leaders, though, here. Andy Aggard having a great race, just like she did in the short track 2 days ago here at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup Vail Lake, presented by Orange Seal. She is riding strong, representing the Bear national team well here in this 17 to 18 XCO race. And there's your leader, Andy Aggard, up and over that first run of Air Force Hill for the final time. No sign of her competition. And teammate, the number 2 rider, is Vida Lopez de San Roman. We have not seen her yet, so Andy Aggard absolutely smashing her way through to the podium with roughly half a lap to go. Here comes your number 2 rider. That is Vida Lopez de San Roman for the Bear national team. We'll see her cresting the top there of Air Force Hill right there next to the Kenda flag. She drops down. The gaps continue to increase as these riders pour on the gas here on this final lap. And there's your leader on the red Trek machine for the Bear National Squad, Andy Aggard. Looking focused and strong. She's hitting the rock garden here. And this rock garden has kind of washed out a little bit, gotten more technical over the weekend. She's going to drop down in off the log jump and head out towards that big double after the tabletop. Taking it easy on that double. No point in taking any unnecessary risks, no heroism. Just nothing but speed and fluidity on the second half of this final lap. So, and kind of taking a look at that battle there for fifth, Kennedy Yank and Jocelyn Morales. Kennedy Yank working hard to hold on to that fifth place, but Jocelyn Morales just kind of biding her time, sitting back, relaxing. It's going to be interesting to see how that strategy plays out for each of them as they approach the second half of the lap. And there went your number 3 rider. That was Ellie Kraft up and over into the Coliseum area. Meanwhile, Reagan Agrimson, Elise Alla, and Catherine Klein making their way onto their final lap. There's your number 4 rider. That's Alice Hoskins. Up Air Force Hill and over the other side. Meanwhile, up on the big climb there, rider number 187, that is Andy Aggard, and she is charging her way up that climb for the last and final time. And keep in mind, as Andy Aggard goes up that, she knows she is done for the weekend. This is the last time she has to do it. No worrying about recovery or how she's going to plan her nutrition for that next event, because it is probably at least a week or 2 away. She is on the gas, and she is going to keep pounding nails into the coffin of this race. And look at Kennedy and Jocelyn right there, 5th and 6th, making their way up Air Force Hill right now. Jocelyn looking to make a move right here. She's up out of the saddle, really breathing down the neck of Kennedy Yank. Not necessarily making anything stick, but that is a little bit of the mental game of racing there. Kind of poking and prodding that competitor in front of you, saying, hey, I'm here. Hey, don't forget. And look at that. Jocelyn Morales makes the move at the top of Air Force Hill. That'll put Jocelyn Morales into that final 5th place podium spot if she can hang on to it. And there is your leader on screen over here at InsiderMTB.com, looking fast. No sign of that locomotive slowing down. Andy Aggard is in control. All she's got to do is ride it in at this point. She is on the home stretch. Meanwhile, her teammate Vita Lopez de San Roman working her way up the last and final climb. You can see her there cresting the top of the ridge. She's got a few more meters to go before she drops in to begin that descent back to the finish line. There goes Jocelyn Morales up and over. And again, those riders taking it easy on that double. They're continuing to take that double and avoid the bypass, but taking it easy, not making any unnecessary risks. And there is your leader, just a few more turns left. All she's got to do is keep it rubber side down, and as she has demonstrated, she is good at that. Andy Aggard, your number one rider, 17 years old, representing the Bear national team and Trek Bicycles, re-emerging from the brush. So this is it right here. She is almost home. And here we go. We're starting to see the tape and the car. She is on the home stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your winner representing the Bear National Team. On your feet for Andy Agard. Crushing it out there today with an absolutely phenomenal performance here at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup Vail Lake presented by Orange Seal. Congratulations, Andy. So Vida Lopez de San Roman likely having second place locked in. I want to go back and take a look and see how that battle is for Ellie Kraft and Alice Hoskins, because those two were still fairly wheel to wheel. Oh, it looks like we have got a little bit of a battle. So 4th, 5th, and 6th place, Alice Hoskins looking to possibly get swallowed up by Kennedy Yank and Jocelyn Morales. The battle for third, I think, is where the action is. Now let's give a big welcome into our number 2 rider here in this 17 to 18 category. Vida Lopez de San Roman in at the finish with a strong performance today. Again, for the Bear National team, so unofficially Bear National 1 and 2 on the podium. And I want to go back and we're going to take a look at that battle for third right now, because it looks like, sorry, the battle for 4th rather. Ellie Kraft, it looks like she is out there solo, but it looks like either Kennedy Yank and Jocelyn Morales might be rolling up on Alice Hoskins here in the final stages of this final lap. So taking a look here, we got 3rd place, Ellie Kraft. She is flying solo in, locking down top 3 here. And the Prescott Valley Pivot Cycles rider is still looking steady and smooth. All she's got to do is hold this one together. So I can see when Ellie... Ellie Kraft making her way in on the final home stretch. Still pedaling strong. So nice work to Ellie Kraft, rounding out that top 3 for Pivot Cycles. Kraft having a very strong race today. Punching the pace there at the beginning, settling back into 3rd place, having a little bit of a battle with Alice Hoskins, who just wasn't able to keep the pace up. And we're going to go take a look at that battle for 4th place, because that looks like, from what I understand, it is getting interesting. So again, your top 3 right now, Andy Agard in the number 1 spot, Vida Lopez de San Roman in the number 2 spot for Bear National Team. Ellie Kraft riding for Pivot Cycles rounds out 3rd place. And this looks like our number 4 rider. That is not Alice Hoskins right there. I believe that is Kennedy Yank. So correction, that's 6th place coming through. So Kennedy Yank pulling in 6th place. Kennedy Yank in 6th. Hannah Ray. And presumptively our 7th place rider. Yoselin Morales de la Cruz in the number 5 spot. Alice Hoskins hanging on for 4th. I want to take a moment and thank our sponsor, of course, our presenting sponsor, Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake Resort. Head on over and talk to John Vargas and the crew in the expo and see what they've got for their latest products. Of course, let's not forget Julia Violich and Violich Farms, one of the main staples of the U.S. cross-country racing grassroots programs. Longtime supporter of the U.S. Pro Cup, Julia also operates one of the most successful amateur Devo teams in North America. None other than the Bear National Team. 2 of its riders taking 1st and 2nd place in this first race of the day. Also want to thank Specialized Bicycles. We've had a lot of our good friends from Morgan Hill Racing with us this weekend. Team Specialized Baghouse out here representing and crushing it. They are the official bicycle of the U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake. Make sure you stop by the Specialized tent, chat with Tanner and the Specialized crew, and check out some of their latest innovations. Kenda Tires, the official tire of the U.S. Pro Cup, one of the biggest supporters of mountain biking. Roger and the crew are over there at the Kenda Tires tent with all your knobby needs here at the U.S. Pro Cup. Also want to thank ESI Grips, great supporters of top-level mountain bike racing out of Chino Valley, Arizona. Athlos, the official jersey sponsor of the U.S. Pro Cup. We're going to be giving away Vail Lake Champions jerseys to most of the class winners here today, courtesy of the good people at Athlos. Baghouse Industrial and Sheet Metal, great sponsors and supporters of cycling. We can't thank them enough for the incredible custom podium awards that they've created for us here at the U.S. Pro Cup. And these custom awards have got a lot of time put into them, and they're going to make some great memories if you're fast enough to take one home. Big thanks to Dope BMX Products and Mike Ontes for the killer custom number plates handcrafted right here in California. They don't come any cooler than this, and they look great on your wall post-race. Let's not forget Next Level Performance Coaching. If you're looking to take your fitness to the next level, talk to our man, Ty Cady, a 22-time U.S. National Mountain Bike Champion, and he's got custom packages available for all ages and skill levels to suit your needs. 10-time world elite cross-country champion. I do not. There's Mackenzie Spillman rounding out our top 10, finishing in 9th place. Excel Cycling's Phoebe Nelson, riding for the USA Cycling Athlete Development Team. That's Izzy Landry. 7th place goes to Baghouse rider Hannah Ray. Her teammate, Kennedy Yank, taking 6th. Yasin Morales de la Cruz from Team Yas out of Mexico in the number 5 spot, grabbing the last spot on the podium. 4th place goes to Gravity Academy rider Alice Hoskins. 3rd place for Team Pivot, that is Ellie Kraft. 2nd place, Vita Lopez de San Moran for Bear National Team. And, of course, her teammate, fellow Bear National Team rider Andy Aggard, setting an amazing pace, taking the win. We'll be back with you here in just a little bit. It looks like we are about 35 minutes out from the start of our next race, coming your way at 10:15. That is our UCI Junior Men's 17 to 18 XCO race. We're going to take a little break from the action. We'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. And as we work our way through the morning, don't forget, it is Sunday brunch day, Sunday donut day. But we got something 10 times better. Chicken on the stick is out here. How about a little Sunday morning brunch with a kielbasa, killer juicy tri-tip sandwich, or one of those awesome chickens on a stick? I know I'll be grabbing that for lunch here today. I'll be cooking things up here in just a short little bit, so make sure you get over there and get your food before the line gets too long. Attention junior men, we're coming up on 20 minutes to the start of your race here at 10:15. Again, at 10:15, junior men XCO UCI race starting at 10:15. Good morning, everyone. It's Josh Mall, the voice, here with you on the InsiderMTB.com live broadcast. Excited to be with you here on this final day of the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup, brought to you by Orange Shield for our UCI XCO events. We just wrapped up with our junior women race. Andy Aggard crushing the rest of the field. Her teammate from the Bear National Time, Vita De Lopez San Ramon, having a great race, grabbing the number 2 spot. Ellie Kraft from Pivot Cycles finishing in 3rd. We are just 15 minutes out from our junior men's XCO race with 66 entries here, and I am taking a quick peek at the start list here. We've got riders from all over the world, all over the country here. Evan Curl from Gurley, Alabama, riding for the GRC Design Group. How about Ezra Cobble from Ackworth, Georgia, riding for the Gravity Academy. Jackson, Wyoming's Factory IT rider Miles Husby also in the mix, as well as Rochester, New York's Miles Mattern. Taking a look out of Austin, Texas, Gabriel Payne, great kid. I ended up giving him a ride down here from the airport. Super cool kid. We saw him riding strong at the Specialized Cactus Cup just a few weeks ago. And, of course, let's not forget the Wisconsin riders, Dylan Schroeder and Elias Say. Both coming out of Wisconsin. Coming all the way from snowy Haley, Idaho, from the Sun Valley Devo team. You got Oliver Smith. And from Portage La Prairie, Manitoba, Soren Westlake. Some of our riders coming from far and wide. Lots of riders coming out of Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Texas, and even Francisco Miguel Perez Rodriguez out of Tala, Mexico for the Iscali Ricky team. So this is a strong group. We are going to see some really exciting racing. Keep in mind, these teenagers have a ton of energy and definitely not quite as reserved as some of their senior UCI elite men counterparts who are going to be playing a longer game. We're going to be seeing a lot of action in this race, so stay tuned. We are going to do our best to keep up on all the action as that call-up begins to start here. We are looking at our start line right now. And you see the Bear National team, Axel Cycling there in the back. Those guys out of St. George, Utah, team put together by Jason Renault. You see him under the tent. He's the guy wearing the ball cap there. But racing, getting ready to get underway. Some of our riders warming up. Current time 10:02. We will begin those call-ups sometime before 10:10. For those of you streaming on InsiderMTB.com, we are inside 10 minutes till the start of our junior 17 to 18 UCI XCO race. And I want to give a big thanks to our production team, the folks at USA Sports Inc. for all the hard work they put in, all the camera crew, and of course Austin for all of his work in running the show here. It's quite a big production here to put together what is a seemingly simple live stream here and coordinate all of our cameras and everything. And I can't thank Austin and the crew enough for all the hard work they put in to put together a broadcast that at least gets you out some of this great amateur racing. And we're taking a look here now on the screen at some of our riders here. Dan English, Cam McCallum, Magnus White, Landon Denvey in there. Raulito Gutierrez had a great ride in our short track back on Friday. Ezra Caldell, Andrew Morris, and Elias Say among the junior riders we have in this 66 rider field, about to get called to the line momentarily. And as we work our way through the call-ups, we see our Bear National Team riders in the mix. Pay attention to that rider in the Arizona jersey, that tall rider. That is Remy Droege out of Flagstaff, Arizona. And he is one of the most incredible bike handlers that I personally know. Good friends with his mom, Agnes, who is a awesome steward of mountain biking there in northern Arizona. Remy, a very strong rider. I expect to see him ride really well on this very technical BMX-like course that was put together by Eric Carter and the Vailocity crew. Also in the mix there, representing Arizona, Keegan Field, another strong rider for the Hatch Toyota team out of Show Low, Arizona, headed up by John Salskov, an incredibly talented rider in and of himself. We're also going to see Patrick Pierce out of Tucson, Arizona for Team Shotgun Racing and Geiger Coaching, AZ Devo rider Tyler Remlinger, as well as Jackson Bobbitt and Jesus Amaya, both AZ Devo riders. So good to see the Arizona crew represented. They've been having a little bit of a different year. Most of the years we get dry winters down there in the Phoenix area, and our riders have a lot of opportunities to train, but it's been a little wet and cold. So it's going to be interesting to see how our Arizona riders do. Looking forward to see how Franklin, Tennessee's Jose Adams does. rider for Team Gravity Academy. And here we go. Our riders are approaching Mount Carter up and over the top. Look at that. The rider in red with the whole shot here as they come around the bend. Bear National Team looking good and steady up at the front of the group. Meanwhile, lots of action happening in this huge field as the AZ Devo riders bring up the rear. Riders out of the saddle as they work their way up through the feed zone. That pace is strong, but it is bunching up towards the front of the field as riders try to work their way in there and jockey for position as they make their way towards the single track. Bear National Team off the front as they work their way towards that first section of single track. Here we go. We are climbing and riding strong. Riders struggling to hang on at the front as this huge field works to maneuver its way and snake through this incredible twisty, flowy course put together by the Vailocity crew. Starting to see our riders begin the first climb as the front stretches out. Bear National Team extending their lead by 3 or 4 bike lengths. Again, 5 laps to go. Not going to matter too much at this time, but when you can push yourself way out front, you can just focus on riding and staying upright and minimizing the potential for mistakes. At this point in the game, a mistake means losing 5 to 10 spots in the race. We're watching them wind up through one of the twistiest climbs in the single track, and as that group moves through, we're going to see them bunch up a little bit here, come mid-pack. Looks like our Hatch Toyota rider trying to make a move there and making a couple moves there on the inside of one of those turns, as those riders tend to bunch up a little bit. So yeah, as they move through this twisty first climb here, this tight switchback right here, this big funky S, we're seeing a handful of riders take the opportunity to sneak up the inside and pick up a few positions as they roll through. There is the back of the crew, the AZ Devo riders there, bringing up the rear of this main field. Panning over on InsiderMTB.com up to our leaders. Trying to work our way there to the front. Let's see how our leaders are doing, and it looks like Bear National Team 1 and 2, almost a rerun of what we saw in the previous race, except things happen a little earlier. It's a good question to know. It's a good question to ask ourselves. Can Bear National hang on to this brutal pace with such tight competition from fierce riders in the 17 to 18 junior UCI XCO race? Time is going to tell. They've got 5 laps to do, about 4.5 left. And there they go. We can see our riders making their way down the backside. They got a few more twists and turns before they make the approach to Air Force Hill. And in fact, it looks like our leaders are coming through. About 15 bike lengths separating the #1 Bear National rider from the #2 rider, and then the rest of the field hot on their heels. Up they go. Here they go. They're going to pop over into the arena. There's your leader. Watching for him to come around there, snaking it through, carrying all that momentum through the big berm turn down near our lap finish arch. They are going to charge up this hill, come back up the other side, and here we go. Coming up the ridge here at Air Force Hill, our riders are looking strong, and it looks like we are bunched back up together, and a move being made by the rider in red. He is right on the wheel of our leader from the Bear National Team, and another move being made, so it's Bear National Team in spots 1, 3, 3rd, and 4th, with the rider in red sitting in 2nd. Down the hill they go, dropping into some more fast, flowy, bermy single track as they make their way around before coming to the tech section. And we're going to want to train our cameras onto that double, because we're going to see a lot of these riders throwing big airs over it. It's going to be exciting. Get ready. There's the big push back up Air Force Hill. You see them racing up. They're working their way up to that rock garden section. There they go. Our leaders making their way in through the rock garden, making quick work of it. Here we go into the drop section, skying over the tabletop. And watch this. Big airs over that big double. And that double is pretty big. It's 10 plus feet from up and over to the knuckle on that thing. But it really is just a matter of letting those brakes go and holding it steady as you fly through the air. Up and over, and rider's got to watch that back tire, casing that back tire over the knuckle, man. That means trouble, big loss of momentum, and potential damage to your rear wheel. But all of our leaders making it through fast and smooth. Here they come, rounding out through the inside. They are about to make their way up that big climb on the backside here. And you see our leaders charging hard. It is still Bear National in the #1 spot. That rider in red in the #2 spot, and then 3 more Bear National team riders to round out your top 5. They're starting to separate themselves out just a little bit. So some of our Bear National team riders that are out there at the front: Luke Mosteller, Dan English, Landon Stovall, Nicholas Konechny, Raulito Gutierrez. You can bet he's in there after a strong win at the short track on Friday. What is that number? 113 was that? Okay, but 113 was second. And that is Magnus White there in the #2 spot, rider number 123. That is your #1 rider, Nicholas Konechny, from the Bear National team. And Magnus White there pulling back, and I'll let a couple of Bear National team riders go on ahead. This might be strategic. So it's going to now be Bear National team 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Dan English slotting into that #3 spot. But there they go up the ridge. Big train of riders. You're starting to see breaks in that train as that front, the majority of the group rather, blows completely apart up that climb. We're starting to see the separation of paces. A lot more passing is going to be going on as they make their way up that ridge. And our leaders making their way into that long, steady, flowy descent over on the backside. It won't be long now till we see them. We're guessing for probably right around a 13-minute, 12.5-minute lap for these riders. Back half of the pack making their way up the ridge. We're seeing a lot of passing and jockeying going on for those riders there in the back half of the group. Meanwhile, our leaders are making their way down that long, flowy descent on the backside. Probably looking at about a minute to 2 minutes before we see them come back around to wrap up lap #1. So our leaders wrapping up their descent, and just a few corners away before we see them rolling into our lap finish area. Current race time 10:26, putting them on track for about a 12 or a 13-minute lap. Bear National Team in absolute control over this race. They have a tight grip on the front end of this thing, and here come your leaders. So 6 strong in that lead group with a 7th rider bridging back up here as they work their way in through the lap finish arch. And pace letting up a little bit, right? You see these riders starting to stand up a little bit, grabbing a water bottle, just kind of checking in with each other. So 4 laps to go for our leaders here in this group. Nicholas Konechny leading out that group of 6 riders, 7 riders. Also in there, Dan English, Raulito Gutierrez, Magnus White, he's that rider in red from Boulder Junior Cycling. We also have the Gravity Academy riders, Ezra Caldwell and Colin O'Neill, as well as Bear National Team rider Landon Stovall in that lead group. Now, Mike, here we are, 1 lap down, 4 to go. What's going on in this lead group? We got some major team tactics that are up for grabs here with the Gravity Research riders and the Bear National Team riders.
Yes, Josh. We certainly have 2 teams up the road. We have the Gravity Academy team, and we have 4 riders from Bear National Team. 1 local rider there, Raulito Gutierrez. I know well. I've watched him race his entire SoCal League career. He is definitely the dominant junior man in our region. It's going to be interesting. Now look at that, a little battle between a Boulder Junior Academy rider, and I believe that was Raulito in the green gloves, taking over 3rd place. Magnus White moves into 3rd place as they go through this twisty XCO course. They're just above us. We're going to see them here shortly. Coming across the line recently, we have Ryder Vance and Parker Wemp, Ethan Parley, Jose Adams coming through for Gravity Academy. Watching the leaders now as they're approaching the ridgeline. They're on the ridgeline now, about get ready to drop down towards Air Force Hill. Big jump there from, I believe that was our leader, Nicholas Konechny from Bear National Team. Catching a little air, doing a little showboat, having fun. That's what this course is all about. Eric Carter and his crew have developed a beautiful race course out here. It's a lot of fun. Looks like a little bit of a gap opening up on this descent between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
And that looks like a weight endurance rider making a move on Magnus White. So that's probably Landon Dendy there, jumping out into moving up a spot. But looking back at it here, we are Bear National Team 1 and 2. 3rd place goes back to
Magnus White from Boulder Junior Cycling. And then you have Raulito Gutierrez sitting there in 4th. Who's that 5th in Bear National guy? Group of 5 descending down towards the main venue. Now it's growing into 6. We have 1 rider tagging on the back. It's a Gravity Research rider there. Gravity Academy rider, sorry.
Yeah, so that's either going to be Ezra Caldell or Colin O'Neill. I can't quite make out who that is, but what we know is that lead group right now starting to establish itself a little bit. Magnus White in the bear's den, so to speak, doing his best to hold his own and maintain that pace.
Yes, Magnus White is in a Bear National Team sandwich right now. Third place with 4 other Bear National riders just surrounding him. And they're starting to approach Air Force Hill, dropping out of Tunnel of Love. Oh, big error from Nicholas Konechny. As they hit Air Force Hill, Josh.
Yeah, up and over Air Force Hill, there they go. No momentum lost as they drop down and in. And watch them come around this berm carrying that speed. Those suspension compressing down into the berm as they charge back out. They've got to get up this hill quick. They don't want to lose any momentum. As you know, Mike, this hill got the best of you yesterday. But getting up the hill, those riders charging fast, bunching up together on their way up the ridge of Air Force Hill.
Look, those 6 riders are just hammering. That Gravity Academy rider has clung onto the back of the group of 5. And we have another Gravity Academy rider back there in 7th trying to bridge up before the Coliseum. He might just make it there. Not quite, but I suspect he's going to catch on in the Coliseum.
Bear National Team top 3. Again, Magnus White there from the Boulder Junior Cycling Squad, sitting 4th wheel. Bear National Team right behind him, and there is Gravity Academy on the number 5 spot.
Yes, Raulito Gutierrez was able to get past Magnus White to move back into 3rd position. Lots of racing taking place throughout this field, Josh. Lots of moves being made on Air Force Hill.
Yeah, the seemingly unlimited power reserves of these riders is something that is absolutely impressive. I know we're going to see big stuff here from our elite riders coming up later today, but these junior 17 to 18-year-olds are just absolute animals out there on this punchy, powerful course.
And our leaders are going over the rock garden right now, about to drop the A-line. Let's see what they do on this table. Just skying it. Did you see that tail? Oh, double tail rope by Raulito Gutierrez. That was rad.
Yeah, and that's the trick to showboating a little bit, but first and foremost, it's being smooth over that jump, placing those wheels back on the ground just where you want to. Because, of course, you can't propel yourself when both wheels are off the ground. So, believe it or not, they get those big airs. That's cool and impressive, but they're actually slowing down. The longer they're in the air, the more they're slowing down.
Now they're about to hit the Kinda power climb right up above the main start-finish area through those final S-turns.
And riders looking for move. Look at Magnus White dropping to the inside of that turn, looking to potentially gain a place. That not really working out for him. But they start to begin their ascent. Their thumbs working hard on that right hand to click up through the cassettes and get them into the gear that's going to yield them the best wattage to the ground.
This is such a cool designed course. You can see so much of the race. You were following the leaders, but yet you can see riders in the top 10 on the trail down below them. Big shout out really quick to Chicken on the Stick. Make sure you go over there and get your lunch from Sean and his boys. On the power climb right now, Nicholas Konechny is just setting a nice pace to where he's comfortable. That steep hairpin right now. We rode this course yesterday. I was gassed. I was gassed before we got to Air Force Hill.
Yeah, you think about it, right? We don't have the epic mountains that we saw at Mountain Bike Nationals or even Collegiate Nationals, right? A little different course at Collegiate Nationals. You start at the bottom, and then you start basically a 4-mile climb, and then when you get to the top of that, it's a 4-mile or 4.5-mile descent back, and that's your lap. Here, though, you think, oh, these climbs aren't too bad, but they start to add up. You start to feel that this wears on you. This is death by 1,000 cuts.
It's a totally different type of race. I mean, you can pace yourself on a 4-mile climb. These things take just one punchy effort after another to get up. Bear Nationals moved in the top 4 with Magnus White taking up 5th spot, so I suspect that's Landon Stovall in 4th place right now. We're watching as they crest the top of the Kenda power climb, getting ready to drop into that twisty roller coaster descent that leads back to the main venue.
Yeah, and those Gravity Academy riders, man, you can tell where their strong points are because look at them, they're right back up to the lead group. Those riders are pretty strong climbers. You know, I think they're having a little trouble hanging on when it comes to the bike handling sections of the course, but man, can they climb. And I don't care what it is, man. Climbing is a big, big, important part of any kind of cross-country type mountain bike racing. So that puts them in a good position to be strong where they need to be.
So just to give you an update at the top 10 after one lap, in 10th place we had Miles Matern from Bear National Team. 9th place was Landon Dendy from We Development. Then we had Elias Say, Gravity Academy rider. In 7th place was Colin O'Neill, Gravity Academy rider. Ezra Caldwell in 6th place. Then our top 5 was, going across after lap 1, Bear National Team, Landon Stovall in 5th, Magnus White from Junior Boulder Cycling. Boulder Junior Cycling in 4th. And then 3 Bear National riders, Raulito Gutierrez, Dan English, and Nicholas Konechny made the top 3. They are making their way now back down towards the start-finish. There's some flat sections on this single track. And Nicholas Konechny looks as though he's putting a little bit more power on the pedals, trying to open up a gap to his teammate, Dan English. But they just bring them right back, just like that.
Yeah, we're still about 3/4 of a lap from the halfway mark of this race. So I think riders still kind of gauging each other, playing around with each other, seeing where the fitness is at, right? Because most of these riders, you're strong, you're fit, you've done all the work, you've done all the nutrition stuff, you've done all the recovery. But when it comes down to race day, you don't know how you're going to feel until you're feeling it in the moment. And that's where we're at right now.
Racers are now in that little riverbed area just east of the start-finish line, weaving through the trees. They're about to hit the finish straight right about now. Race being led by 4 Bear National riders currently, with Magnus White, Boulder Junior Cycling, in 5th place.
So Nicholas Konechny leading Dan English, Raulito Gutierrez third wheel. There's Magnus White from Boulder and Ezra Caldwell in your number 5 spot. Then Magnus White and Colin O'Neill all coming through, and they're going to ease up just a little bit. So here they come up and over Carter Hill. This is your lead group, Bear National Team, with a strong hold over the rest of the group. As our Gravity Academy riders hang in there. And they are on their way back up the hill to begin lap number 3.
Keep it rolling, boys. Go get them. Come on. Let's go, Landon.
All right, so that chase group of Miles Matern, Landon Dendy, and Elias Say, 17 seconds back of our lead group of 7. As they go through the feed zone right now.
Seeing Luke Mosteller making his way up the hill. Also in there, Andrew Morris riding for Ciclismo Racing, heading up towards the feed zone.
And look at this, Magnus White decides to go on the front from Boulder Junior Cycling, decides to possibly take the race to the Bear National Team Riders, see what he can do.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough because there are some team tactics they can work, but really as long as Magnus White stays at the front, if he can out-bike handle those riders, there's not much they can do, right? Because drafting here, not really an issue. There's not a lot of other things they can do once a rider goes off the front.
It's a whole lot of single track out there, yes, so it's really hard to pass out there until you get to some of the double track sections. I'm pretty sure that Nicholas Konechny, though, is kind of happy to just sit there and take second for a little bit and let someone else lead.
Well, we are at the halfway mark of the race, and with those 12.5-minute laps there, they're not going to have a lot of time to kind of sit and rest on their laurels. So things are going to have to start happening here as we are about 30 minutes left of racing.
So yes, we have these 7 riders, Boulder Junior Cycling with Magnus White at the front and the 4 Bear National riders and the 2 Gravity Academy riders right there.
Noah Bott from Team L2 coming through. Way to go, Noah. Oliver Smith and Santh Benson, as well as Thomas Bork just in front of him.
We appreciate all the work our drone operators and camera operators are doing this weekend. You can watch this on InsiderMTB.com. We've had Ryder Vance and Parker Remp come through to start finish, Patrick Pierce. Can we focus on the leaders for a second? There we go, watching the leaders. It looks like Magnus White is trying to turn the screws a little bit on the Bear National foursome. Out of the saddle on the climbs, a little bit of a gap to second place.
Yeah, and as all those riders roll through here, this first turn that's closest to us, Mikey, everybody looking cool, calm, and collected. No upset there, no agony on the faces. Everybody looking smooth.
Our leaders are approaching Air Force Hill. They'll be here in about 20 seconds. Magnus White in the Boulder Junior Cycling kit, the red kit in the lead, and he has a little bit of a gap, carrying a lot of speed into Air Force Hill, pedaling every pedal stroke he can get. And there's Nicholas Konechny right behind him trying to close that gap, but Magnus White has a pretty significant lead going over Air Force Hill.
And there goes Magnus White around the bend, trying to pick up that momentum to get up that steep climb. Raulito Gutierrez working his way into third as they begin to bunch up. That little bit of a move there by Magnus White there, kind of coming all back together as those riders bunch up, climbing up the ridge.
Dropping into the Coliseum, it's still Magnus White at the front. Although it looks like a pass might be taking place here with Nicholas Konechny trying to get by Magnus White in the Coliseum, but not quite, it didn't stick.
Now here's something I'm kind of looking at that might play to a disadvantage to the Bear national team riders, right? So we got 4 of them all together. They've got to be extra careful not to bump or crash each other out, because the worst thing you can do, sacrilege in just about any form of racing, is taking out a teammate. And with all those Bear national team riders all together, they've got to take it real easy and minimize any of those risks. That might put them at a disadvantage with Magnus White there out front.
Certainly. I mean, they're just really, I bet all 4 of them are just itching to go, but they got to just be careful when they pass their teammates. They can't clip a bar or anything like that.
Yeah, and not to take away anything from Magnus White, not saying he's intentionally trying to take out riders or anything like that, but because those aren't his teammates, he's a little less concerned with taking risks.
Look at that, 5th place, trying to make a move, moving up to 4th. They only got 1 spot.
And look at them all come through together there. There we go. We got with the Bear, Raulito Gutierrez jumps in front of Magnus White as they work their way up and over into the double. Skied it high there.
Yes, Raulito made the move over the rock garden before the A-line. Through the S-turns. Getting ready to start the Kenda power climb. Getting all set up for that.
Keeping an eye on the leaders on the Kenda Power Climb. Look who's out back in front. The man in red, Magnus White, doing his thing at the front of the group up that climb.
Raulito Gutierrez sitting in 2nd place with those fluorescent green gloves.
And those 2 Gravity Academy riders, that is Colin O'Neill and Ezra Caldwell, back on the back of that group, climbing super strong. I wonder if they're going to think about making a move, man. They jumped back on early on here. Moves being made. The Bears starting to swallow up Magnus White as they make their way around him. 2 of the Bears getting around. There is Gutierrez also getting around. So Magnus White moving to the back of the group. Even the Gravity Research climbers getting around him too. That's going to put Magnus White to the back of this lead pack.
Oh, that heart rate just spiked, huh?
Big spike of the heart rate there, Mikey. We're seeing some moves. The Gravity Academy riders there trying to make some moves as well.
And Bear National Rider taking the right lane, moving from 3rd to 1st to take his turn at the front.
Magnus White having trouble hanging on up the climb. Now here's the thing, is we've seen those, the Gravity Academy riders start to lag back a little bit when they get to the downhills. We know Magnus White's a capable downhiller, so if he gets stuck between those Gravity Academy riders, that's going to mean the Bear National Team riders are going to be able to run away from him and open up a pretty big gap.
Gravity Academy mean that you're like good at gravity?
Or overcoming gravity?
What's that?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like,
Okay.
there was another 3 after that bigger pack that's leading on the right side, and then this next pack.
So over on the right side of the screen there at InsiderMTB.com, we were watching the battle for what we believe is 10th place unfolding there at the top of the ridge. Meanwhile, over on the right side, we've got our leaders and Bear National Team in absolute control of this race. So the second half of this third lap falling apart a little bit for Magnus White. That's tough to see. He's a great bike handler. But Bear National Team off the front, riding absolutely strong. Nicholas Konecki, Dan English, and Raulito Gutierrez, your top three. Setting the pace. Looks like Landon Stillwell in the number 4 spot.
It appears to be a little bit of a gap between Bear National teammates in first and second. We're going to see here shortly as they come onto the finish stretch to end lap number 3.
So yeah, this will make it 2 to go when we see our leaders coming underneath the arch. This is when things really start to happen and we're starting to see those gaps form. Dan English in the lead right now. Nicholas Konecki, second wheel. Landon Stovall on third. Raul Gutierrez in fourth. And then here come our Gravity Academy riders, Colin O'Neill and Ezra Caudell.
Gotta go, Raulito!
Going through the feed zone right now. Dan English has about a 4-second gap, but look at that. Raulito Gutierrez attacks through the feed zone, trying to bridge up.
Yeah, Gutierrez on the move, but look at that, the Gravity Academy rider. I couldn't quite make out who that is. We got one Gravity Academy rider getting popped off the back big time. He has completely exploded. Meanwhile, our other Gravity Academy rider jumping in there saying, I am in here, I'm going to assert myself, and I am in it to the win.
And look at that, 3 Bear National riders, 4 now all together as they start climbing back up into the single track here at Vailocity Mountain Bike Park. This is day 3 of the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup, brought to you by Orange Seal.
Amazing how my brain shuts off sometimes.
Isn't it?
It's like,
It's so, like, I have the same thing.
like when I went to say, I'm going to hand it off to your UCI official. What's your name?
USA Cycling guy, Justin guy, Jerry. Just piss your pants, man.
We've had Cash Steele, a Santa Clarita composite rider, come through, 17th place.
AZ rider Keegan Field from Hatch Toyota Racing also makes his way through to start lap number 3. There's Emmett McManus, Soren Westlake, Benjamin Young.
Caleb Smith from Baghouse coming through. Give you an update on our top 10 after 3 laps. In 10th place is Landon Dendy, We Development. 9th place, Miles Matter, Bear National Team. Matt Wright, a front runner early. 7th place, Ryder Boulder Junior Cycling. Ezra Caudill, Gravity Academy rider, 6th place. His teammate, Colin O'Neill, sitting in 5th. Then you have 4 Bear National Team riders who came through. 4th place was Raulito Gutierrez. 3rd place was Landon Stovall. 2nd place was Nicholas Konecki, and your leader was Dan English at the end of 3 laps.
Told Emmett, I'm like, come on, man, you're going to lose your ride to the airport. Step on the gas.
Aiden Watts coming through. Cole Carter, a local rider, coming through, moved up into 32nd place. He was on the last row. Looking at the leaders up in the canyon, it looks as though our four Bear National riders have created a little bit of separation over 5th place Gravity Academy rider, which I think is Colin O'Neill.
Yeah, but as we know, man, the Gravity Academy rider is very strong on the climbs. So as we approach that Kenda Power climb, it's going to be interesting to see if the Gravity Academy rider jumps back into it. And we're on a climb right now, so look at that. Our Gravity Academy rider starting to bridge back up, man. He really likes those climbs.
Thomas Bork coming through, Seth Benson, Owen Irving, Johnny Rainier. Okay, our leaders are approaching Air Force Hill. They just dive behind this little ridge where I can't see them for about 20 seconds. But there they are. 4 Bear National riders in the lead with the Gravity rider trying to bridge up to 5th place as they approach Air Force Hill. Raulito Gutierrez, I can tell by his green gloves, in 2nd place.
Dropping in down the backside, year 5 leaders coming through. Up and out of the saddle, they are back up the hill. Here they go, charging up the hill, and look at that, big move being made by the Gravity Research rider, trying to stay in it, looking strong on the climbs. As the Bear National Team riders bunch it up and slow that pace down. Raulito Gutierrez leading that group of 5 up here into our Coliseum section. We'll see him come back through in just a moment.
And there's 7, is that 7 and 8 right there? That's Magnus White and 8, or no, I'm sorry, 7th. Yeah. Gravity Academy rider and our 6th and 7th riders are now down into the Coliseum. That should be Magnus White and Ezra Cottle.
And Colin O'Neill hanging on to that group of 4 at the front. So that's your top 5. All Bear National Team with Gravity Academy hanging on. Back to Air Force Hill into the Rock Garden. Here come your leaders.
Raulito Gutierrez in the front, dropping the airline. Going a little conservative over the jumps they are now, I think. As this race is winding down.
But you can see right there, you see when they came out of that second double, the breaks in that lead pack, not much, not significant enough, but that shows you the amount of momentum going through those jumps really efficiently versus just kind of flailing over. How much momentum can be saved through there when you're smooth.
Beautiful tail up by Raulito right there. His teammate kind of buzzing his wheel a little bit.
And head-to-head, Raulito Gutierrez is going to take back over the lead there. We almost were looking at a potential lead change, but Everybody back together. More of our riders from the mid-pack making their way up and over Air Force Hill in various stages of that portion of the race.
Let's watch the Kenda power climb. What is going to happen here? Will any of our 4 Bear National riders try to get away right now?
I think they're going to hold it all together here. Raulito Gutierrez keeping a strong, steady pace. No one interested in getting around him and making a move. And I'm curious here to see if Colin O'Neill tries to make a move. It's going to have to be the next lap that he makes a move on the Kenda power climb. That's going to be where he has to do it. He's going to have to gap the group because they're going to be chasing him down and reeling him in on that downhill on the backside. So if we're going to see a move from that Gravity Academy rider, that's the move we'll see.
It definitely has to happen on a climb, that's for sure. Raulito out of the saddle, applying a little bit of pressure. Got about a 1 bike length gap to second.
And I got to wonder, is on the next lap, are we going to see some team tactics from the Bear National team? Are they going to confer and say, hey, we're going to let Raulito take the rip on this one and get that #1 spot, and we're going to slow down that pace, and we're going to force Colin O'Neill to sit on our wheels and try to get around us. Meanwhile, Gutierrez makes a move. That's what I wonder if we're going to see.
And on our screen right now, we have 6th and 7th. That's Magnus White and Ezra Caldwell. Magnus White riding for Boulder Junior Cycling, Ezra Caldwell riding for Gravity Academy. Look at this. What's happening over the top of the climb?
Go for Josh. Copy. Ish, kind of, sort of. If you could just go ahead and do me a favor and just start announcing that, just do a plug occasionally, and that's just due to the faster time from the junior field than expected. Understood. Can you give me those lap counts again?
I'm watching the leaders here on our screen. It looks like Raulito Gutierrez is trying to apply some pressure, opening the gap over second place by about 5 bike lengths.
And we have 1 to go when they come through here, right?
And Mikey, as we're going to make a few adjustments here to the UCI lap counts as we've seen some of our junior riders come through. So listen up. This is going to be the new lap counts for our upcoming races. Our U23 men and elite women will be doing 6 laps. 5 laps for our U23 women, 7 laps for our elite men. Again, 7 laps for elite men, 6 laps for our elite women, and U23 men, and 5 laps for our U23 women.
And our leaders are in the riverbed section, going through the oak trees, about to hit the wall that leads to the finish. They're going to be given 1 lap to go when they come through here.
Yeah, and this is when it's going to be do or die. This is where we're going to see all these Bear National teams kind of jockeying for those positions. The paces are going to stretch out, and I'm curious to see how this Gravity Academy rider is able to fare or what the plan is. So in the meantime, we've had Cole Bradley, Jackson Bobbitt, Ronald Sindel, Tyler Remlinger, Charlie Larson, as well as Jose Adams and Derek Santoro beginning their 3rd lap.
And look at this as they approach the finish line to go out on their last lap. The 4 Bear National riders riding 2 by 2, chatting it up, figuring out what to do.
Yeah, this is that rubber band. We're kind of winding up, getting ready to go here, and it's going to snap, and when it does, it's going to snap hard.
One to go, you guys. One to go.
You win. Put on a show for us.
Oh, and look at this.
Oh, see, they're bridging back.
And look at this. Saxon 7th is bridging back up. That's Magnus White and Ezra Connor.
And we've got a move being made. Finally, the lead pack decides to wake up from their mid-race nap as those riders start to bridge back up, and the pace instantly picks up.
And the Gravity Academy riders in second place right now, heading into the single track. Colin O'Neill.
Not the last tail end of your intestines, but the name.
Should be spelled C-O-L-L-E-N.
C-A-L-L-I-N. Colin. And I'll tell you what, those Bear National Team riders are not going to go easy on the Gravity Academy rider, Colin O'Neill, man. He is going to have his work cut out for him to pull out. He's got a top 5 locked in. I'm confident Colin O'Neill is going to be able to do that. But is he going to be able to move up? Is he going to be able to work his way through the Bears' Den?
Coming through the finish, our leaders are Dan English, Rolito Gutierrez, Lanny Stover, Nicholas Konechny, and Caleb Carlin O'Neill.
Keegan Field from Team Hatch Toyota Racing making his way up the hill through the feed zone. Riders getting out of the saddle in that front group. Moves being made. Gaps starting to form. This is it. We're starting to see some of that action. They are getting antsy, and they are trying to put in work on each other. This is where this 5-way fight for the top spots on the podium is going to take place. So look at this now. Our group of 5 at the front is now turned into a group of 4 with the Gravity Academy rider. That is, of course, Colin O'Neill. Holding his own there in that group of 4.
The big one.
It's the big screen. Yeah, the whole thing's going on. It's not like an individual thing going on. The whole thing keeps flashing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So far, so good. We see. Oh, there it goes. Bounce back. It's doing it again.
Watching our leaders right now. 2 Bear National riders in first and second, separated by a second.
Here they go, and it looks like, yeah, it is still top four. No significant gap, but our two Bear National Team riders up front really pushing hard. And
no sign of Vailocity Gutierrez in that group.
And there he is right there. So kind of getting popped off the back there, man. Rolito, very strong, making a lot of things happen at the beginning of the race. And look at this. Look at that hard charge as they go up the ridge here at Air Force Hill. And on being made. Look at this. Look at this. O'Neal goes to the front after a strong attack. He's making it stick so far, and that front group's starting to stretch out. He's going to put the hurt on those guys in the climbs, man. This is going to be a brutal second half of this last lap. And we know O'Neal is a solid climber, and this is where he's really got to start throwing blows on every significant climb coming his way, including that Kenda power climb.
Our riders are climbing up to the rock garden right now, Josh.
Yeah, Bear National having a tough time responding to the hurt that O'Neal is laying down right now at the front.
Colin O'Neal needs to keep these riders behind him as he enters the Kenda power climb. That is his shot right there.
Yeah, and you know what this reminds me of is, man, I remember playing video games, the old arcade games like Mortal Kombat and Double Dragon. You always had the health level of your character, right? And so as these riders kind of trade blows and launch these attacks, it's like they're trying to knock out that health bar, knock that down, and try and beat that down to zero so they can ride away. And it's really just a battle of energy attrition here at this point. So here we go. This is where we expect to see Colin O'Neal make his big move as they start the Kenda power climb. This is where he's really got to put in a gap between he and the Bear National Team riders, but they are hot on his heels right now. He's looking for a gear. You see his cadence rapidly changing as he looks for that perfect gear to potentially launch an attack somewhere on this climb. Across the streams. Colin O'Neal peeks over his shoulder to see what's going on, and he's got three bears in his rear view mirror. And you can see the hurt on his face, man. He is really laying it down. Bear National Team riders still looking calm, steady, and relaxed, though.
And there's an attack.
There it is. There we go, up the ridge. It is a straight-up drag race there. And look at that. Colin O'Neal stays at it at the front, but he's not shaking those riders like he had planned to.
Here comes another attack from Bear National.
Bear National launches the attack again, makes it stick. They may have cracked O'Neal. Look at the power coming from that Bear National rider over the crest, and those Bear National riders know all they've got to do is get to the downhill first. They've got this thing on lock at this point. Colin O'Neal from Gravity Academy still holding on to third place.
And there's our battle for 5th place right there. That is Magnus White from Boulder Junior Cycling. And it looks as though it might be Raulito Gutierrez trying to claw his way back to a podium spot.
And looking back on our leaders, the Bear National Team Rider, can't quite make out who it is, but they have just launched out to the front. They are clinching the victory here in the final turns. No more climbs left at this point. It's just bike handling and powering through on those extra pedal strokes to keep up that momentum. Current official race time, 11:17, putting us just under an hour till the next start. Sorry, correction, 45 minutes to the start of our next race, our U23 men XTO. Those U23 men going out for 6 laps today.
And we're watching this Bear National rider in a commanding lead as he winds his way through the dry creek bed. Well, it's dry right now. It's been wet recently. But he's about to hit the finish stretch.
Be nice to get a number plate.
Yeah, well, we'll see him. We'll get that arena, whatever. And we are about to get a line on who our potential winner is. Coming here in just a moment. Here they come down the main straight. Make some noise. Give it up for your winner, Daniel English from the Bear National Team, taking the win with a monster attack at the top of the Kenda Power Climb. Coming in the number 2 spot, Nicholas Konecki. Landon Stovall. Colin O'Neill grabbing 3rd. Landon Stovall in 4th.
Yeah, we got that.
Daniel English with the win. Nicholas Konecki in 2nd. 3rd place for Gravity Academy, Colin O'Neill. 4th place, Landon Stovall.
And coming in for 5th place, last spot on the podium, Boulder Junior Cycling's Magnus White. And let's give it up for Raulito Gutierrez. Put on a great show today. 6th place, Bear National rider. Nice job. And across the line right now for Gravity Academy in 7th place, Ezra Cauble. And Miles Matron in 8th for Bear National. And Elias C. coming in 9th.
Let's just give a rundown. Take 5 minutes. We'll give a rundown of the top 10 and then take a break.
Do you want me to get you English?
No, because we didn't do the girls. I would say, yeah, we should have done the girls. We should have got them, but we didn't do the girls in this one, so we shouldn't do the boys. Current race time, 11:20, getting about to be that lunchtime hour. And Chicken on a Stick here, cooking up some great food. Make sure you get over there. I don't think there's a line over there right now, so now is the time to get over there and grab some of that killer food. Yeah, no line right now. So again, get over there to Chicken on the Stick. They've got the tri-tip. They got that, well, chicken on a stick, and they've also got those sausages. Rounding out your top 10 for weight endurance development, there is Landon Dendy across the line. Elias Say grabbing the number 9 spot. Miles Mattern in the number 8 spot for For the Bear National Team, Gravity Academy's Ezra Caudell grabbing number 7. In 6th, Raulito Gutierrez for Bear National. For Boulder Junior Cycling, Magnus White in 5th. Landon Stovall lands 4th place for the Bear National Team, and that awesome performance from Colin O'Neill slotted him into 3rd. Nicholas Konecki in the number 2 spot for the Bear National Team, and that monster attack at the top of the Kenda Power Climb lands Daniel English as your winner of this junior men's 17 to 18 UCI XCO short track or UCI race. Mike and I are going to take a quick little break here. We'll get back to you for our next start. That's the U23 men's XCO race. Again, those U23 men signed up for 6 laps of this race course today. Happy Sunday, everybody. It's Josh Mall, the voice here at the U.S. Pro Cup 2023 Vail Lake Resort, California, presented by Orange Seal. And we are inside 10 minutes to go for our U23 men's XCO starting at the top of the 12 o'clock hour. These riders are going to be in it for 6 laps today on this course. We've seen on our junior races laps right around that 12 and a half minutes. We're going to see close to 10-minute laps here with this U23 field, probably somewhere around 11 minutes. Call-ups getting ready to go here in just a few short minutes. And as we see some of the riders we have, Toby Hassett, Carson Hamptons, Dane Gray, Justin Peck, Brady White in there, Caden Parker, Marcus Shelton, among all of our riders in these field of 47. Coming from Mexico, we've got Carlos Emiliano Bermúdez Lopez riding for the Achilles MD Pro Team. Also from Durango, Mexico, Daniel Ibanez from Cordillera Trek. From the Zerino Factory Racing Team, we've got Jose Juan Prieto and Jose Antonio Prieto, as well as Isaac Valdivia and Edgar Joel Vega Martinez. So a good number of our athletes from down south of the border coming and racing with us today in this U23 men's race. Shout out to Miles McKelkey there from Arizona, who's racing with us. Also Braden Sellinger. And our next stop on the U.S. Pro Cup going to be Fayetteville, Arkansas. Coming out of Hot Springs, Arkansas, in fact, Caden Parker riding for the Bear National Team will be racing with us today. Also got one of our Quebec, Canada riders, Marc-Antoine Tremblay, riding for Cub Cycliste de l'Académie, as well as Bodie Welch and Brady White. So, going to be an exciting race here. We're going to get the call-ups underway here in just a few more short minutes. Stick with us. We're going to be underway racing here at the top of the 12 o'clock hour. So these top-level riders are working their way in through the call-ups. The call-up system works through the number of UCI points gained throughout the year. Now, keep in mind, Union Cyclists International, the international cycling body that USA Cycling tends to fall under the umbrella of. But keep in mind, Doesn't mean these riders are necessarily traveling the world, but there are select races, including the U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake, that offer UCI points for each of these riders as they race. So these riders are able to go and chase these points all over the country to ensure that good call-up. Now, in a race like this, where the single track and the flow is at a high level and not too many places to pass, the call-ups, kind of all that more important. If you're on that front row, that puts you in a good spot to enter the single track without getting caught up in any trouble back in mid-pack and have to worry about passing people. So expect to see those lead riders in the front of the front couple of rows do the best here and go for those top 5 podium spots. And we are off and running. Weight endurance off the front along with the Bear National Team rider. They're coming up 6 wide up here to Mount Carter. Up and over they go. They are flying right here. Bear National Team under control. Weight endurance second wheel. Segment 28 in there in the top 5. The Glory Racing rider coming around for third. It is a mad charge up to the feed zone as our spectators there cheer on our riders. Wade Endurance jumping out front. He takes a quick look back to see what the pace is doing. He puts a couple bike lengths between him and the rest of the field. Keep in mind, 6 laps. That move means absolutely nothing at this point. Now we're going to switch back over here to InsiderMTB.com. Looking at the train here, it is the Weight Endurance locomotive. That is Toby Hassett off the front. And now down towards the back, they're going 2 wide through here. They're still on the double track. A little ways out till they get to the single track, but they are coming in and coming in hot. Things bunching up, though, at the front of the group. We got a traffic jam on one of the tight single-track turns. A big gap now forming. Somebody bobbling there. And we got 4 riders now off the front as the rest of the field tries to work through that traffic jam. We see that slowing, making its way back through the field. Riders getting off their bikes, trying to figure out what to do, thinking about not sure they should run around, stay with it, wait in line. I don't know. It's a bike race. I don't wait for anybody. I don't know what these guys are doing. And the rest of the field slowly beginning to work on bridging it back up and leading that chase. I believe that's Kyan Oshlov from Glory Racing. Trying to bridge back up to that pack of 4. Once again, like we've seen on our races previously today, Bear National Team at the front, charging hard, holding their own at the lead. So a little more chaos, a little more crazy action in here, a little less smooth on this first half of the first lap than what we saw in our junior men's 17 to 18 race just a little bit ago. But riders starting to settle into a pace. Got the weight endurance rider. That is Toby Hassett at the front. He was number 1 seed here for this race and first call up. And he is setting a strong pace with Bear National Team. Keep your eyes peeled. We're seeing the riders just above the descent down towards Air Force Hill, so they're making their way back in. We're going to get to see them here in about 15, 20 seconds, and they are going to be coming fast. Get ready, everybody. Here come the leaders. Toby Hassett in control of the pace right now. 3 bike legs back. You got the Bear National Team. And then it looks like that is Glory Racing's Kyan Oshlov as they make their way up and over into the Coliseum area. Coming around, here we go. The hard charge up and out of the saddle, looking to maintain all that momentum that they can up the Mike Hecker Hill. Off they go, and moves being made by the Bear National Team, looking to put Toby Hassett in his place if they can, bridging up, and a few positions getting jockeyed there behind Hassett. They're going to come back down into the Coliseum side of things. Meanwhile, groups working their way through, but gaps starting to form here. Several chase groups, and as we reach mid-pack, these riders are trying to move through and move up in position. A big pass right there over the top of Air Force Hill by the Kenda flag right there by that rider. And Bear National Team making a move. Toby Hassett now second wheel. He's being hazed right now by rider number 43. That's Jack Spranger, third wheel. Up and over the double they go. Up and around. They're going back up onto Air Force Hill. Going to climb up the ridge over towards the Rock Garden. And here we go, first rider down the rock garden, making his way through. Dropping in on the log jump, here we go. These are the big jumps, here's the tabletop. Here comes the big double, plenty of speed going through there. Sailing, oh man, yikes. Glory Races Kyan Oshla with a big rear wheel case on the knuckle of the big double. Makes it through nonetheless, but sapping a lot of momentum there. Big pass on the double there. One of our riders rolling it while another rider goes flying by him. They get within inches of each other, but everybody gets out of that clean. Toby Hassett slips back to third wheel as they start the Canada climb. It is Bear National Team 1 and 2. Wade Endurance in third. All right, so here's what your top four are looking like right now. Rider number 45, Carson Hampton for the Bear National Team in the lead. Second wheel, Jack Spranger from Bear National Team. Third wheel, that is rider number 41. That is Toby Hassett from Wade Endurance. And rider number 50 is your number 4 rider. That is Dane Gray, riding for Team Durango, segment 28.
$47 just did what? 47, okay.
Bear National Team at the front, rider number 47 jumping up into the lead. That is Casey Konechny, or Lassa Konechny from the Bear National Team. So, again, just like we saw earlier, Bear National Team at the front, in control of everything going on. The Wade Endurance rider, Toby Hassett, in there trying to hold his own as we are 5.5 laps into this race. So we believe that's rider number 47 still out in the front, Lassa Konechny from the Bear National Team, leading out his 3 other teammates. Toby Hassett trying to hang on for 5th. Here come your leaders back into the venue. Here we go. Keep your eyes peeled. It is Bear National Team in P1 through 4. Weight endurance in P5. Caden Parker is your leader. Jack Spranger, rider number 43 on his wheel. There's Carson Hampton, third wheel. Lasse Konechny in fourth. And rounding out your top 5, weight endurance rider Toby Hassett.
But look at this, Josh. 3 more riders bridging up to the front 4. We're going to have a group of 7 here.
Yeah, that's going to include Dane Gray, Toby Hassett, and Kyan Oshlov. So let's take a look at the top 10 as we roll through into lap number 2. Carlos Emiliano Bermúdez Lopez from the Aquiles MD Pro team out of Mexico, rounding out your top 10. Brady White in 9th from the Bear National team. There's Ivan Sippy out of Durango from Team Segment 28. Glory Racing's Kyan Oshlov is in the number 7 spot. Toby Hassett from Weight Endurance Development sitting 6th, your number 1 qualifier. In 5th place, Dane Gray from Durango Segment 28. And rounding out, all from the Bear National team, 4th place, Lasse Konechny. Carson Hampton in 3rd, Jack Spranger in 2nd, and Caden Parker in the lead.
Isn't it just like playing a video game all the time?
Yeah, except when you crash or die, it gets expensive. You don't just hit the reset button.
Coming through a lap finish arch right now, there is weight development rider Jackson Weaver. Also in there, Ryan Shadrick from Mission Hills High School. Diego Zinalda from the Atcho Up and Cycling team. Also seeing Isaac Valadivia, Elgar Joel Vega, Alex Green, Braden Sellinger from University. And there's Wyatt Horner from AZ Devo. All right, coming up on 12:15, our first podium. We're ready to go here in just a few short minutes. We'll get that going at about 12:20. That's going to be for our UCI junior men and women podium, going 5 deep on that one. So again, that podium coming up here in about 5 minutes for our junior men and women. Working our way through lap number 2 here, and not much of a change there. In the lead, that group of 5 still together. Toby Hassett hanging on in the number 6 spot for weight endurance development with Dane Gray from Durango Segment 28, and then the Bear National team in and go, and here they go. And look at that, Dane Gray still in the mix there from Durango Segment 28. Toby Hassett dropping back a little bit, but breathing right down his neck. That looks like Kyan Oshla from Glory Racing. And man, look at that. Unfortunately, Toby Hassett looks like he is blowing up sky high right now as he moves backwards through the field, about to get swallowed up by a handful more riders. And the Glory Racing rider, Kyan Oshla, leaves him in the dust to go reach out and make contact with the lead group. And look at that, it looks like Dane Gray taking over the lead. He is off the front with 4 of those Bear riders trailing him as they make their way in through that next segment in the arena here, working their way towards that Kenda power climb. Dane Gray up and out of the saddle on the lower half of the Kenda power climb. He's got one of those Bear National team riders right on his tail. Those two starting to pull away from the rest of the field a little bit. And look at that group all back together as they charge their way up towards the top of the climb. And some Bear National team riders trying to make some moves there. Dane Gray still holding his own in the mix. Not going to let the Bear National team take him down too easily. It looks like he's going to slot back into third wheel as they make their way up towards the top. Gray slips his way towards the back. Not so much a situation of him getting dropped, I don't think. Just a situation of him letting those riders take the lead and set the pace. It's Bear National Team, Ps 1 through 4 here as they wind their way through the lush green and beautiful wildflowers here on this spring day here at Temecula, California, here at Vail Lake. Lap number 2 about to draw to a close. And here come your leaders back into the venue. Get ready. They'll be crossing underneath that lap finish arch in just a moment. We're just going to see them sit up just a little bit. This lead group going to bunch up just a hair. That might give our 6th and 7th place riders, Toby Hassett and Kyan Oshlov, a chance to catch back up. So in your top 5, Dane Gray leading out the number 5 spot from Durango segment 28. Carson Hampton in 4th. Caden Parker, 3rd place. Lasse Konechny in the number 2 spot, and Jack Springer leading the race. As they came through, Jack Springer continuing to hold the lead with Carson Hampton sitting 2nd wheel. 3rd wheel was Lasse Konechny. So spectators down there in the Coliseum, just fair warning, about 30 seconds, we're going to see our leaders coming back through. And there it is, your top four, and his Bear National team all the way through with one exception. Dane Gray, third wheel from Durango segment 28 in the mix, trying to be the fly in the ointment as they make their way up and over the first hump there on Air Force Hill. They're going to swoop around that big left-hander and work their way up the Mike Hecker climb. There they are at the top. Dane Gray still third wheel, but that group of four staying away. Meanwhile, two more riders. I believe that's Olshev and another Bear National rider trying to bridge back up to that lead group to make it a group of six there at the front. Here come our group of five in the lead, back over the top of Air Force Hill, making their way into the Rock Garden. Bear National team still in control. So that is a group of six in there. It's all Bear National team with the exception of third wheel Dane Gray from segment 28 as they go sky high over the double. A few of those riders there getting kicked into the back seat over that double, kind of landed back wheel first. That can be a little scary on a double like that. Of course, the cross-country riders, not downhill or BMX riders, right? So I wouldn't expect anything less. Your leaders making their way up the Kenda Power Climb. Still together. So as our leaders make their way up the top half of the Kenda Power Climb, it is Bear National Team 1, 2, 3, and 4. I see Dane Gray there at fifth wheel. And Oshlov trying to stay on for sixth. So as we work our way towards the second third of this U23 men's XCO UCI race, this is starting to turn into a Bear National team team ride, Sunday team ride at the front. They are pushing hard, and they've got a good strategy here. It's just steady and strong, riding smooth as we approach the midway. So our leader's about to wrap up lap number 2 to get to the halfway mark. And a big move happening. Well, we got a rider standing up. Believe that was Carson Hampton making a move, launching the attack on his teammates. Keeping the pace strong. They're working their way towards Carter Hill. Let's take a look and see what in the world is going on there. Carson Hampton, number 45, making the move. There's Caden Parker in second place. Jack Springer in third. Lassa Konechny in fourth. Dane Gray sitting fifth. That group is still together. In the number 6 spot, that is Kyan Oshla from Glory Racing. So that is your lead group of 6. We're going to take a look and see what the time gap is. And we are officially halfway through the race. 3 laps to go, riders. 3 laps to go. And as Jose DeLuna, Marcus Shelton, and Brady White make their way through. Looks like we are at about a 40-second gap there to the lead group after 3 laps. So just a reminder to all of our teams out there as that wind kicks up, make sure that tent is properly anchored down to terra firma. The only thing worse than having a mangled tent due to the wind is that when your tent flies in and dents somebody else's vehicle or destroys someone else's property, that's when things get real ugly. So again, make sure all those tents are anchored down. We want to keep it fun and safe and easy and keep it fun here at the U.S. Pro Cup 2023, brought to you by Orange Seal. There's Arizona's Braden Sellinger from Team Bicycle House NEU making his way underneath the arch. Kyson Montague, Bryce Egley also in there. Braden Sellinger, a strong rider. I know his dad, Justin, pretty well. He and I work a lot of events down in Arizona together. Good all-around dude. He might be taking a bathroom break, I think. He finished podiums and then he's taking care of some stuff down there, including his business. Shout out to Marc-Antoine Tremblay, also in there. Edgar Joel Vega. Joshua Arana comes to Bryce Egley. There's Kyson Montague. Our last several finishers to come rolling through. And no major changes with our leaders, with the exception as that Bear National team turning on the gas. It looks like right now, in the close-up shot, I'm only seeing 3 riders, but included in that group of 3 is the Durango Segment 28 rider of Dane Gray. They are coming around to knock out lap number 4. It's putting them with 2 laps to go here. So there go the leaders. It is Bear National Team P1 and 2. That is Dane Gray seeding P3. 2, another one of the Bear National Team riders. He slips back into 4th, and another Bear National rider sliding up into 5th. As they go, though, look at that. Kyan Oshlov struggling to maintain the pace. He goes slipping off the back. Come again?
I thought I heard you said it was 2 laps to go, but it's actually 3 to go.
Copy.
When the leaders come back around, it'll be 2 to go, though.
Got it. So again, our leaders on lap number 3. When they come back through and around to the finish, it will be 2 laps to go. And here come our leaders making their way towards the rock garden. Down and around they go. Pretty much straight line and off the log jump into the tabletop. Sky and high trying to keep the flow smooth right here. And again, it looks like on the launch, man, that double kind of putting you in the back seat a little bit. You got to get over the bars a little bit to get that front tire down. But our riders negotiating that pretty well. There they are. That is your group of 5. And Bear National Team has a strong, strong hold on those top 4 spots right now. Trying to finish up the second third of this race, your leaders are making their way up the Kenda Power Climb with some big power being laid down on those trails by our two lead Bear National riders. And there go your leaders up the ridge, the second half of the Kenda Power Climb. We are seeing moves being made, and it looks like, yikes, segment 28 struggling to respond to those big moves, and we got a rider going off the front. By default, that is one of our Bear National riders. He is taking off. Meanwhile, positions 2, 3, and 4 out there in the middle, and it looks like, man, Dane Gray showing off that lack of ability to train up there in Durango with all the snow and the weather we've been having up there. That is starting to get in and affect his race a little bit, quite possibly. And here come your leaders back in, wrapping up another lap. There'll be 2 to go when they cross underneath the lap finish arch. Lassa Konecki. There is Jack Springer, Carson Hampton, and Caden Parker. Your numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Bear National team. Not far behind them, though, Dane Gray. As those riders beginning to sit up a little bit, grab some quick nutrition, emptying their bottles before they grab new ones up in the feed zone. So Dane Gray back in the mix there. He's rider number 50 for the team, segment 28 Durango. And as this wind's kicking up, man, it's going to be more important for each of these riders, especially a rider like Gray, who is kind of the odd man out in that group of 5, to stay on a wheel and hang on. As being out there in no man's land, a little bit like Kyan Oshlov is right now. He's about 10 bike lengths back from that lead group. He's a little more exposed to the wind and having to output that extra energy in order to maintain the same pace. There's Toby Hassett making his way up and over Mount Carter. Right there with him, one of our riders from Mexico, Carlos Emiliano Baruman Lopez. Brady White, Marcus Shelton. Also making their way through to begin lap number 4. And just a reminder for those trying to keep track, this is lap number 5 for our leaders. So they are about 1 2/3 lap to go here in this XCO cross-country race. I'm going to try and catch our winner of this one for an interview. Another pack of riders making their way over the Carter Summit. And his Wyatt Horner, Adam Podasic, Preston Johnson, and Michael Lowry. They're making their way up towards the feed zone as we speak. In the meantime, getting eyes on our leaders. Things start to spread out a little bit. Our Bear National Team rider in the lead on the white helmet with the orange fork out in front. So things start to spread out just a little bit here. We're going to keep our eyes peeled First two are over. There's third and fourth, up and over Air Force Hill, and there is fifth place. And they wind their way through. Segment 28 doing their thing. Dane Gray, Kyan Alshlov also trying to hang on for Glory Racing as they make their way up the next little ridge line here at Air Force Hill. And Kyan Alshlov struggling to hang on. Dane Gray still looking fairly fresh. Looks like Carson Hampton, our current leader, pulling away from the rest of that lead group a little bit as the laps tick by again. Here are about 1.5 laps to go. They got the big Kenda power climb coming up here. Carson Hampton making his way up there now. You're going to see that group start to catch up a little bit. But either way, he's carved out enough of a gap on himself to keep distance between him and the chase group if he's able to maintain this pace. Big moves out of the saddle from our leader from Bear National Team. That is rider number 45, Carson Hampton. And he is absolutely on the gas right now as he works his way up towards the top of the ridge. The rest of the field just unable to come up with an answer for those moves.
Talking to me?
Confirm. Hold so far. Riders 6767, 7676, 83. Sean, you want to follow these next little pack that's about to hit that third section. Copy, thank you.
And we're going to be 1 to go when our leaders cross the line here in just a minute. In the meantime, we're watching the group with Jose Antonio Prieto de Luna from the Zorino Factory Racing Team make their way up the ridge. So Carson Hampton, our leader, making his way in. It'll be 1 lap to go when he crosses the line. 1 lap to go. So here's what our top 5 currently looks like. Lasse Konechny in the Bear National Team, sitting in the number 5 spot. Dane Gray sitting 4th for Durango segment 28. 3rd place, Jack Springer from the Bear National Team. 2nd place, Caden Parker and Carson Hampton in the lead with a 7-second gap. What, no table landing? Our lead is currently working their way up one of the major climbs in the first half of the lap. Circling around, making their way around the switchbacks. Meanwhile, more riders coming through to start their final lap. Brady White from Bear National Team. There's Toby Hassett from Weight Endurance Development. Toby sitting 11th. Marcus Shelton in there. Welcome back to Dylan Kerr, Miles McKelkey, Keegan Pelton, and Justin Peck. And we are one lap to go, riders, one lap to go. And the top spot on the podium is slipping deeper into the back pocket of our leader, Carson Hampton, as he makes his way towards Air Force Hill up the jump for the final time. He's going to sneak his way around the berm. Carrying full speed, looking for as much momentum as he can get up the Mike Hecker climb. Meanwhile, Griffin Hopkin and Hayden Christian making their way on to lap number 6. So while the lead group is blown apart, the gap looking to be about 10 seconds between each rider. Looks like Dane Gray trying to hang on to 5th place with everything he's got. And we see Carson Hampton making his way. He's number 45 right there, looking smooth. Cooler than a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce, as the Beastie Boys would say. He's rolling through the rock garden, looking really composed. Not wasting any time, being conscious to place those tires back on the ground right where he wants them. He's making his way through a few more turns before he goes up the Kenda power climb one final time. It's kind of interesting. Our number 2 rider, also from the Bear National Team, Caden Parker, staying within about 10 seconds of our leader, Carson Hampton. That's close enough that if Carson makes a significant enough mistake, Caden Parker can take advantage, and the laps are almost done. This race is almost over. Under the right conditions, this could play right into Caden Parker's hands. And that's kind of interesting. Caden Parker making a little bit of a quicker pace up the climb. We may have a lead change. Rider number 46, Caden Parker, breathing down the neck of his teammate, Carson Hampton, maybe looking for a spot to pass. We're going to watch him go up the ridge here, and let's see what happens. Yeah, Carson Hampton says, no way, man. I'm not going to let you have it that easy. He knows all he's got to do is get to the top, and it's going to be infinitely difficult for Caden Parker to get around him. Here we are in the final third of the final lap. And Caden Hampton putting some distance between him and Caden Parker up there at the top of the ridge. Yeah. And I'm beginning to think, will this be in the end of the race? Carson Hampton said, forget burning a match. I'm going to set the whole book on fire. Put this thing to rest. And look at the gap. That puts Caden Parker at least 2 switchbacks down on his competitor. And Carson Hampton on the downhill can put the heart and lungs on the back burner for a few minutes, let those recover, and open those legs up when he gets back down onto the flats, into the home finish straight. He is looking good for another Bear National Team victory here on the day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup, brought to you by Orange Seal.
Todd, here comes your last rider on course, 73. Are you going to pull this guy maybe?
Unchallenged and unparalleled, Carson Hampton working his way on the final stretch of single track. He's going to cross the river bottom, make his way out of the front straight, and just pedal his way to victory here in just a few moments. And here comes your leader and presumptive winner representing the Bear National Team. This is Carson Hampton grabbing the win in our U23 men's XCO race here at the U.S. Pro Cup 2023 Vail Lake, brought to you by Orange Seal. Congratulations, Carson. A handy victory in your pocket here at this race. There's your number 2 rider, number 46. That is Caden Parker, also from the Bear National Team. Those 2 riders sweeping the first 2 spots on the podium here today for our U23 race, and grabbing top 3. That is going to be Jack Spranger. Grabbing 4th from the Durango segment 2018. That's Dane Gray. Here comes your number 5 rider to round out our podium, representing the Bear National Team. That is Lassa Konechny. Stay tuned in 45 minutes from now at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Our elite women and U23 staging coming up for a 2 o'clock start. And we got more of our athletes coming in. Let's welcome back these last few. Marcus Shelton, Jose Prieto de Luna, Toby Hassett, Kyan Oshlov, lots of Konechny. Here comes Brady White and Jose Prieto de Luna. All right, so taking a look at our top 10, Jose Antonio Prieto de Luna from Zeruno Factory Racing. In 9th, Marcus Shelton. In 8th, Jose Juan Prieto de Luna from Zeruno Factory Racing. In 7th place, that's Toby Hassett from Weight Endurance Development. Kyan Oshla from Glory Racing grabs 5th. Dane Gray rounds out the number 4 spot from Durango Segment 28 and grabbing the top 3 spots for the Bear National Team. You got 3rd place, Jack Springer, 2nd place, Caden Parker, and taking the win in awesome style today, that's Carson Hampton. We'll be back with you here in a little bit, about 40 minutes out from the start of our U23 and Elite Women. And pretty impressive there, that 8th place finish from Jose Juan Prieto de Luna. He started from the very back. He was one of the last to get called, worked his way all the way up to 8th place. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Josh Mall, the voice, here with you. Day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup, brought to you by Orange Seal. This is Vail Lake, and we are getting ready to go with our U23 and elite women taken to the course. So our elite women are going to be starting first right at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. 2:01, the U23 women take to the course. Our elite women going to be doing... They are going to be doing 6 laps, while our U23 women will be doing 5 laps. So we got some fast names in there in that U23. See Lauren Lackman, Bailey Siopa, Lauren Agler, Emma Schwab, Chloe Frazier, McKenna Kellerman, Bailey McSpadden among our riders in the U23 category. And taking a peek over at our elite women, Gwendolyn Gibson, Emily Batty, Madigan Monroe, Erin Osborne, Kelsey Urban, Sophia Waite, Casey Armstrong, Kate Courtney, world champion, multi-time national champion, here racing with us today. We are beginning our call-ups right now down at the start-finish area with Mike Hecker on the mic down there taking care of all that. And here we see that lineup: Haley Batten, Kate Courtney, Gwendolyn Gibson, Emily Batty, Sandra Walter, Kelsey Urban, Hannah Otto, winner of the 2022 Leadville 100, Maddie Monroe, who had a great ride at Collegiate Nationals this year, Jennifer Jackson, Haley Smith, Sophia Waite, Emily Williams also in there. And just a few reminders about what these riders are in for on this course. We've got a brand new XCO course compared to years past. This was built by the Vailocity crew and Eric Carter. A lot of hours have been put into making this layout you see here today, and it's more in line with the World Cup cross-country specs. Now, the new course is 3.9 kilometers long and about 150 meters of climb. That's about 480 feet of climbing per lap. And some of the notable features on this UCI course include the Kenda Power Climb, and that's going to be out of the Coliseum. That takes them on the final third of their lap. And that was a pretty long, steady climb up that ridge. It takes you out to the west end of the course. And then to get to the top of that, it's a long, sweeping downhill back into the Coliseum where they come onto the main straight and cross the finish line. We also have our Orange Seal Speed and Style dual line in the Coliseum. And that's really going to separate those who are comfortable jumping the features on the A-line, which is the fastest, by the way, versus those who tend to play it a little more conservative and be a little less risky on the B-line. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of the race and see if it's a factor in the outcome. This course is 80% single track, so I'll tell you what, position going to be key. The main places to pass are all along the main straight, up and over Mount Carter, and up through that feed zone. Other than that, there's not a lot of great places to pass. So this race is going to be absolutely important. Again, it's going to be 5 laps for our U23 women, 6 laps for our elite women. So looking at the front row, you're seeing front and center that Haley Batten, Kate Courtney, and Gwendolyn Gibson. Kate Courtney riding for the Scott SRAM mountain bike team. Haley Batten for Specialized, Gwendolyn Gibson for Trek, 3 of the big bike manufacturers. Front and center on the line, Kate Courtney, the most decorated rider here. She is your #2 qualifier up on the front row. We expect to see big things out of her. She finished top 5, but didn't make it into the top 3 on our short track on Friday, and she is looking for some revenge. She wants some results. We expect to see some big motivation out of her, so keep an eye on her. That's her in the number 2 plate. She's got the Red Bull helmet in the black and white SRAM kit. Rider number 1, Haley Batten for the Specialized Factory Racing. Right next to her, her bike is the bike with the red fork on it, the number 1 plate, white helmet. Rider number 5 right there, that's Sandra Walter riding for Live Canada, the off-road team. That is the Giant Squad. Also in there, riding for Pivot Cycles, DT Swiss, Hannah Otto. She was your 2022 Leadville 100 winner this year. And we are just moments away from going. Race time is 1:59, so we are 1 minute to start.
Your start will come anytime in the next 15 seconds. And there we go. Our elite women here at game number 2 of the U.S. Pro Cup.
And we are off and running. They are over. Carter Summit coming in, your number 1 rider for the Specialized team. Off the front, looking strong. Kate Courtney, your number 2 rider, coming around the outside. And I believe that was Gwendolyn Gibson on the inside. We got some of our Bear National Team riders making their way around at the front. We've seen them in control of the races all day. Can they do it in this elite women's category? Time will tell as they make their way up through the feed zone. Now, U23 women are on the line, and here we go. We are off and running with the U23 race. Here come our U23 athletes. Number 25 taking a big flyer off the front. Bear National Team in control at the front. Team Specialized Trinity there on third wheel. I believe that's Lauren Aguilar from Durango, Colorado. Bringing up third wheel there right in the middle of a bunch of Bear National riders as our U23 athletes make their way up through the feed zone. And a big pile up right there. Not a crash, just a big traffic backup in that first big tight single track turn. We saw that in our earlier race with our U23 men getting caught up there. But out and off the front, it looks like so tracking on MTB.com, both of our races, watching our elite women snake their way up the technical climb there at the beginning. Our U23 women making their way onto their first patch of single track, watching them carefully here. This is the corner there that your elite women had a little bit of trouble with, and it looks like that field making their way through. Of course, that field's significantly smaller than what we saw earlier today and in our women's category. But On the elite women's side, 2 riders starting to run away with it here, about putting about 6 or 8 bike lengths between them. Eyes peeled up the hill to see if we can see when they're coming down in real time. So again, we got 2 riders off the front in the elite women's category. In our U23 women's category, Bear National Team at the front, controlling the pace on a big, long train that encompasses about 95% of the entire U23 women's field. They're at the top of their first little short climb. They're going to have a quick little descent down. So I'm not quite sure here. I'm doing the best I can based on the information I can glean from all of our live feeds. But Kate Courtney is definitely second wheel. We know that. And rider number 8 is off the front. I believe that's Maddie Monroe from the Trek Factory Racing Team. That looks like a Trek jersey. However, I'm not 100% certain that that is the rider that is off the front. All I know is that Kate Courtney and one other rider, likely Maddie Monroe, are off the front right now in our elite women's race on lap number 1. There go your leaders dropping back into the Coliseum. And the rest of the elite women's field is coming through, up and over. The hill they go. Kind of bunching up a little bit. Riders looking to make some passes as they go up and over. Okay, so a correction. As we can see, Gwendolyn Gibson from Trek Factory Racing is actually in the lead, not Maddie Monroe. So Gwen Gibson and Kate Courtney off the front, wheel to wheel right now, working their way up the hill. Not far behind them, about 10 seconds back. That is the rest of the field. Meanwhile, over on the U23 side, it is all Bear National up front. We got one rider in green and white with a black helmet there, second wheel in our U23 race. Can't quite see who that is. But it is Bear National Team, then that unknown rider in the green and white jersey with the black shorts and the black helmet. And then Bear National, Bear National. For U23, number 25? Okay. All right, so leading our U23 field, it looks like rider number 25, Bailey Siopa from the Bear National Team. Not sure who's on her tail. Look at this, moves being made right now. This is not much different than what we saw in our U23 men's race with the Bear National Team in absolute control. Look at that. As we can see, Gwendolyn Gibson and Kate Courtney airing it up over the doubles. And again, those riders being a little more cautious. We saw our U23 men. And again, comfortable and cautious, the way to go. Risk assessment, a huge part of being successful in mountain bike racing, especially at this level. So these riders not taking any chances, having to think on the fly on what risks are worth taking and which ones they want to just forget about. And we're seeing a move by that rider in green and white in our U23 category. She is making a move into the lead with almost the entire Bear National team in tow right behind her. Here they go, dropping down into the ride. And there is rider number 3. That is Gwendolyn Gibson. Kate Courtney right behind, and Haley Batten third wheel as they work their way up the climb. On the march up the hill, like 3 of the strongest ants you've ever seen, our leaders in the elite women's category. Gwendolyn Gibson, Kate Courtney, and Haley Batten in that order, working their way to the top of the climb. They're getting ready to finish lap 1. All they've got to do is work their way down this downhill and run their way along that flat section into the home straight. And lap number 1 will be in the books.
$31, $35, and what was the other one? Got it. 31, 34, 25.
All right, so getting an eye on our top 4 in our U23. Leading out that charge was rider number 31, Ruby Ryan. In the number 2 spot, Chloe Frazier. And third wheel, that's rider number 35, McKenna Kellerman. And rider number 25 rounds out the top 4. That is Bailey Siopa from the Bear National team.
Well, live in that it's when they cross the finish line. So, she's third wheel right now. Well, this is I think this is when they started. Yeah, so this is probably the.
All right, so again, that top 4 order for our U23 women. Bailey Siopa, fourth wheel. McKenna Kellerman in third. Chloe Frazier, second. And Ruby Ryan leading out those athletes up the Kenda Power Climb. Meanwhile, our elite women, top 3, are working their way down that descent, getting closer to the flats that bring them into the finish. Ty, what do you think so far?
Well, it looks, is that Haley Batten getting on in third wheel? She was a little bit of gap going on, but that looks like that Specialized gear. Yeah, I believe that is the number 1 of Haley Batten has got back on. So she's got rid of Hannah Otto, and she's closed that gap. Actually, in yesterday's practice, Haley and Kelsey were the only females that I saw doing that double. I wonder if she wants to get to that double section first. I don't know if it's too windy, but I feel like she's got that ace in the hole. I think she's the only top woman jumping this in this group.
Well, yeah, on this first lap, we didn't quite see it. They were all playing it safe there over the double, just kind of rolling it. But that doesn't mean we won't see them pulling out a Hail Mary to make that jump to grab a few extra seconds. And, of course, Eric Carter, the man responsible for that killer double that we've seen some really cool airs off of. He's guessing that's a good 10-second advantage.
Well, I was just over there watching it, and they all rolled it, and the energy they lose to reaccelerate is, yeah, it's definitely way smoother and faster to jump it. Yep, that's definitely the number one of Haley Batten has got back on. She's all over Kate. And, Gwen Gibson, local out of Ramona, California in San Diego County. So the rise of Gwen Gibson to be on the Trek Factory team coming from this local area is a Cinderella story, to say the least. All right, and then we got a chase group right behind them. So we got 3 out in front, and then we got about a chase group of 6. I know Monroe is in there. I didn't catch the rest, but this field is already split on this Eric Carter designed course. The wind also coming, which it does in the afternoon, can also be a deciding factor. So let's see how this goes down here, Josh.
Well, yeah, looking at the gaps on our computer cheat sheet over here, 24-second gap back to chase number 1. That's led by Kelsey Urban. Also in there, Maddie Monroe, Hannah Otto, Jennifer Jackson, and Ruth Holcomb. Not far back from them, the next chase, that's Sandra Walter, Sophia Waite. And then you've got Michaela Thompson and Prescott, Arizona's Erin Osborne for tandem tutoring in that third chase.
All right, and then we got the lead U23 coming over Carter Hill right here. We started the U23 women, Josh, a couple minutes back, so it is a combined kind of field, but they have their own race. And so we've got a bunch of individual battles going on out here at Vail Lake, presented by Orange Seal.
Yeah, top 5 right now in our U23 race. Lauren Aguilar from Trinity Racing rounding out your top 5. Chloe Frazier from the Bear National Team in 4th. Bailey Siopa in 3rd. Second place is McKenna Kellerman, and then you got Ruby Ryan leading the field. And looking at the gaps here, Ruby Ryan is out in front, 4 seconds down. You have your next 3 Bear National Team riders, and 9 seconds down from that, Lauren Aguilar. So a little bit of a breakup there in our U23 category at the front.
Wow, what racing action, Josh. We got some of the finest U23 riders. We got some of the finest elite women out there. And this field is loaded, and we got battles going on all over this course. This is action-packed. You couldn't ask for much better racing.
Yeah, given the tightness of this course and how spectator-friendly it is, you got to keep your head on a swivel to keep up with the action. I dare you to try and even do it.
And
I've been asked to make an announcement about private drones. We are not going to police the use of private drones, but we're asking you not to fly them over.
we're not going to police them, but please don't fly them. You're policing. Here's what I do. We're policing them. Get that thing right landed.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. I don't say anything about, hey, we're not.
All right, Josh, let's see if we can pick up the action here. It's Gwen leading, it's Kate Courtney, and it's Haley Batten locked on. We're in some of that single track section. I believe that's called Boca Raton on Trail Forks. I forget what the locals call it out here, but tight, twisty, edge to edge, corner to corner. I actually had the pleasure of racing with Gwen a few weeks ago in the Kinda Cup. So she knows every inch of this course. I know she practices out here. I saw her race out here a few weeks ago. So she knows where she can push. She knows what she can get away with out here.
Yeah, you know, I got to say, there's something about the intimate knowledge, you know, where every little root, rock, drop, and incline is, in like the back of your hand. There's something to be said for that, that home court advantage can make a huge difference on your performance, and also the amount of efficiency that you can express in your race. And I'll tell you what, the more efficient you go, the more matches you have to burn when it comes to the end, and it counts.
Well, Josh, you just nailed it. This is really a game of efficiency, isn't it? It's how many matches you have left at the end to get rid of your competition. And if you know this better and you're more efficient, almost like we saw Mason Salazar yesterday rolling away with a 15-16 Cat 1 win. No one has more mileage out here between these three than Gwen Gibson, the Trek Factory team. But let's be honest, Kate Courtney, former world champion, Tokyo Olympian. We got Tokyo Olympian and multinational champion Haley Batten. I'm by no way discrediting that they can't win this thing, but I just feel like Gwen's got the home court advantage right here. So let's see how this all shakes down. I feel like Haley needs to get in the front of this going up Air Force Hill, because I feel like she might be able to bust out that double possibly.
Oh, and look at her making a move over Kate Courtney, doing a little bunny hop. They come in side by side, but she's going to cede the position.
Well, this isn't Supercross. If that was Barsha, Kate might have been in some trouble there.
Look at that move, Haley Batten there, making the move over the top, and look at Kate Courtney struggling to respond to that group.
Whoa.
That's her in the back there, third wheel, as the other two ride away.
And it looks like, yeah, wow, look at that. All of a sudden, Kate's dropped off, and Batten's gone to the front. I wonder if she wants that double. I hope she grabs that double right now. I was talking to her yesterday at the pre-ride. I think Eric Carter and I were at the fence. She was a big fan of it. Her and Kelsey Urban had gotten it down, felt pretty comfortable about that gap, realized that's a good 10-second advantage if you can clear that. And as we were talking, way more energy efficient when you do clear it.
Yeah, so not only a 10-second bonus there, but carrying all that extra momentum and saving all that extra energy is going to go a long way there out towards the end.
All right, and then we got another battle going on, just entering the Coliseum right now. So we got battles going on all over the course.
Oh, and a little bit of move there, getting around a back marker here. Already we're encountering back markers for our lead, and this is in our U23 race here. Again, we saw Ruby Ryan, Chloe Fraser, McKenna Kellerman. Look at this.
Is Gibson going to try to get to the... No, Haley's got it. No, this is the thing. Are we going to get the double? Haley's got the lead through the rock garden. This is the crucible moment. Is she going to clean this double? Let's check it out. Over the table. Does she clear it?
Looking strong over the table. Here she goes.
Oh! What did I tell you? She had that thing on. Right there.
Well, yeah, and let's take a look at here and look at the gap now. Again, a good multiple-second gap there and a lot of energy saved.
Look at that gap, and I'd been talking to Eric Carter when we were designing that, and I said, hey, this is a section that can definitely be a decisive maker. It's a little progressive. It had a few people a little bit kind of concerned, but hey, we're trying to push the envelope here of cross-country racing here in the United States. Haley's got it down. Look at that gap it gave her, Josh. Unbelievable.
Well, that puts her in a position where she can kind of take it easy on the bottom half there, the Kenda power climb, while her competition there, Gwendolyn Gibson, is going to have to work really hard, and then she can go ahead and step on the gas again and start just working on that climb.
You know, Josh, I was just talking to Eric Carter right here up at the booth. For Haley to do that in this crosswind, I mean, that's a lot of respect. I mean, that's... I don't know if people understand what level she's riding at right now. That's really impressive, man.
Well, yeah, you bring up a good point. You know, it's all about approach, takeoff, maneuver, and landing. You know, any jump that you hit. But once you're up in the air, you are at the mercy of the atmosphere and the weather conditions, and kind of planning for that in the heat of a race. That shows you that she has some next-level skills out there on the course.
And so, look, Gwen's got backed on, but she had to burn a couple matches to get there, and so that's exactly, well, this... If Haley can keep doing that double, wonder if that'll be a deciding factor. And we rode the course yesterday in the evening, so you know we didn't attempt that. And you know, before that, leading into it is Hecker Hill, which is now famous on Instagram. And so this course is a lot more demanding than you would expect. I'm surprised to see Kate kind of this far off right now, this early on. I mean, she's kind of still in contact, but I think she wants to be on that third wheel, and so she's going to have to make that up. It's surprising that Kate is letting those two go off the front. But you know what? Never Kate Courtney, 2018 world champion and Tokyo Olympian. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's about 12 to 15 seconds back. And, you know, this early on in the race, 6 laps of this race, that's not a whole lot. She's kind of sitting out there alone. I don't know if that's such a great spot with the wind and what it's doing. I think you want to be on somebody's wheel when you got it windy like this. However, Kate Courtney, again, got a pretty deep bag of tricks to work from with a lot of experience. I'm not counting her out just yet. Few moves being made on the battle behind here. Rider number 24 and rider number 7. That is Hannah Otto. Ruth Holcomb battling it out in that chase group of 4, making their way up the ridge.
And we got Jen Jackson in there from the Live Factory team, that I believe the current Canadian national champion, if I've got that right. So this place is stacked with talent, international talent. Great season opener, great spring race for this time for these athletes. And wow, Josh, we really got some talented individuals out there.
Yeah, as they say, if you build it, they will come, and you guys have certainly put together an incredible race as we're watching our riders make their way around. Won't be long now that our leaders in our elite women's category are through lap number 5 through lap number 2, beginning lap number 3 here in just a few moments.
Wow, look at the shot off of the Kinda Power Climb, dropping off the backside. Look at those poppies just in the background. Beautiful. You couldn't get any better backdrop for this race with the flowers and the rain we've had here in California, but the course dried out. That looks like Batten starting to stretch it out, if I've got it right. Yeah, that's Gibson second. So what a picturesque backdrop.
And peeking over at our U23 race, again, Ruby Ryan still at the front, trying to see who's on her wheel. Looks like that could be either Bailey Siopa or McKenna Kellerman. And that's Bailey, correction, yeah, McKenna Kellerman on her wheel. And I thought I saw rider number 26 there in that bunch, Sydney Nielsen. And she is a minute back, so it's likely Sydney Nielsen, one of our back markers. They are going to go get past, but right now it looks like it's 26 or 25. Here comes your leader. That is Haley Batten in, knocking out lap number 2, about to begin lap number 3 here and start the second third of the race. Still getting a little bit. No signal. Is it on? Yeah, I agree. Haley Batten working her way up and over Mount Carter.
Wow, Haley Batten starting to stretch it out. Gwen Gibson coming through.
And yeah, top 3 is stretched out. Look at this. Gwendolyn Gibson, 11 seconds down from Haley Batten. Kate Courtney, 10 seconds down from Gwendolyn Gibson.
Kate Courtney, number 2, the 2018 world champ. Kate's looking up the road. She can see Gwen. I see it in her pedal stroke. She's going to try to get back on that wheel. But right now, the top 3 are spread out. It looks like Kate is slowly clawing her way back to Gwen Gibson, and we got Specialized factory rider Haley Batten, #1, off the front at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup, presented by Orange Seal.
Next group of riders coming through. This includes Hannah Otto, Maddie Monroe, Ruth Holcomb, and Jennifer Jackson in that group.
Of Jen Jackson, yeah, I just got a glimpse on that, Josh. I could see the purple bibs, white jersey, Jen Jackson getting back on. So we got a group of 4 working off a group of 3.
So your top 5 in our elite women look like this. Hannah Otto in the #5 spot. Maddie Monroe in 4th. Kate Courtney sitting 3rd, 21 seconds down from our leader. Gwendolyn Gibson, 11 seconds down as of crossing the lap finish line. And Haley Batten in the lead and in control here in this race.
So Haley is already in the Boca Raton section doing switchback climbs. She's also got a gap. She's continuing to stretch this out, Josh. It looks like she's going away with this thing already this early in the race. I mean, Gwen's got to respond here pretty soon, I would imagine, because we're going to be coming into the Coliseum, and if she clicks off that double jump again, that tabletop double jump combo, there's another few seconds. She just keeps stringing it out, Josh.
Well, yeah, and it's almost equivalent to Haley Batten hitting that double. That's almost equivalent to somebody grabbing onto Gwendolyn Gibson's seat post and pulling her back like a good 30 or 40 feet every lap, and her having to make that back up.
Well, that's the energy we talked about. It's someone grabbing your seat post. Haley cleans it and rolls through, carries momentum. The rest that are rolling it got to re-accelerate. You got to get back on the pedals. That's just extra wattage and energy burned.
Yeah, and there go our U23 athletes here, our leaders in that category. And Ruby Ryan and McKenna Kellerman still neck and neck. McKenna Kellerman getting around Ruby Ryan as they work their way up the feed zone. Not a big switch there, just a little bit of a position change.
Then here comes the chase pack led by 2 Bear Development riders. And who have we got there, Josh? We got...
So that is going to be led out by Bailey Ciopa. There's Chloe Frazier in there. And then Trinity Racing's Lauren Agler rounding out your top 5. I got to say, I'm a huge fan of Lauren Agler. Her dad owns my favorite soda company in Durango, Zuber Fizz. I'm a soda snob, man. I got to have the good stuff. It's locally made, no corn syrup, real sugar. That's where it's
fun
at.
fact. Yeah, no, I've known Lauren for a couple years. We did some media stuff with her a couple years out in Fayetteville. Great person, and so it's good to see her in the mix. And now we know about the little soda fun fact.
Ariana Malelli out of Arizona coming in. There's Natasha Vishnak, Catherine Wood, and Holly Levasseur making their way underneath the lap finish arch.
And then on the other screen, look at, we just got Haley Batten starting to carve those corners. She looks like she's in a good rhythm. Her body positioning tells me she's feeling really strong, plenty of energy left, and she is just throttled down right now.
Well, yeah, that's what it's all about. You kind of finding your zone, kind of finding that sweet spot between that acceptable level of pain where you're pushing hard enough, you're feeling the hurt, you're not taking too many risks, and you're keeping your composure at the same time.
Yeah, and this course is all about momentum. You're always on the pedals. It's very deceiving, the course profile, but it'll just death by 1,000 cuts, is like I like to say. It just slowly wears you out.
Well, yeah, sure, we think of cycling as a leg sport, but this truly is a full-body workout, especially on a course like this when you talk about how much bike handling comes into play here. There are no climbs where you can just put your head down and grind away and go into zombie mode. Your whole
that would maybe the longest climb here is kin to power climb, but look at that gap. They've come up. Haley's already made Mike Hecker Hill, and Gwen hasn't even hit it. Let's see if Gwen can get back on, and now Gwen's cleared Hecker Hill, and she's going up Air Force. I haven't yet seen Gwen. Here she comes over Hecker Hill onto Air Force. Oh, man, that's a good 10, 15-second gap. Haley is heading into her comfort zone, which is the Coliseum and maybe the jump. That's at least 17 seconds, maybe 20-second gap. So Gwen's got to chisel that away. And if Haley grabs another double on that, Mike, that's just another free energy section where Haley's going to string it out even more.
Yeah, Kate Courtney down there in the number 3 spot, still at about a 10-second gap to our number 2 rider, kind of holding her spot. But what that means is that Haley Batten is riding away from the rest of them while Kate Courtney and Gwendolyn Gibson are just kind of holding their spots.
No, that's exactly right. And let's see if this Orange Seal Speed and Style section, as we've named it, which is the tabletop into the jump, let's see if Haley uses this Orange Seal Speed and Style section to just put more time on this group. She's riding next level right now. It seems like she's the only top 3 female rider to clear this. And let's see if she gets another one or if she decides to check up, maybe play it safe. We're going to find out real quick, Josh.
Well, yeah, she's riding smooth through here, and she doesn't have to worry about anybody breathing down her legs. She can take her own lines, and I'm guessing she is going to take that free extra 10 seconds here. Let's see.
Oh, yep, she did it again. I mean, she is just next level on that double. I mean, just, wow, impressive. Good, great riding from Haley Batten on that Specialized Epic.
This is huge because those are free seconds every single lap that she really isn't having to work for.
Haley on an absolute mission.
Yeah, dude. In the wind like it's windy.
That's it. That's me at Glen Helen starting far left and then hitting the 90-footer and landing just on the edge of the far right, just parasailing.
I hated that shit, dude.
Oh, dude. And that 125, just boner air. She's gnarly. I haven't even hit that thing yet. I'm still scared. But I'll just do the dead sailor, just still clip dead.
Josh, the announcer.
And so I think we're looking at that, what I'll call the second major chase group of Maddie Monroe, Hannah Otto, and Jen Jackson, just coming into the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. Let's see if these girls go ahead and do the double, or do they elect to check up? Here we go, Josh. They're checking up on this one, and look, you can just see how much faster that is to clear it. And then, as well as the energy we were talking about earlier, they're going to hit that 6 times. This is going to play a factor, Josh.
Yeah, it's wild. The way you approach that speed and stylus section is very, very volatile. There's a big swing there. Either you fly into it full speed and it's effortless, 0 energy wasted, 0 speed lost, or you check up and play it safe and it costs you seconds and energy.
And then it looks like I see Batten already on the Kinda Power Climb, reaching in her back pocket. Maybe she's getting a gel just to fuel up. I mean, look at her flying up that hill right now. I mean, unbelievable. As I said, we rode that with Mike Hecker yesterday. You know how steep that is. That is no joke to even try to get up right now, and she's making it look easy.
Yeah, correction. No, we did not ride that with Mike Hecker. You and I rode to the top, and we waited and waited and waited, and then Mike Hecker showed up at the top.
Well, yeah, no, Mike was, he's a little off right now. He's had a long winter break up there with the rain in NorCal, so we need to give Mike a break. But you're right, we did wait on Mike. But the point being, that is a nasty little climb that Eric Carter and the Vailocity crew built for us out there, because I said, Eric, we need some elevation. We need that longer climb of 2 to 3 minutes to really make this course legit, which he did. And so we can't thank the Velocity crew at the helm of Eric Carter enough. And unbelievable day of racing out here, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to some of our other teammates. Of course, a reminder that Ruby and McKenna, they are both teammates over there at the Collegiate Cycling Powerhouse, Colorado Mesa University. And, of course, also a shout out to And what do we got going on up the hill? Lots of stuff happening there up on Air Force Hill. Lots of riders coming through.
I mean, we got action spread out all over the course here, Josh. Let us get our bearings back a little bit and see if we can capture. I see Jen Jackson in one of my views from Live Giant trying to get back on some. They're on the Kinda Power Climb. Jen's lost. Josh, there's just too much action to keep up with today.
Yeah, I'm about ready to throw this microphone through Austin's window and just drive off my car and go back to Colorado here. This is crazy.
So I got Hannah Otto, I got Monroe, the number 24. Can I get a read on that? Oh, that's Ruth Holcomb. So like we talked about, battles going on all over the place. Unbelievable, man. I am just really excited to see the level of the talent here at this U.S. Pro Cup presented by Orange Seal at Vail Lake.
Yeah, some of the most exciting racing I've gotten to experience in a long time. I'm really enjoying this, and I'm feeling for each and every one of those riders as a long-time cross-country racer, both from grassroots local events all the way up to national and international events. I can relate to what these riders are going through in just about every position.
And I think I got a bead on Haley Batten on the backside of the Kinda Power Climb, heading toward the finish. She's now recovering after that long climb and just ripping this single track apart on her specialized factory racing bike. So looking dialed in so far. I mean, barring disaster, I mean, she looks really in control here. And I think these women have 6 times up that power climb. So I did it once with you yesterday and we were out of breath. And, you know, like you said, Mike almost had to walk that. So imagine what these young ladies are going through.
Well, yeah, but they, as you know, they train for this as a coach, Ty. We talk about how quickly you can recover and how you train for that. Talk us through a little bit of that.
Well, step number 1 is don't do it Mike Hecker. I think he was on his tri-tip odometer, maybe on his 3rd or 4th tri-tip on the day. So these are finely tuned athletes. They know what they put in their body. But, yeah, going back to the physical aspect, you got to ride within yourself. You look at your wattage. You look at the heart rate. You stay within yourself because you know if you drain the tank too early, that Kinda Power Climb on those last lap or two is really going to pull you apart. And here comes Haley Batten over Mount Carter, Josh, coming right at us in the booth.
Yeah,
Haley go, getting low.
And she's looking steady and strong and just getting a quick glance at the expression on her face. Now, she is not too deep into the pain cave, but she is absolutely 100% laser focused on the job at hand, knowing that she is halfway through this event and she is putting in a very big gap. We're just now seeing Gwendolyn Gibson making her way down to the start arch. There's Kate Courtney, and check this out. The gap now 36 seconds back to Gwendolyn Gibson. Haley Batten is a runaway train.
And here comes Gwen Gibson over Mount Carter, the new Trek Factory rider, local girl from Ramona. Gwen Gibson doing some local racing with us a few weeks ago. But I got to be honest, Haley Batten's riding style, her body language to me, I mean, she is flying through this headwind. She's literally slicing through it. I don't know if it's the new Prevail Specialized helmet. I don't know if it's the S-Works bike. Or let's be honest, I don't know if it's just her ability, Josh, but she looks so good right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kate Courtney rolls through, knocking out lap number 3 into the second half of the race. She is roughly 13 seconds down on Gwendolyn Gibson. So that gap between Courtney and Gibson not changing a whole lot. They're both almost riding exactly at the same pace. They just happen to be about 10, 12 seconds apart.
And you know Kate wants to get on that wheel, get a little relief from Gibson, maybe like rest up a little bit. But the problem is she's got to claw through the wind. And so they're almost in their own individual battle with the elements. And we're going to see how that affects their energy as this race winds down. 6 laps, quite a few times on this course is going to show who's the fittest.
Well, yeah, so from anybody that comes from road racing that encounters mountain biking for the first time, especially cross country, I believe it was Bob Roll that said this is mountain bike racing starts with a sprint finish and ends with a time trial. And these riders definitely out there time trialing all by themselves. There's rider number 24, and I think that's rider number 9, Jennifer Jackson for Bear National Team. Sorry, Jennifer Jackson for Live Factory Racing with Ruth Holcomb for the Bear National Team. There's number 7 and 8 coming through. Maddie Monroe and Hannah Otto making their way up towards the feed zone.
Yeah, so this field is splinter. It was Otto and Monroe. It was Jen Jackson, and I believe it is I'm getting the 24 of the Bear Development is, Holcomb, sorry, Ruth Holcomb. That group has now split. That 4 has now split into 2 groups of 2, and I think we have 3 laps to go.
Yeah, and this will make 2 laps to go for our U23 women once they come rolling through. Again, Ruby Ryan looking strong at the front.
Jen Jackson and Holcomb going through the UCI feed zone. None choose to grab a bottle. Looks like Ruth is going to go to the front for a little bit, and Jen Jackson's going to slip on in. And I think we got a bead on Kelsey Urban. I see the Team 31 jersey. Who else do we got in front of her? Number 5. Who do we got there?
So rider number 5, that's going to be Sandra Walter from Team Live Canada.
A lot of Canadians coming down, probably getting out of the bad weather, start their spring campaign. World Cup opener in May, Josh, so this is a good way to shake out the fitness, test the equipment. You got a month to figure it out, work on things when you come out of this U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake. You got the Fayetteville coming up in 10 days. Great little spring campaign for a lot of these Canadian athletes.
Yeah, I'm excited about Fayetteville. That is one I am not going to miss. I'll tell you, that's going to be a lot of fun. We look forward to seeing you there in 2 weeks' time. It's going to be a good one.
So totally different course there in the woods, kind of a little bit of East Coast, super chunky. Done a lot of work out there, changed the course again. So, yeah, we look forward to having you announce that as well in 10 days. So here we go.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, us West Coasters, we think of the desert being the rocky, rough kind of terrain until you get over to the other side of the Mississippi in the forest there, and you find out just how rough and bumpy a forest ride can be with the legendary rock gardens and root sections that you'll find over there east of the Mississippi. Here come our U23 top 3 riders. So this is going to be comprised of McKenna Kellerman, rider number 35, Ruby Ryan sitting in the number 2 spot, number 31 at Bailey Siopa for the Bear national team, who's currently leading the rest of those 2 up the feed zone.
Austin, can we get some graphics or no?
Oh, no, number 10 should be, I bet here's number 10. Number 10 is going to be here. That's Haley Smith. She's a back marker.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's what we got going on. Number 10, Haley Smith. The U23s have actually caught Haley Smith. That's wow.
Yeah, correct. So Ruby Ryan and McKenna Kellerman locked in a battle. Chloe Frazier, 39 seconds down as of the close of lap number 3. So we've got our top 5 in. Bailey McSpadden overtakes Lauren Agler for that number 5 spot. Those 2 are locked in a battle now for 5th place.
Wow, Haley Boughton has already cleared Hecker Hill. She's on Air Force, and I haven't even seen Gibson come into the base of the call. Here comes Gwen Gibson. I mean, an absolute clinic from Haley Boughton. And look at her body language. She is not even backing off 1 ounce. So she's testing the fitness. I talked to her earlier today. She's actually going to skip Fayetteville to head over to Europe early to get in some training. So I think she's really just testing her own ability right now, not even playing this tactically, Josh.
Sure, and it is certainly playing out well for her as Kate Courtney makes her way up and over Air Force Hill down into the Coliseum area.
And then I got Kate in 3rd. I think she should be popping up over Hecker Hill real quick onto Air Force. There she is. So that gap feels like it's kind of remaining the same, but she can't quite get on. So we'll see how that kind of evolves throughout the next 2 laps.
Yeah, so Kate Courtney quite possibly slipping back off the pace of Gwendolyn Gibson. Those last 2 laps, they were just about 10 seconds apart, riding the exact same speed. They just happened to have some real estate between them. But now Kate Courtney seems to be slipping back just a little bit.
Yep, and Haley's coming into the Orange Seal Speed and Style section, cleans it again. I mean, she's just flawless right now. She's on rails, Josh. I mean, the confidence she's riding with right now is just really impressive. I mean, this is I mean, we're looking at one of the best riders actually in the globe right now. So.
Well, yeah, and here's one of the silly things about that double jump in the speed and style section. It's no different than doing like a little 1 foot gap jump or a tabletop for that matter, right? The only difference is there's a dip in the middle and it's just a little further. So it's just that it's all that mental mindset over what you're comfortable doing.
Well, that thing is pretty tall. You know, we rode it yesterday. It's overhead high. So, yeah, the distance isn't the real thing, but it's the intimidation of the look of that face. There's a little bit of an angle. I like to call it an old hip jump from our BMX days. So you got to be able to kind of lay into it and cross it over and kind of bank to the left there. And so, yeah, it's an intimidation factor. But these young women are the new future of the sport, and they're really hanging it out right now. It's impressive.
Kate and Courtney getting some big air over it. Not quite going. She was thinking about it. She goes right up against the uphill side of the hip there on the landing.
Yeah, in the moto days, we might have called that casing it a little bit, you know, kind of just getting up there but not quite over it and stuff. But Kate's still putting quite a ride in. She's a solid third right now, Josh. But, I mean, Batten's already a quarter of the way up the Kinda Power climb right now.
There's Madeline Robinson coming through. She is one of our pit riders coming in. Sydney Nielsen, Kira Bond, Isabella Robles, Maya Graham, our last few riders in and underneath our lap finish arch. And Haley Batten making her way up, ascending to the top of that Kinda Power climb, riding like it's a matter of life and death.
No, I can't believe how hard she's still going with this big of a lead, which tells me this is just really a test race for her legs before she heads to Europe. And so she's going to go ahead and give it everything instead of playing this tactically a little bit. And she's about to drop into this backside. What a blast we had yesterday. For anyone who's ridden this backside drop, how cool is this section, Josh? I mean, it just leaves you with a smile on your face.
Yeah, really fast and flow. I felt a little bit of a disadvantage because I've been in snowboard mode since November. And Mike Hecker was nice enough to bring a bike out for me to ride. A little foreign. I'm mostly used to since I was on platforms yesterday on a smaller bike that wasn't quite adjusted, and I still had fun nonetheless, even though it was a little funky on that very foreign bike.
No, I mean, that was nice that Mike brought you that, and if I recall, you were in flat pedals wearing your McQueens and still dropping Hecker on that bike that you hadn't ridden. So, man, you were rail to rail yesterday, and it was impressive to see.
It was a good time. It was a good time.
All right, so we got another group going up Air Force Hill. We got battles going on. So that's going to be yeah. So that got it. So that's our U23 leaders.
So our U23 riders cresting over the top of the Kinda Power climb. Mackenzie Kellerman, Ruby Ryan, and Chloe Frazier still all together.
And the wind continues to pick up, Josh. If you're a local here, you know as the afternoon, if you've ridden out here, you know as the afternoon continues, this wind becomes stronger and stronger as it blows inland. So for the men's race, it's going to even be a bigger factor. So these women have a couple laps to go. Haley using the dropper saddle right there. I thought I saw her just to get a little bit lower. She's on the back side of the Kinda Power climb, and then she's making her way back towards the finish, towards us. So she should be coming into sight in the next couple minutes. And, man, she's got this thing on lock so far.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, speaking of the dropper post, an innovation right up there with tubeless tire technology in my book. Once I finally started getting used to a dropper post, man, I can't imagine having a bike without it anymore.
Yeah, no, I know a lot of us guys have embraced that and stuff that were kind of old school like us. I wouldn't ride without one. And you see a lot of these top pros, they ride one as well. It's just kind of takes things to the next level, like you said, to the tubeless tires. And speaking of tubeless tires, they only work if you have sealant in it. So you might as well drop by and see John Vargas at Orange Seal and get filled up.
Yeah, fresh set of Kenda tires with the orange seal on the inside. That is a winning combination right here, and that is our combination here at the U.S. Pro Cup as our leader comes charging through to knock out another lap.
And then we got Jen Jackson and Ruth Holcomb battling it out on the Kenda Power Climb. And then up in front of them, it looks like Monroe and Otto. So, again, battles everywhere.
There's Haley Batten going underneath the arch. And she is on the gas, a woman on a mission. And she is 2 to go, 2 laps to go.
I got Haley Batten coming over to Kenda Power Climb. She is not letting up, Josh. She's tucked in. The wattage, the pedal, the cadence, everything looks good. Haley is fully committed. She is just on a mission today, Josh. I mean, she's really feeling it.
And no sign of Gwen Gibson or Kate Courtney. Madeline Robinson making her way to the chute. She is one of our U23 riders. But Haley Batten just on the gas. There's Gwendolyn Gibson. She is on the approach to the lap finish chute. Gwendolyn Gibson, keep at it, looking steady and strong. The gap from your number 1 rider, Haley Batten, down to Gwendolyn Gibson now at 1 minute, 3 seconds.
And
we're still waiting for Kate Courtney. She's just coming through.
Yep, Gwen takes a look over her shoulder to see if Kate Courtney's behind her, and she's pedaling on. She's going to go through the first feed zone here. Here comes Kate Courtney. She's all alone in third. She can see Gwen as she comes over Mount Carter. And she's trying to get back on that wheel. Come on, Kate, let's go. Keep that going.
Yeah, and Courtney chipping away at their gap up to Gwendolyn Gibson. That is now down to 8 seconds. Got an eye on our U23 battle with Michaela Kenderman and Ruby Ryan. They're working their way up the Kenda Power Climb. Chloe Frazier in there as well. Looks like Taylor Smith also in that group. So actually, no, that means it's McKenna Kellerman, Ruby Ryan, and Chloe Frazier, I believe, in our U23 group, making their way up the top of the climb right now. And they're about to crest over here and begin that downhill, so we'll be able to get some more accurate time gaps once they cross through the finish line here in about 5 or 6 minutes. Madeline Robinson, Ruth Holcomb, Sandra Walter and Kelsey Urban making their way underneath the lap finish arch. Welcome back to these riders. And the elite women's race completely blown to pieces. Haley Batten just running away with it at this pace. She is looking at coming across the line with 2 minutes of time between her and the number 2 rider, Gwendolyn Gibson. Kate Courtney, though, trying to chip away at that time there and roll back that second place. So she is working hard. Gwendolyn Gibson's going to have her work cut out for her because Kate Courtney is chipping away.
Josh, let's see if we can get some noise from the fans out here. It's getting a little quiet. Let's get these women some motivation as they're pushing through with 2 laps to go, I believe, Josh.
Yeah, spectators, they feed off your energy. All of you folks up there along the ridge there at Air Force Hill, let's charge those athletes up and cheer them on.
We got Haley Batten coming into, going to be heading into Hecker Hill. Whoa. Do you see her do that little step up over that ledge? I mean, she's just using every ounce of the terrain to just keep the momentum. She should be coming up Hecker Hill here.
Yeah, why ride the bumpy stuff when you can just float over the top of it? Here she comes, maintaining a ton of momentum as she bounces through that berm.
Just attacking
up the other
in the
side.
Air Force. Josh, do you see the difference of a finely tuned athlete between that and Mike Hecker and 3 sandwiches of tri-tip in him? It's just amazing the difference right now.
Haley Batten dropping in down onto the arena side of things over there on Air Force Hill, wrapping her way around, and it's going to bring her back over into our speed and style section here in just a few minutes.
And here comes Gwen Gibson. So Gwen's going to be entering into Hecker Hill as well. Haley's already crested the top and headed into the Coliseum. Let's check out Gwen's cadence and body language, and let's see how she's feeling, Josh.
Look at the power exhibited by Haley Batten as she makes her way into the approach to the Rock Gardens. Just absolutely flying. That seat post drop down nice and low. Making her way to the log drop. Here she goes, about to hit the tabletop. Up and over. No momentum lost. Here she goes into the double. Sailing sky high, placing those wheels back down on the knuckle. Exactly where she wants them. No momentum lost. Meanwhile, there's Kate Courtney making her way up the hill. We're also looking for Gwendolyn Gibson. Gwendolyn Gibson making her way through the rock garden, making it look easy. Up and over the tabletop, a little more conservative as she carefully picks her way over that double, not looking to waste any time. And that looks like Kate Courtney making her way down. There's Arizona's Ariana Malelli riding for Voltaire and Bikesmith cycler Anna Hicks and Lauren Lackman also coming through underneath the arch. And for our U23 riders, it is going to be 1 to go as they lap underneath the arch. And Kate Courtney. Rider number 2 out there in the mix. We're also seeing Gwendolyn Gibson out there in the number 2 spot. She is rolling her way up the hill. Kate Courtney making her way up the Kenda Power Climb as well. We'll be able to get an idea on the depth of the gaps between those two riders. Meanwhile, that battle on our U23 side is looking absolutely brutal. We've got our 3 riders, Ruby Ryan, McKenna Kellerman, and Bailey Siopa, all together here. There's your top 3 in the U23 category, making their way up Hecker Hill climb right now. Pushing hard, losing a little bit of momentum, but staying strong after so many laps. This is their final lap, so let's cheer them on, everyone.
Wow, 6 times up Hecker Hill. Look at that.
5 times for U23.
Yeah, and that's right. You're right. 5 times for the U23, 6 times for the elite women. Looking good there out front. The dominant Bear development team has been winning all weekend here, Josh. What a program that Julia Vailocity has put together for us.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible and well-funded. Great opportunity for a lot of elite-level riders to cut their teeth and build themselves into becoming world-class riders thanks to Julie Vailocity and the Bear national team. We want to thank her for her support of American cross-country racing. And here comes Haley Batten. I want to say this puts her at 1 to go as she comes through. So yeah, 5 laps in the books for Haley Batten, 1 to go. I'm curious to see what this gap is. We're expecting it to be somewhere around 1.5 minutes at this point.
Wow, Josh, Haley Batten, head down, just powering. I mean, I haven't even seen a crack in the armor right now. The wattage is unbelievable.
And just a reminder, everybody out there is on their last lap. This is final lap for all of our racers out on the course. Final lap. Should be seeing Gwen Gibson here anytime, but Haley Batten unrelenting as she takes her lap for the final time. And here comes Gwendolyn Gibson, your number 2 rider in our elite women's category. And we are just a few moments away from knowing what the gap is. And there it is, Haley Batten going 30 seconds a lap quicker at this point over Haley Batten. The gap now 1:32.
Well, Haley Batten is a minute and a half ahead. Gwendolyn Gibson is not far behind Kate Courtney. Kate Courtney, 2. Wow.
And Kate Courtney pulling back the throttle a significant amount. She is down almost 40 seconds on Gwendolyn Gibson. We're waiting for Madigan Monroe to cross the line to find out if that gap is going to close down. That's going to put Madigan Monroe in a really good spot to pull down 3rd place on the podium here with less than 1 lap to go. And looking at a U23 battle for the lead, it looks like it has come down to McKenna Kellerman for the Bear National Team and Ruby Ryan, those two battling it out. They're making their way to the very top of that Kenda power climb. Hey, just a reminder, spectators, and I know we've told you this before, so I know you know this. The crosswalk at the finish line is closed. If you want to cross from the outfield to the infield, the only way to do that is the tunnel underneath Mount Carter. Again, there is no way to cross at the finish line. The only way to cross to the infield is through the tunnel. So we got our eyes on Haley Batten here as she works her way through the single track. We're going to be seeing here in not too long her on the Specialized machine. She is absolutely flying today.
Yeah, that's what I keep seeing, and Mike told me to remind people of that. So. Okay, cool, because I got to get down there then. Are you talking about the
Wow, Josh, a minute and a half of Haley Batten. We're watching a clinic here today at the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Orange Seal at Vail Lake. I'm speechless at this point. I mean, we're just watching her at her finest right now.
Yeah, this is absolute next level, above and beyond. If there was something, a category beyond elite, Haley Batten would be in that category right now. And again, Kate Courtney there in 3rd place, easing off the throttle there on that last lap, slipping back a little further. That gap between her and Gwendolyn Gibson increasing to about 37 seconds after that last lap. Maddie Monroe also slowing down. So this is what's wild, man. Gwendolyn Gibson not going slow. She is trucking right along, and she is putting a lot of dust between her, Kate Courtney, and the rest of the field. However, Haley Batten is on another level. And your leader, Haley Batten, working her way back towards the speed and style section. She'll be swinging around. She is over on the arena side of Air Force Hill. Railing around these berms, making it look easy. And here she comes, working her way to the top of Air Force Hill. She comes around that tight right hander at the top of the hill, around the sweeping left. She's working her way up out of the saddle. She is stepping on the gas, not relenting in the slightest as she works her way down through the rock gardens. And here she comes. She's going to drop in on the tabletop. Sailing over the double one more time. This is Haley Batten's day on the bike. There goes Erin Osborne from Prescott, Arizona. Her and Ariana Malelli, both training partners. Malelli riding in the U23 category. But we've seen those two do battle down in Arizona at some of their training races. It's been a lot of fun watching that. Your leader, Haley Batten, on her way up to the base of the Kenda Power Climb, where she is going to step on the gas, wind those turbochargers up to 25 PSI, and diesel her way up the hill. And there we go. Take a look at that. Bear National Team grabbing another win. McKenna Kellerman, your winner of our U23 women's race. Ruby Ryan coming in the number 2 spot. We're going to take a look at the gap. 22 seconds was the gap. Bailey Siopa coming in 3rd for the Bear National Team with 5 laps in the book. So congratulations to our top 3 in the U23 women's category. There goes Haley Batten out of the saddle as though she is attacking on an imaginary competitor. I mean, she is boosted all the way up this hill like a Porsche 911 Turbo, making its way up Mulholland with his foot to the floor. And the way Haley Batten is mashing those pedals, I won't be surprised if all the metal is bent and her cleats are flattened and they need to be replaced at the end of this race. She is laying down some wattage. Here comes our number 3 rider, Kate Courtney, working her way through the speed and style section. She's just a few turns away from doing the quick climb up to the rock garden on her final lap. There's Trinity Racing's Lauren Agler out of Durango, Colorado, coming in the number 7 spot. She's going to roll in. And she is done and dusted. In the meantime, we're looking at rider number 3. That is our Gwendolyn Gibson for the Trek Factory Racing team. She is in the number 2 spot, working her way up the switchbacks at the very bottom of the Kenda Power Climb. And she's in a good place here. She's just got to keep it going. Plenty of gap between her. She's out kind of in no woman's land, though, but out here in the top 3, not a bad place to be if you got to go there. Arizona's Ariana Malelli coming into the finish, riding for Team Valera and Bike Smith Cyclery. Nice job, Ariana. Good to see you out here racing with us. And yeah, Mikey bringing us out to the barriers. That is because our leader, Haley Batten, on her way in. Meanwhile, Natasha Visnek rounding out our top 10 in our U23 women's category. And I got just enough time to call out that top 10. So 10th place, Natasha Visnek, Ariana Morelli in 9th, Lauren Lackman in 8th, Lauren Agler 7th, 6th place, Bailey McSpadden. And here we go with our winner of the Elite Women's XCO here at the 2023 Vail Lake Cross Country. This is your winner, riding for Specialized Factory Racing, Haley Batten. And Haley, once you catch your breath, we'd love to see you over here at the media tent, located on the other side of Mount Carter there at the first turn. Come over and see us so we can give you an interview. So getting back to our top 5 there, in the U23, Bailey McSpadden coming in 6th place, then Taylor Smith from the Bear National Team in 5th. 4th place in U23, that's Chloe Frazier for the Bear National Team. 3rd place go to Bailey Siopa. Ruby Ryan grabs 2nd, and McKenna Kellerman for the Bear National Team, taking the win in U23. Catherine Wood is going to be our next finisher coming in. She is one of our elite women's riders. Nice work out there today, Catherine.
All right, Southern California, let's get ready to welcome home Gwendolyn Gibson, Southern California's own. She's not quite here yet. I'm just prepping to make a wall of noise when she gets here.
Yeah, and Mike, we're watching her. She is out of the saddle, making her way around that big oak tree. It won't be long now. She is on her way home. Southern California's Gwendolyn Gibson locking down the number 2 spot here in this Elite Women's XCO race. Here she comes, everybody. On your feet, let's welcome the hometown girl. Home and done. This is Gwendolyn Gibson from Trek Factory Racing. She's going to be grabbing the number 2 spot.
All right, let's give it up, SoCal. Gwendolyn Gibson coming across the line. First Pro Cup 2023. Nice race for Gwendolyn Gibson.
And the gap, 2 minutes, 16 seconds. But still, it's all high fives and smiles all the way around. These two competitors put on a great show for us. We're going to be keeping our eyes peeled for Kate Courtney, our number 3 rider. And in the chute right now, Olympian and world champion Kate Courtney coming in. She's going to be locking down that number 3 spot. Let's welcome her in, riding for the Scott SRAM MTB race team. Here she is, everybody, Kate Courtney. And we'd love to have our top 3 elite women. That's Haley Batten, Gwendolyn Gibson, and Kate Courtney down here for an interview once you've caught your breath. There's Kira Bond, Emma Schwab approaching the line here. Welcome back, Emma. Next rider coming in, that is Samantha Campbell, one of our Texas Devo Orange Seal riders. She gets across the line in quick time. She's one of our U23 riders, wrapping up her race, 5 laps strong.
Yeah. Unrelenting.
Do what? Okay, I don't know. I just don't.
You tell me. So I don't want to say you're good and then
Possible away. So it's flashing there.
Final race of the day coming up here in about 30 minutes from now at 4 p.m. That is our UCI Elite Men's Race. Stick around. You're not going to want to miss it. I want to also take a moment and thank our sponsors. Of course, our presenting sponsor, Orange Seal. the official tire sealant of the U.S. Pro Cup 2023 events. Head on over and talk with John and the crew in the expo to find out about their latest products. Also, a big shout out to a very fruitful and successful Julia Violich of Violich Farms. She's one of the main staples of U.S. cross-country racing, a longtime supporter of the U.S. Pro Cup. Julia also operates one of the most successful amateur Devo teams of the weekend, the Bear National Team. It's supporters like Violich Farms that help make these events you see today possible. Also want to thank Specialized Bicycles, the official bicycle of the U.S. Pro Cup. Tanner and the crew are over at the Specialized tents to show you their latest innovations. Also, Kenda Tires and ESI Grips. Big shout out to Athlos, Baghouse Industrial Sheet Metal, Dope BMX Products, and of course, let's not forget Next Level Performance Coaching. Go talk to 5-time U.S. National Mountain Bike Champion and 20-time World Champion Ty Katie about the custom packages available for all ages and skill levels to suit your needs. Yeah, I believe he's a 20-time world quarter bouncing champion. Well, shoot, we got to. Go, Haley.
Thank you.
We ready?
Fancy Mike.
All right, hold on. How's my hair look? That's very important.
I think me too. I'm
Yours is all like slick back. I think it's like
sweaty.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
All right, I'm going to start talking. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Josh Mall, the voice, here with you at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup, and we are chatting here with our winner of the Elite Women's XCO. This is Haley Batten, riding for Team Specialized. Haley, what was the deal there? You had the boost on the turbochargers turned all the way up to 40 PSI the entire race. What was going on there? That was incredible.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think always just trying to get the jitters out early in the season, and I think we also, I mean, it's pretty cool. We have some of the best girls in the world here, and I think it's just a group training camp at the end of the day, and we're going to be preparing for Europe pretty soon, and I think the more we can push each other, the better we'll be.
So let's talk about laps 1 and 2 there. You were definitely off the front there, but you hadn't quite stepped on the gas yet. Was it just a matter of kind of feeling out the competitors and seeing where they were at? What was going on those first couple laps in terms of feeling out your competition?
Yeah, I think everybody's a bit excited in the first lap and goes for the single track, and I got just a bit pushed back in the first, I guess, chop point into the single track, and Gwen and Kate were riding pretty smooth, so I kind of just we got a little dropped off, and I knew on the course like this you can't really let something like that go. You have to close it as fast as possible because just how fast and flowy this course is. It's super fun, but yeah, you can't risk any space between riders. So I think once I caught back on, I just kind of settled in, saw what the pace was, and then, yeah, tried to make it hard.
Now, with this course having so many spots where trails are going next to each other and you're kind of getting an idea of where your competition might be, was there any point in the race where you just kind of looked back and said, wow, I am really laying waste to the rest of the field here. I'm really going to step on it now and just see how it goes?
Yeah, I think I was always trying. I mean, there are only 2 steady climbs, so I think they're short, and you just have to give it everything you have, every chance. And yeah, I mean, I think even though I had a gap, you're always intimidated that something might happen or go wrong. So I think it's just a matter of, yeah, keeping the pressure on and making it exciting, I guess.
All right, on Haley Batten, what a race. Now, checking out your steed over there. Looks like a pretty basic, unassuming, specialized stump jumper full suspension bike. But I notice you have that cloth area over the top tube and down the seat stays. Is that A, to keep that area of the bike warm because it gets cold? B, is that like a little bit of tiny padding? Or C, is that hiding some sort of top secret technology that nobody's supposed to know about?
Yeah, definitely A. I mean, it's a little bit warm out here, but with the wind, it keeps things cool. So I want to make sure my suspension's working really well and the temps, you know, keeping it cozy. You want to make sure the suspension's top notch, especially for a course like this. But no, there is something hidden under there. It's blackout phase right now, but I will say so far it's 2 for 2 with wins, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Right on. So what's next for you?
What's next? I'm actually moving to France this year with my boyfriend and committing to the full World Cup schedule, so I'll be heading over to France in honestly just a couple days. So I think from there it's just settling in and preparing for the first World Cup in May.
That's awesome. Well, yeah, you better head home, get those bikes packed, and don't forget the passports. Haley Batten on a mission today. Can't wait to see what you do in Europe. Let's go ahead and talk to our number 3 rider, Kate Courtney. I'm excited to hear her perspective on things.
Hey there.
Kate, how are we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. How's the Scott machine running today?
It was fabulous, you know, had some super fast tires on, which are always fun to run when it's dry out here, and chose a full suspension. It was just a blast to ride. I think it looks smooth, but it's pretty bumpy and flowy out there, and we definitely had some fun.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to that whole thing when I talk to people, and I go to a lot of races throughout the years, and every once in a while I hear somebody say, you know, this course isn't difficult or technical enough, and I always tell them, if you ride it faster, then it's going to get more difficult and technical. Would you say that was kind of the case here?
Yeah, anything becomes technical if you go fast enough. So, yeah, I think definitely a big part of it was staying smooth and focused, and we had a lot of laps out there, and there's a ton of just flowy sections, turns, places that you got to stay on the gas, hit those corners right, and not slide out. So we definitely had a full effort out there, and I'm happy I was out on Scotts Park.
Yeah, now let's talk about that huge double there after the log drop. We saw Haley Batten hitting that every lap. Take us through kind of your risk assessment as far as race day goes and not getting too crazy on that thing.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that Haley was riding it. Definitely a little inspo for me to step up my jumping game. I definitely have done that this year, and I think it's something that I'm comfortable riding, but at a race like this and so early in the season, I just decided that it wasn't something I wanted to be stressed about all race. I think I'm really focused this time of year on assessing where I'm at, really focusing on my personal best effort and assessing where I can improve. And of course, if that was on a World Cup course, we got to hit it every time. But today, I think there was a little bit of a safer kind of rolling manual into it option that kept me just totally calm and didn't risk anything in the wind.
Sure, and a constant good sense for risk assessment. I'm sure one of the things that has made you successful in racing, being that this is so early in the season, that was probably the smart move. So nice job.
Well, I mean, if you do it, you do it. So it's just, I think for everyone it's different and what you're comfortable with. And I think at the end of the day, it's also a huge mindset thing. So if it's something that's going to make you psyched every lap, then, you know, go for it. If it's something that's going to make you nervous or like be assessing the wind, which I think is the case for me at this race, then it was much better to just keep the hammer down and focus on other parts of the course.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Courtney, great job out there. We're looking forward to seeing you crush it on the World Cup season here coming our way this summer. Good luck, and I think we're going to talk to our number 2 rider over here, Gwendolyn Gibson. Come on down.
We're just coaxing you over here. Good job.
Thank you. You too.
Gwen Gibson, how we doing?
Pretty good.
Feeling good, feeling strong. Nice work out there. Now, as the race kind of progressed about the second half, you're just kind of out there solo in second place. Take us through, for the spectators, what it's like when you're kind of out there by yourself all alone versus when you have a competitor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think it's you move a bit faster when you're riding with someone, especially on a course like this because there was a massive headwind. And so, you know, when we were riding together, we could kind of share the wind. And then at a certain point, I think the three of us, the top three, were all kind of on our own taking the wind. And so it changes the dynamics a bit, like if there was a group versus like chasing versus just all of us sort of spaced out. It could have changed like things, but it was just a hard race, full gas the whole time.
Yeah, now what did you think? So, like as we talked with Kate Courtney, there's a lot of spots where you can see your competition on different parts of the course. And as you're watching Haley Batten kind of ride away, what are you thinking as she's just laying down that insurmountable pace?
Yeah, I mean, I think all you can really do is stay on the pedals and hope that you can close it. And then also, I try not to look over my shoulder, but I mean, it's hard not to when you know you have like Kate chasing you from the back too, strong competitors. So you're thinking of, you know, trying to close the gap to the next person and trying to keep the gap to the person behind you.
Yeah, and I just found when I'm racing solo like that, I just always assume that I've got a rider 10 seconds behind me and they're closing that gap. So it's ride as fast as possible, ride like you're being chased by a bear.
Exactly, which is kind of how it felt like today.
Right on. Now, let's talk about two different things here. I want to know what you found most challenging on this course and what you found most fun.
I'll start with what I found the most fun, which was the new single track after the last climb. Because, I mean, I've raced here lots of times. I think that's a brand new single track to the venue. And that was just super fun. I mean, you could go really fast down it. It was nice. We got some rain, so you could really take the corners hard. And then, you know, the climbs were super challenging. And then, you know, we had that big jump. I never really worked up the confidence to do it. But one year we're going to come back, and I'm going to hit it. So that would be the most challenging, I think, for me.
That's awesome. Well, Gwendolyn Gibson, thanks so much for sitting down with us. We are getting ready for the Elite Men's Race. Who's your favorite to win?
Well, I'll cheer for my teammate, Riley Amos.
And he is looking strong. We saw him race hard on Friday. We saw him race strong at the Cactus Cup just a few weeks ago. So I'm sure Riley Amos is going to be right up there. Thank you so much, Gwendolyn Gibson. All right, we are going to get back to the action, get ready for our Elite Men's Race.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. That was awesome. All right, for those watching here on InsiderMTB.com, we are coming to the final race of the final day here at the U.S. Pro Cup 2023 at Vail Lake, presented by Orange Seal. I'm Josh Mall, the voice, your host here for the live feed, and we are getting ready to do call-ups for our elite men. And we're going to take a quick look here at the list of competitors that we have that are competing with us here today. So here we go. Carter Woods, Giant Factory Off-Road Team. Carter Woods, our reigning Canadian national champ. Riley Amos, always a wild card in the mix there. He had a strong race in our short track back on Friday, riding for Pivot Cycles. Peter DeSera, also in there. Tyler Orschel. Quentin DeSera, Peter's brother, also riding for Pivot Cycles. Sean Fincham. Andrew Lesperance from the Maxis Factory Racing Team. There's Braden Johnson, Victor Veralt, Lone Sadesky, Robbie Day, Malcolm Barton among the elite men. But this elite men consisting of 40 entries today. All these riders looking for those always coveted UCI points, so all these top riders that are going to continue on to go race in Europe, these points are going to count towards their call-ups and get them a little farther up in the start for those big World Cup races. We got a handful of riders out of Canada like Carter Woods and Victor Veralt. Also coming out here, Giuseppe Messi. We've got Club Cyclone rider William Malte Pilot coming out of Quebec, Canada, along with Waterloo, Quebec, Canada's Andrew Lesperance riding for the Trek Factory Racing Team. There's the rest of our riders coming through. Brian Mader from Arizona also in there. He hails out of Prescott, Arizona, riding for the Linear Sport Trek Racing Shimano squad. And many of these riders in their mid-20s out here competing here. Young group, for sure. And we have our riders in the staging blocks ready to go. We're going to call them up here in just a moment. So as we're rolling through the call-ups, we are 5 minutes to start, and just a few little bits about this course. We are going to be putting some good footage for you on that section there with our log drop into our tabletop, into our big double. We're going to see a lot of our riders zipping over that. As we saw in the women's race, that was good for a good 5 to 10 seconds advantage jumping over that versus just rolling it. Our lead rider, Haley Batten, who took the win in our elite women's race, was the only one lap after lap that was jumping over that, and that was saving her a ton of time and energy and lent itself to her incredibly unparalleled pace. So expect to see these riders jumping over that whole thing. It's kind of going to be mandatory today. As our call-up blocks start to empty and our start line starts to fill, we are getting ready to rock and roll here. This will be the elite men's race here, final day of racing, final race of the day here, day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Orange Seal at Vail Lake. So our elite men going out for 7 full laps. Mind you, if any riders in the back get lapped, they will get pulled. So it's on each rider to give it all they've got to stay up in the front and not get lapped because they don't want to get pulled. And we're here inside 1 minute to start, approaching 30 seconds. On the line, that Trek rider you see right there, Riley Amos, right next to Carter Woods there in the Giant Factory off-road kit. In there as well, in the middle towards the back there. Braden Johnson. I'll see rider number 5 over there all the way on Looker's left side. That is Quentin DeStere riding for the Pivot Cycles team. And we are coming up on 15 seconds to start. All right, and we are underway. And Mikey, they are absolutely flying. The Trek riders and Giant riders are out in the front. So your number 5 rider there, leading it out on the inside. He's getting up out of the saddle, leading the group up towards the feed zone. They are hammering. We got one rider with a chain issue. He's trying to get that worked out. But the rest of the field is charging hard. Looks like 2 potential mechanicals here in here prior to the feed zone. So a couple mechanical issues for two riders as they were approaching the feed zone. They are both back up and running. And we've got a big mess here on that first tight section of single track. Riders trying to do everything they can, scooting around, trying to sneak in. And I don't know, that's questionable. We're seeing some riders here making some questionable moves. I'm going to leave that to our officials to say whether any of those moves are truly legal that were just happening. But we got a nice, long, big train working its way up the single track, up towards that tight S. And our leader's coming through. It looks like Riley Amos potentially at the front right now. Andrew Lesperance looks like he's in there as well. So for the next 7 laps, these elite men are going to be eating nails and bleeding out of their eyeballs. You bet they're going to dig deep, burn hard, and feel the pain. And then the giant rider, right? So that's going to be Carter Woods. So looking like Carter Woods in the lead. Riley Amos second wheel, and that's possibly either Peter or Quentin DeSera. As third wheel here. They are moving quick, and we are seeing a little bit of a spread there. Nothing significant yet.
But yes, they are moving quick, Josh.
Yeah, it's not going to be long till we see them approach here, the Air Force Hill Zone, and they make their way into the Coliseum area. 4 minutes into this lap, they are well into the single track on the first third.
What do you think we're going to see as a lap time? You want to hazard a guess?
I'm guessing we're going to see probably somewhere between 10 and 11 and a half minutes. But here they come, working their way towards Air Force Hill. And, yeah, that looks like the giant rider in the lead. Here they go up and over the other side. And big string of riders. Good space between every rider here, which means as they bunch up, going up and over Air Force Hill, it's going to still make for some smooth riding. So it looks like Quentin DeSera is your number 3 rider, and Riley Amos sitting P4 right now.
They are ripping this lap, though. To think it took them just under 5 minutes to make it to Air Force Hill is just mind-boggling.
So, yeah, under 5 minutes to Air Force Hill. These gentlemen, well, let's just say this, they don't come any faster, especially here on the continent of North America. And what a stream we're getting from our good friends at InsiderMTB.com. Great footage right there. I'll tell you what, we're able to see a lot of action as these riders double up some of these moves. They're making their way back up Air Force Hill. Here they go up the ridge one more time.
They're entering the rock garden as we speak.
So keep your eyes peeled. Here we go. They are going to be ripping over the tabletop. Over the double, looking strong and steady. Not too much flash, just doing the jump because it's the quickest way to go. But this is how you do it quickly. And some of these riders getting bunched up right here. But you'll see the difference between those riders that double it and those that don't. Couple good cases right there, but nobody getting hurt too bad. They are in and out of that style zone.
Making their way through the Coliseums, twists and turns, berms, jumps, getting ready to set up for the Kenda Power Climb, their first time up it this afternoon.
That big yellow Pirelli. I think that might be, no, that's purple.
So we got Maxis, Pivot. No, that's Trek, so that's Riley Amos.
So it looks like Riley Amos has made his way up to third wheel here as we charge up the base of the Kenda Power Climb. It is still a full group, no separate lead group yet.
It's a group of about 10 riders climbing up the Kenda Power Climb, and it looks as though perhaps a couple riders right behind might be trying to bridge up. Right now, number 5, Quinton DeSera making a move on Riley Amos to move into third spot.
Yeah, it looks like the number 2 bib is sitting second wheel. That's Riley Amos as they make their way up the hill. And you look at the pace they're going at. We are finally starting to see some groups break up. And we got that group of 10 out there in the front. And then the next group looks like a group of 3 riders. One rider making a move, opening up a gap down to chase 2.
What beautiful images we're getting from InsiderMountainBike.mtb.com, InsiderMTB.com, giving us great pictures out here. Phenomenal drone and camera work by this crew. And here they are reaching the top of the climb, dropping into the roller coaster.
We are 9 minutes into this lap.
No, we're less than 9 minutes in. What time did they start? They started right at 4, right? Yeah, so it's 4:09 right now. So they're looking at a 14-minute lap. What was the fastest? Are you timing this lap?
That's just, I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
No idea.
These guys will go faster than the women's lap, though.
Oh, hands down. Duh.
So we'll know the women's lap was slower.
Okay, so there's 4:19:15. Okay, so there's been 10 minutes and 17 seconds.
We just cracked the 10-minute mark of this race, coming up on 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. Our riders are in the bottom part of that roller coaster section, approaching the flatter spots towards the bottom, almost to the Dry Creek crossing. Do you think they're going to go sub 14, Josh? What do you think?
You know, it's possible. At the pace they're going, they are moving quick, and we saw some 14-minute laps there in our U23 men's race. So I definitely we're going to see quicker than that here at this one. But it remains to be seen until they cross the line.
11 minutes. Who's drinking the cocktail? That's
So here they are coming to the dry creek bed. Around the Great Oak they go. They are on the home stretch. We're looking at probably 4:13, 4:12, and some change on this first lap.
These racers are flying towards the finish line to end lap number 1 of 7. And they are throwing down a 12-minute and 10-second lap. That is incredible.
Yeah, unofficially 12 minutes, about 11 seconds for that first lap. Pretty unbelievable there, Mikey. And Carter Woods in the lead. There's Sean Fincham, Braden Lang in the number 3 spot. Andrew Lesperance sitting 4th. Quentin DeSera in 5th. 6th place, Braden Johnson. 7th place, Riley Amos. 8th, that's Tyler Orschel. 9th, that's Carson Beard. And 10th, Robbie Day. And that lead group has bunched up to about 20 or so riders. And but yeah, right now on the road, man, it is a road race peloton. Look at that. They are 3 and 4 wide, bunching up, getting organized. Riders not making a move. They got to do something here because the single track is coming up at any minute. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when they approach that single track corner. In the meantime, Brian Mader, Garrett Janema, Landon Farnsworth, and John Westling coming into the lap finish arch. Things starting to thin out. They're going to have to go single file right here.
But it is still a huge group of riders all together heading into the single track.
Uh-huh.
Here's that tight corner. They had a overall, they're getting through it smoothly. That's going to force them single file onto the single track. They get a little bit of a descent, kind of catch their breath a little bit before they start this next little climb.
We just had Zach Petty come through, Kirill Trasov, Evan Arthur, Eric Fernando Godinez Pena, and Blaine Maddox coming through the start-finish arch recently. Reminder, our Lord's Podium scheduled for 5:30 today. All top 5 riders to the podium at 5:30. Let's make sure we have a big crowd of spectators there and make a lot of noise.
Matthew Grady and Josh Tudor coming through the chute right now. Time trial mode is the way to do it when the wind is up and you're out there flying solo. Abraham Sanchez coming through. He had a little trouble earlier with his chain. Good to see him back racing with us.
There goes Joshua Tudor right by us right here. He's a SoCal racer. I recognize him. And our leaders are just up the canyon from Air Force Hill, hitting that little booter that drops you down into that left-hand berm.
So we're seeing our leaders come through that single track, winding their way around the approach to Air Force Hill. And that lead group starting to break up just a little bit. We got 2 riders off the front, looks like. Well, let's see. They're going to come around out right in front of our faces here in about 3 seconds.
is that? Oh no, that's Riley Amos in second, right?
Yeah, Riley Amos.
Okay.
So it looks like it is Carter Woods in the lead, Riley Amos in second, and Andrew Lesperance in third as the group starts to peel apart just a little bit. Correction, that is one of our Bear National riders. Off the front here, likely that's going to be Braden Johnson at the front right now. So Braden Johnson off the front, and Riley Amos hot on his wheel. Andrew Lesperance out there third wheel, trying to hang on to the pace.
And that's one of the DeSera brothers in fourth, trying to close that gap. These riders are just flying.
And Mike, it's amazing to think about this, though, that the pace these riders are going at, it's a little different pace than either of us mere mortals would go at, right? And so a lot of different dynamics start to come into play. The G-forces in the turns, compressions on the dips, things that we wouldn't normally jump then become jumps. So, like, at this level, at this speed, it's a whole different course than what you or I or any other mere mortal would ride.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at that. They just clear that double that I wouldn't even think about jumping. And now they're on the climb, leading into the rock garden, the A-line drop with the tabletop right after it.
Yeah, so three riders coming together. That is, of course, Carter Woods, Andrew Lesperance, and Braden Johnson coming out through our style section. And anyone who doesn't jump that double, man, they are burning up a lot of matches just by not jumping it. But again, as we talked with Kate Courtney earlier in her interview, you really got to be in the right mindset to actually do that. So you don't want to take away from any of these riders that aren't jumping it, calling them like poor in their technical skills or scared to jump. It's just that risk assessment and making the right choices for your own race.
It looks as though our first two riders might be carving out a little bit of a gap to third. Third place, Max's factory rider, Andrew Lesperance.
Yeah, so it's Carter Woods and Braden Johnson. Lesperance? Lesperance, yeah. Lesperance. Yeah, Lesperance. Not more Sprance, Lesperance.
So there it is. You've got Braden Johnson. You've got Riley Amos and Andrew Lesperance, your top three riders there. Has a few more riders jump on, so you got 5 together, almost 6 in the lead group now, but that lead group whittled way down from what it was a lap ago. And Mikey, that Kenda power climb, we got to get a little taste of that yesterday, man. It hurts. You feel it.
You certainly do. Certainly do feel it. I almost got off and walked.
Yeah, but you rode strong. You did pretty darn good.
I did so well that I now have a hill named after me out here.
Carter Woods hanging on to the back of that lead group as we see some moves starting to be made there. That looks like maybe rider number 6 making a move. Braden Johnson? No, correction. That is the giant rider. Carter Woods jumping to the front there as they reach the top half of the ridge. And he is looking to be first on that single track descent on the backside to take him to start lap number 3.
And we are now 21 minutes into this race. About a lap and 3/4 in to 7 complete laps. They're nearing the top of the climb. It's a group of 6. Hey, look who it is. It's our UCI official, Justin Evans. Commissaire?
Commissaire Woods. Commissaire Woods.
Our riders are now in the roller coaster section.
Yes. So what we had, and maybe, and yeah, and when I mean cut the course, like basically like the trail went like this, tight track. Riders got bunched up here. See right here, we start to see riders doing this, coming around. It's like 6 or 8 riders. It's on film. We have it on film. You can check it off and find the top of it. Yeah. I can play it for you. Confirm it.
Two laps down, 6 riders in the lead group. Carter Woods working his way onto the back of that group to make it 6, but little bits of gaps here and there. Again, we're early on into this race. These gaps aren't meaning a whole lot. These riders still kind of testing the pace to see how the second half of the race is going to play out.
And we are now down to a solid group of 6 riders. Braden Johnson is in the lead.
Hard to tell. No, Braden Johnson's third wheel, and then this is either Riley Amos or Andrew Lesperance in that's leading the pace out.
And here we are, they're getting ready to hit the finish line road to end their second lap.
So Andrew Lesperance, Sean Fincham. So coming in this lead group, you've got riders like Sean Fincham, Riley Amos, Braden Johnson, Andrew Lesperance, Braden Lane, Carter Woods, and Austin Beard. That is your lead group. There's Chase 1 coming through with Peter DeSera, Quentin DeSera, Austin Beard, also Kobe Freeburn, Carson, and Kobe Freeburn in there. So those two groups not too far apart from each other. So about 7 seconds separating our leaders from chase number 1, that group of 4 riders. And in that group of 4 chases, that is Tyler Orschel in there from the Zeruno factory team as they make their way through the feed zone.
Also in that chase group, I believe we had Peter DeSera and Quentin DeSera as well, both riding for Pivot.
So currently 5 laps to go here.
When the riders rolled through at the end of 2 laps, you had Sean Fincham leading the pack through with Riley Amos, Braden Johnson, Andrew Lesperance right there, Braden Lang, Carter Woods, and Austin Beard. Then you had a chase group with Quentin DeSera, Peter DeSera, Tyler Orschel, and Carson Beard. Riding through right now, we had Samuel Brem and Jeremy Norris, Malcolm Barton and Brian Matter, Landon Farsworth, and Julian Baudivert coming through the finish line right now, ending their second lap. Following our leaders on the screen right now, we have a group of 5. They've whittled it down just a little bit as they're getting ready to approach Air Force Hill for the 3rd time.
Those are our leaders, yeah?
These are our leaders on the screen, right?
So our leader there taking a little bit of a flyer off the front, trying to work his way quick and twist through the technical sections a little quicker than the rest of the field, putting a gap between him and everybody else. Doing a great job of stretching out his lead. And this could be either Sean Fincham or Carter Woods. The helmet is white, the bike is white, the kit is blue. And there goes Riley Amos up the hill right now. So Riley Amos actually our leader. And we've got the Giant Rider Carter Woods on second wheel. Third wheel looks like Andrew Lesperance and Braden Johnson back to 4th. Riley Amos in the tuck, descending down, looking strong through our single track, coming down into our speed and style section. We're going to see him in the rock garden here in just a moment.
And here's Riley Amos about to conquer the rock garden yet again.
5 riders hot on his heels, though. They are bunched up, though. I think that's going to come to their detriment as they work through this twisty technical section. Let's see if Riley Amos can put on some distance here. Riley Amos has been absolutely on fire this early season here with his strong finishes at the Specialized Cactus Cup just a few weeks ago. And here at the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Orange Seal, he is absolutely having an incredible weekend. Today is no exception. Little trouble there from one of our riders having a quick mechanical there. Check that out, Mikey, right here. Can't quite make out who that is, but quick drivetrain issue, it appears. Trying to get the chain back on. And either way, he's back on and run. It cost him about 10 places and a good 15 to 20 seconds. That's tough. Meanwhile, Riley Amos still out in front as they work their way up the Kenda power climb. So your current top five looks like this. Riley Amos in the lead. Carter Woods in second place. Number 7 rider Andrew Lesperance sitting third. Braden Lang from the Scott presented by Orange Seal team sitting fourth wheel and riding fifth. That is your number 5 rider, Quentin DeSera.
At the top of the climb, Riley Amos had a 6-second gap over second place.
So, Mikey, here we are working our way through our third lap here, working towards 4 laps to go. And you put yourself in this lead group, not so much in Riley Amos's position, but back here in this group of 4 that's chasing him down. What's on your mind right now? What are you trying to think about doing?
Keeping placement, moving up a spot, just pacing myself up the climb so I don't blow too early. It looks like this group of 4 behind Riley, they've been jockeying around a little bit, changing position on the climb.
Yeah, also assessing the riders around you, kind of getting an idea of where they're strong, where they're not so strong on this specific course. And, of course, all these guys tend to do a fair amount of racing together. So they know each other a little bit, but, early in the season, fitness levels being what they are, that kind of in-race assessment going to be key to figuring out your strategy against your competition.
Exactly. You race against the same people you race against every weekend. You get to know how they race and how they ride and what their strong points are and their weak points, and you use that to your advantage.
Here's Riley Amos, your leader, 21 years young, riding for Trek Factory Racing. This young man is going places, and today that is the finish line as he stretches out his lead.
But look at this, a move to try to bridge up to Riley. Second place has created a gap over third as they head into the creek bed area near the end of the lap.
Yeah, there they go around the Great Oak, around, and they are going to be on the home stretch, so it's going to be interesting to see what the time gaps are when they cross to go. This will be 4 laps to go.
Second place out of the saddle, bridging up to Riley right now. And it's 2 riders off the front as they end their third lap.
Yeah, paying attention to that position to our number 2 rider. That's Braden Lang. That position, these riders with the wind kicking up, they're kind of looking to be as aero as possible and get every little advantage they can. Not far behind them, though, Quentin DeSera, Andrew Lesperance, and Carter Woods. So this is still anybody's race, Mike.
It is. Carter Woods, Lesperance, and DeSera are 13 seconds back of the leaders. So our top 5 to end lap number 3. 5th place was Quentin DeSera for Pivot Cycles, and 7th was Andrew Lesperance. 3rd place was Carter Woods. 2nd place, Braden Lang, riding with number 1, Riley Amos from Trek Factory Racing. 13-second gap between 2nd and 3rd. And it looks like that gap is just going to increase, Josh.
Yeah, we're starting to see the bulk of the race start to take shape and take form in terms of the pace. The question now is anyone going to crack on this? Really tough pace is being set, and this is a really big overall full-body workout. This just isn't all legs and lungs like you might get with your traditional old-school mountain bike races up at the ski resorts like we've seen in years past. You're up, you're down, you're around. There is no zoning out on some long 4-mile climb, is there?
You mean your 90 minutes to 2.5-hour mountain bike races have passed?
Correct.
Watching our leaders right now, you can see the technical descending skills of Riley Amos. He's able to open up a little bit of a gap over Brandon Lang on the descents. But Brandon fights right back. And these two riders continue to stretch out their lead over 3rd place.
Yeah, both of them very much at home here on this course here at Vail Lake Park. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out because these two guys are going to be beating up on each other, looking to crack the egg. Who's going to crack first? Essentially now we are at dead center of this race here, well into our 3rd lap. And Lesperance and so Braden Lang and Riley Amos still riding strong out there in front, unrelenting at this pace and laying down a really quick time. They are up and out of the saddle, back and forth. They aren't messing around here with this pace.
No, but you know, they're not messing around at this pace, but it still just takes that one momentary lapse of concentration and things change in an instant.
Yeah, and I'm really feeling like Riley Amos is setting the pace, and Braden Lang from the Scott team is just matching the pace, just hanging on. And he's hanging back a little bit, giving himself some space. Looking very strategic. I wonder if...
and here we have our leaders as they approach Air Force Hill.
And there they go, up and over Air Force Hill, dropping in. And we got a 14-second gap that's keeping Riley Amos and Braden Lang ahead of the rest of the field as they wake their way up the Hecker climb. They are headed up towards the top ridge of Air Force Hill. They're going to be eventually winding their way back over to the Rock Garden.
My head drops every time I hear the Hecker climb. All right, they are cresting into the Coliseum right now at the top of Air Force Hill. And it looks as though third place is trying to get away from his fellow chasers right now. About a 7 or 8 bike length gap to fourth place.
And there's Braden Lang out in front on the Scott machine, taking over the pace setting for Riley Amos as they work their way towards that speed and style zone. They're going to be climbing up that little short climb that's going to take them to the Rock Garden, and we're going to see him go through that rhythm section here momentarily.
So with this lead change, Josh, do you think Riley Amos is he's happy for this lead change to let Braden Lang lead, and is he taking a chance to catch his breath and get a breather from not being on the front?
Well, I think it gives him a chance to kind of see what Braden Lang's going to bring to the table here. Braden Lang is responsible for setting the pace. Lang also wants to gap out from the other guys. He's not going to sit up and ride slow because the other people are going to catch up. He doesn't want that, so he's got to push it a little bit. So this gives Riley Amos a chance to get a taste of what Braden Lang can bring to the table in terms of pace setting.
Did you see those sick tail whips over that double? That was so sweet.
Speed and style, and these guys are both bringing it here at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup XCO Elite Men's Race here today, brought to you by Orange Seal.
Where's third and fourth, Austin? Do you want to sit in? Come in. Are you sure? Go get another cocktail.
Ty, why don't you just give those giant hooks they use on stage? Have one of those ready to go at any moment.
And Joshua Toodles out here. Good to see you racing with us today, Joshua. And our leaders are now on the Kenda Power Climb.
Yeah, and it's funny, in our cruising pace yesterday, that climb, like, okay, cool, yeah, I don't know, we climbed a little over a quarter mile, no big deal, but at the pace that Amos and Lang are going right now, this feels like you're riding up the side of one of the pyramids in Egypt.
Wait, you mean yesterday? That's exactly what I felt like when we were doing that climb. We're climbing up the face of a pyramid. I was gasping. I'm glad I didn't have my heart rate monitor. It would have been like 198.
You need to come hang out with me in Colorado and do these snowy hikes at 12,000 feet that we do at the ski resort every week, Mike. Carter Woods out there in no man's land. He's got in his sights our two leaders, but right behind him, I believe that's Andrew Lesperance and Quentin DeSera. Oh, top five.
And now, near the top of the climb, Braden Lang decides, you know what? I'm going to let Riley Amos lead on the descent. Pulls over, changes spots with them. Perhaps they're working together, a little bit of drafting, but not so much on the climb. I'm pretty sure it's Braden's thinking, you know, I'm going to let Riley lead on the descent, follow his sick lines all the way down the roller coaster. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure to be on the live feed a little bit this week, and I'm handing it over to 29-time national champion Ty Katie.
Thanks, Mike. I think you're off a little bit there, but let's.
So Ty, here we go. Yeah.
Check out the remainder of this men's race. Great action going on.
So where we're at, Ty, is our two leaders are getting ready to conclude their third lap here. They're working their way down that awesome, flowy, newer single track section. In towards the finish straight, and looking at the clock here, we're guessing probably another maybe 3 minutes before we see him cross the lap finish arch for the third time so far today.
Yeah, that's about right with the pace these guys are going down this descent. They'll be here pretty quick. I believe I had a beat on Carter Woods trying to get back on this and make it 3 into this lead duo right now. So let's see if Carter can latch back onto this and make this a three-man race.
Yeah, and we just saw him. He's maybe 10 to 15 seconds back from our two leaders, Lang and Amos.
You know, interesting fun fact brought up by Mike Hecker, actually, and I didn't even think about that. We've got the DeSera brothers and Carter Woods and Sean Fincham are all ex-Norco teammates after Norco folded, and they all found homes. But the one thing that hasn't changed, Josh, is they're all top 5 caliber riders here at the U.S. Pro Cup in the mix.
Well, it's funny, you know, cycling is a sport that you can be fast at for decades and decades and decades. And, of course, this is no exception. But we notice all these riders still in their mid to early 20s. Riley Amos, just 21 years old, just barely old enough to buy alcohol here. Still a kid for all intents and purposes, but riding at the top level of the sport here in California.
Well, yeah, Riley's definitely one of the special Americans. He could have chose to race U23, but he's been racing the elites for the last couple seasons. Riley's, I think, one of the new up-and-coming riders. We got Chris Blevins, and then we got Riley Amos. And I think Riley is going to be a big factor even in Fayetteville, which will be joining us in about 7 days here. So,
yeah, looking forward to Fayetteville. It's going to be a really good time. So there we go. Riley Amos and Braden Lang come through. Our first 3 laps done in 36 minutes and 50 seconds, so that's just over 12 minutes per lap.
Look at Woods trying to get back on. He's going to come over Mount Carter, get us a little 1,001, 1,002. Let's get it check. Oh, he's right there. Carter Woods is trying to get on. Riley Amos. Look at Woods burying himself. He knows he needs to get back. Is that DeSera?
That's one of the DeSera brothers.
That is DeSera. There's Woods.
There's Woods and
Lesby.
Andrew Lesperance.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Andrew Lesperance. We call him Lesby, close friends. Oh, wow. So I had that all wrong, Josh. I apologize. Just joining the broadcast here.
Yeah, and DeSera pushing hard. He's almost closed that gap, brought it down to about 5 bike lengths. It is close here. This could be anyone's race as we're only halfway through.
So apologies, that's actually Quentin DeSera, brother of Peter DeSera in third. Apologies for that. We do have Andrew Lesperance in there and then Carter Woods. So I had called that wrong. It's Amos and Lang, and then it's Quentin DeSera getting back on, trying to get back to that and make that a 3-rider front.
Yeah, and only 15 seconds separating our top 5, rounded out by Carter Woods there in the number 5 spot. So this is anyone's race. We still have, if I am correct, we've got 4 laps to go here. So this lap, officially the halfway mark for this elite men's XCO race here at the U.S. Pro Cup Vail Lake, presented by Orange Seal, and we are seeing some great racing.
Wow, the Canadians are just packing this top 5. They're always solid even this time of the year. Let's see how this comes down. We got Amos, Lang, DeSera, Lesperance, and Woods. That's quite. Oh, we got a little breakaway here. We got some separation. Is that Amos making a run on Boca Raton? I think it is. I think Riley's put his head down. He's going to try to get some. Oh, yeah, you can tell in his cadence right now. He's trying to get away, and he's all in here, Josh.
Yeah, so this might be Lang and DeSera battling for second place here as Riley Amos starts to ride away a little bit. He is working his way up to the top of the climb, and he's actually on his way down right now, so that's going to help him put even more distance between him and Lang and DeSera.
Wow. Look at Riley just carving these apexes right now. He's on rails. Yeah, I think he's committed to this run. You can just tell in his body language that, hey, he's gonna make a go. He sensed something with Lang that said, hey, I think I can get some separation here, Josh. I think I can make this stick, and I can solo for the win here. So let's see, or maybe he's just doing a test and then gonna let him back on.
This race is far from over. That is one thing we know for sure. And look at that.
Wow, just beautiful shots, huh, Josh? I mean, look at the landscape right now. Californian spring after a lot of rain. Everything's popping. Colors are good. We got some of the best racers from across the globe joining us here. This race is far from over. Lang is fighting hard to get back on. He's being tested by Trek Factory rider Amos. We got DeSera in third. We got Lesperance in fourth. And we got Carter Woods rounding out the top five. It looks like Fincham, Beard, Johnson, and Freeburn. And then Peter DeSera, the brother of Quentin, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, and Quentin DeSera looks like he is dropping back there just a little bit. Braden Lang slowly reeling Riley Amos back.
All right, so I got a bead on. Here comes Riley Amos entering the Coliseum. He's going to head over the Kinda drop right there, and then he's going to head into the famous Mike Hecker Hill up into Air Force, and Lang is right there on him. He's not letting him go.
And look at Riley Amos power up that Hecker Hill, man. Not messing around.
What a difference between the pros and Mike Hecker from yesterday, huh, Josh?
Huge difference, man. Huge difference, that's for sure. But it's interesting to see the cadence difference there between Lang and Amos. Amos looked like he had a really even cadence. Lang spinning a pretty small gear up that hill.
Wow, they're hunkered down. They're putting everything in. Lang is not wanting him to get away. Woods is trying to get his way back on, but that gap is starting to grow. Look at Woods out of the saddle, pushing hard. And then you got fourth and fifth behind him, which is Lesperance, and who else do we got? Carter Woods. So, wow, we got a lot of action going on.
Yeah, so Quentin DeSera still trying to hang on into that number 3 spot, but of course Woods and Lesperance hungry for that third spot on the podium.
All right, so we're going to come up into the famous Orange Seal Speed and Style section. It's this rock garden into the tabletop, into the double. Oh, Riley grabbing another little double there. Let's see if he's going to do the gap jump. I think he's been doing it all race. Let's see if the fatigue is set in. Maybe he'll choose not to. Here we go, Josh, heading into the rock garden.
Well, with Lang breathing down his neck like he is not relenting, I don't think either rider has a choice. If Lang backs off and doesn't do it, then that puts more time between him and Amos. If Amos doesn't do it, that allows Lang to catch up.
Lang doubles, so we're keeping it equal, and that gap remained the same. So top 2 men rider, at least elite men doing the double. Yeah, Lang is getting back on here a little bit. He's clawing his way back on. Riley's made a go for it, but Lang said, hey, not so fast. I'm going to go ahead and close that gap, but Riley's not waiting for him. He says, get on my wheel if you can. There, I believe, is DeSera.
Yeah, Quentin DeSera, rider number 5 there on the pivot machine. But the question is how far is Braden Lang turning himself inside out in order to claw back onto the wheel of Riley Amos? And how hard is Riley Amos working? Is he just putting along at his pace, or is he giving it everything he has?
Yeah, we don't know right now. We don't know if Riley's kind of letting him back on. We don't know how much Lang is giving. Only those guys know. So it's going to be a really good race here, Josh. I mean, the racing here all weekend's been phenomenal, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, man. No lull in the action whatsoever. And, of course, that's the kind of delivery you can expect from our good friends here at the U.S. Pro Cup with live streaming on InsiderMTB.com and the incredible trails that Eric Carter and the crew from the Vailocity Trail Company have been building. It is unparalleled.
Well, shout out to the Eric Carter crew and Vailocity for putting in hundreds of man-hours to bring this course up to a little bit more of a quality World Cup spec here, using some of the features and stuff. We've been here in 2019 and 2020, completely revised course, and yeah, shout out to that crew for thank you for bringing such just a quality event back here and working with us to challenge these riders.
And there we got a good shot there of Riley Amos and Carter Woods making their way up that Kenda power climb.
So I think that's Andrew Lesperance, and that's probably Carter Woods, and they're about to drop off onto the backside of that fun descent we talked about earlier.
Yeah, Riley on with another surge. Riley Amos breaking away from the clutches of Braden Lang, who was hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that rubber band is finally snapped, and that's what you were hinting at. How hard is Riley going? Was he just testing him? Did he have more in him? It looks like now he's starting to stretch it out, and so Lang's got to get back on. If not, Riley's going to be gone. He's going to take what I believe will be his first U.S. Cup Elite men's win here at the U.S. Cup presented by Orange Seal at Vail Lake, Josh.
Yeah, and that's got to be a tough break for Braden Lang. There's nothing worse than reeling in a rider ahead of you and having that rider look behind him and then stand up and just ride away like you were nothing.
Well, we've all been there, right? You're on the rivet. You think you've got the guy in check. He looks back, and then he just lays down the wattage. There's nothing really you can do in this sport, can you, Josh?
No, there isn't, man. That one hurts.
You know what, Josh, what I'm seeing here is that gap is extending, and I think it's exactly what we think is happening. I think Riley was putting the pressure on a little bit. Lang responded. When he saw Lang respond, he clicked it up a couple more notches, and boom, the rubber band broke.
Yeah, and as we've seen earlier in the season, Riley Amos is absolutely on fire here. He is proving the man to beat at the national caliber events, just like the U.S. Pro Cup here at Vail Lake. And today is no exception.
Well, you know, he grew up on the bear development team from Violich Farms. Julia Violich had groomed Riley and helped bring him up here. He's now a Trek Factory rider. I apologize for that. And he's now at the top of the game. He's one of the, I'd say, premier Americans other than Chris Blevins. So I think what we're looking at here is his first elite win. Uh-oh, I heard the crowd yell. Well, do we have a crash? Can we get... Riley heading into the finish. We heard the crowd yell, Josh. I thought maybe there was a crash on the Orange Seal speed and style section. I'm not sure. We don't have a camera on that right now. Let's stay focused on Riley. He's grabbing a drink. He's heading into this vicious headwind that comes through the starts straight, but it looks like he's now fully in control, and that rubber band has stretched and broke, and it looks like he's on his own. Let's see what happens here, but it looks like Lang is in difficulty.
Yeah, and we could be seeing a repeat of what happened with Haley Batten and the rest of the elite women's field, and we are 2 laps to go. Two
to go. So Riley coming up over Mount Carter. Riley's going to be coming right at us, Josh. Oh, he's tucked in. Amos is arrow right now. He's committed to this move. Cadence looks good. Wattage is really out there, Josh. And then what we got is we got Lang in second, the number 22 trying to hunt down Riley Amos of Trek Factory. We got a battle here on our hands.
Yeah, get a close-up of those facial expressions. Amos looking a little more composed, a little more relaxed than Braden Lang was, who is struggling to hang on to that wheel of Riley Amos.
And then I got the number 5 of Quentin DeSera on the pivot team, trying to get back on. He's looking up the road. He knows Lang and Amos are right there. He's going to try to stay in it and try to grab that wheel, get out of this headwind, get a little break. And then we got a 2-man chase. I believe this is going to be, it's going to be Giant, Carter Woods and Lesby. Andrew Lesprance from Maxis getting on there. So maybe they work together and get back onto Sarah. And then we got number 8 coming across. He's kind of solo in no man's land. He's going to try to get back on from the Victoria team.
Yeah. And if you ask me, would I rather be in second and third place as a solo rider at this point in the race, or would I rather be back in 4th and 5th with another rider? I think at this point I want to be back in 4th and 5th with another rider to work with.
Well, with this headwind for sure, and then we got another group of 3 coming through right here. And they might be able to work together. Again, Josh, I don't know how much these riders have in the tank. This is a very difficult course. It is deceiving, but as we know from our pre-ride yesterday, it's going to wear you down. You are always on the pedals. And so even if you're in a pack, but all 3 of you are worn down, you may not be able to bring back Amos and DeSera in the group.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts. This course is truly a full-body workout. Like I was saying earlier, this is not some old-school traditional ski resort mountain bike course where you ride miles to the top and then you descend miles to the bottom and that's your lap. No, there's a little bit of everything out there.
Number 3 is, I believe number 3 is probably going to be Peter DeSera, Quentin's brother, coming through. And then we got a Bear Development rider as well coming through. So this field is starting to get strung out a little bit.
Yeah, we just saw number 4. That was Tyler Orschel coming through from the Zeruno Factory team heading up towards the feed zone. And there's rider number 17, another one of our Bear National teams, Austin Beard, coming through, headed up towards the feed zone.
Well, Josh, we're getting a lot of shadows in these canyons now. Sun is starting to set. I wonder if that's going to play a little factor with the riders as you get into these single track corners.
I was just thinking about that, man. And proper eyewear, absolutely key as we wear into the late afternoons. You're going in and out of the shadows. You don't want something that's so dark that it looks like it's nighttime in the shadows. You also don't want something that's going to blind you when you come out of the shadows.
And then we just had another group of 4 come by going through the feed zone. So this thing is splintered all over this course right now. The damage has been done. I think we're looking at a win by Trek Factory rider Riley Amos, and I believe that's going to be his first win, barring disaster. It looks like he's in control, but let's not count out Lang. He's still in this thing.
Yeah, I think we count Lang definitely on the podium, likely top 3. Andrew Lesprance going to probably be in the mix there for the top 5. And, of course, Riley Amos, man, all he's got to do is keep it rubber side down and hold that pace for just a little bit longer. And that was one thing we know is these guys started young racing. They've grown up learning how to suffer. So I don't see that pace slowing down.
Yeah, and let's not forget the crafty Canadians of the DeSera brothers. Quentin and Peter DeSera within the top 10. Quentin running really strong right now ahead of Peter. So this thing is still not over. And then, man, as we're winding down this 2023 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Orange Seal, we got some great action going on.
Yeah, and you can bet there's a big bag of ketchup-flavored potato chips waiting for the DeSera brothers at the finish line when they cross after all that hard work out there. Props to our Canadians out there.
I'm hoping they're wearing the Canadian tuxedo up on the podium today. And look at Riley in a full tuck. Oh, that rubber band has been broken. He's up and over the drop. He's going to be coming to the famous Hecker Hill. I have no beat on this Lang. Lang just coming in now. Wow, this looks like the decisive move to me.
Yeah, Lang's still riding strong, but that gap has increased, and no sign of Riley Amos letting up on the pace.
Wow, he came up Hecker Hill at 14 miles an hour. Unbelievable.
That's 14 miles an hour faster than Mike Hecker went up it yesterday.
Well, we saw that on the Instagram post on the U.S. Cup. That was tough. He tried to paperboy that. But in all fairness, Mike had 3 tri-tips, and it helped us out on the live stream.
What he needed was 3 tries up the hill.
So I see Andrew Lesperance. I see Carter Woods coming in. We got more guys coming in, but it looks like Riley's in control. I've got Quentin DeSera attacking Air Force Hill. This isn't done yet, but this is starting to unfold. I think we're starting to see the men's top 5 on the podium right now.
Yeah, and what's wild here is even our riders at the back of this elite category could absolutely ride circles around us out here. So it's just wild to see what they're doing at the front. I mean, the pace they're keeping, the skill at which they're riding, the mental processing, as well as the physical toll this is taking on each of our riders is impressive.
Well, let's be honest. Every rider out here, especially even the top 10, are phenomenal athletes, phenomenal talent. You know, everyone has to have you got to have respect for these guys, you know. And so Riley's making it look easy, and he's long gone, but doesn't mean that 5th through 10th are not extremely talented athletes, are they?
Yeah, and Riley Amos zipping his way through that speed and style course, getting another big air off the big Carter double there as he winds his way around that big sweeping S-turn.
Oh, and here we go. Let's see if we get it. Yeah. Oh, a little style from Lang on the orange seal speed and style. That has proved to be the section of the week, hasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, he wanted to make sure the cameras could see that Scott logo on the bottom of the down tube on his bike for sure.
Yeah, in the Supercross world, we'd say that's showing the people the drain plug, getting that thing flat. You know, so a little bit of MX style there. I love it. So we got a beat on Riley Amos heading up the Boca Raton switchbacks. Who else do we got out here on our split screens, Josh?
Well, of course, Braden Lang trailing by an even wider margin now as we are working our way towards 1 lap to go once Riley Amos crosses the line.
Hey, you know what, though? Let's give a shout-out to Robbie Day. He's in 11th, the Bear National Team. Tyler Orschel, Austin Beard of the Bear National Team, Daxton Mox. Everywhere I look this whole weekend, Bear National Team is somewhere or at the front, aren't they, Josh?
Yeah, they got quite the army of talented riders here, and they are showing that off in full gear here. Coming through the chute now, there's Callan Norman from the Confluence 928 Verde Valley Cycles team out of Cottonwood, Arizona. Joseph Messi coming through, and there's Eric Fernando Godinez Pena. So it looks like Amos caressing the top of the power climb, and there's Lang working his way up. He's still got a ways to go. DeSera looks like he's potentially third wheel right now as they go up that Kenda power climb. Carter Woods, though, if that's who I think it is, he is making some time up on Peter DeSera, working to lock in third place.
So we got Riley Amos, the leader, descending the backside of the Kenda power climb. He is just on rails right now, hitting every apex, ripping this course apart. It looked like DeSera, Quentin, it was getting back on to Lang. Let's see how this unfolds.
So Riley Amos going to be 1 to go when he comes underneath that lap finish arch here in just a few moments. He is working his way down through those final sections of downhill single track. He's out there in the dry lake bed, coming around the Great Oak and onto the home stretch.
Wow, this kid from Durango's on fire. I mean, we're old school. Is this the next Ned Overland possibly?
Could quite possibly be. I'll tell you what, man, there is a strong bunch of riders that come out of that Durango contingency. I was chatting with Emmett McManus, one of our 16, 17-year-old riders on the plane on the way in. We were talking about the Tuesday Night Worlds there in Durango. It really is the Tuesday Night Worlds there.
No, yeah, I'm pretty good friends with Todd Wells myself, and so obviously another Durango native. There's something in the water there. I don't know what it is, but they sure produce quite the quality of rider. But to produce what I'm seeing out of Riley Amos, he might be the next Ned Overland. Wouldn't that be exceptional, Josh?
Absolutely.
And here comes the number. Here's Riley Amos coming out for his last lap. He's tucked in. He's got the wattage down. He does not look like he's given up. A quick look over his shoulder. He sees no one there. He's buried it. He's on the pedal. He's going to head into the feed zone. Let's see if he grabs some water.
Now check this out. The gap, only 26 seconds down to Braden Lang.
Here's Braden. Yep.
And at the pace they're riding at, Braden Lang, I don't know, unless he can really step on it, there's still a chance something could happen.
What a ride, though, from the Orange Steel rider, Braden Lang. He's all alone in second. This would be a great finish for him. But, yeah, like you say, that gap right now, and Riley looked really strong. Doesn't mean Braden can't get back on, but that's a lot of ground to make up. Here's DeSera. DeSera's taking time checks. He's locked in for the pivot team. Right now, it feels like this is the top three right now for me, Josh.
Yeah, Peter DeSera could just make out the silhouette of Braden Lang there in the number 2 spot, but I don't think Braden Lang can see where Riley Amos is, and that is a very tough place to be for Braden Lang in terms of the pace.
Well, there's the real battle is the 7, and I think the 7 is Andrew Lesperance, and I think that is Carter Woods for the Giant team. There's the battle locked in, and then we got number 6 coming through, so he's trying to get back on. The Victoria rider is pushing hard still. And then, of course, we got a duo of the Bear Development team. They're everywhere we look this weekend, Josh.
Yeah, this has definitely been Bear country this weekend here at the U.S. Pro Cup. No shortage of Bears on the podium. And, of course, one of their alumni gonna make it on the podium with almost a money-back guarantee. Riley Amos, the Trek Factory rider, like you said, coming from that Bear National Development team, riding at the front.
Yeah, no, one of our sponsors, Violich Farms, Julia Violich, is a big supporter of the Bear Development team. They really do crank out the champions. And speaking of Bear, that Mike Hecker Hill is a bear of a climb, especially doing that 7-8 times, huh, Mike? Or, huh, Josh?
Yeah, but that's one of so many climbs that they're doing 7 times, you know. Again, it's just climb after climb, just beating on you over and over and over again.
So let's go through our top 10. It's Amos, Lange, DeSera, Lesperance, Woods, Fincham, Freebird, Johnson, Beard, and Robbie Day coming in. I'm surprised to see Peter DeSera in 11th and Tyler Orschel in 12th. They actually had strong showings in Fayetteville last year. But, you know, those Canadians could be coming out of a real heavy winter, and they're just shaking off the rust right now. Huh, Josh?
Well, who's to say this is their A race, right? So they might be saving it up for Fayetteville. We're gonna find out here in about 2 weeks.
Well, and a lot of these riders have told me they use the U.S. Cup to shake out the rust, to go ahead and figure out where they're at before they really hit that World Cup schedule in May.
Yeah, and those shadows are getting long there, man. It is getting dark down there in the bottoms of those canyons, in those washes. And so again, eyesight, key here, lens choice, lens tint, absolutely important here in this late afternoon race.
Absolutely, Josh. This race is not over. Now the elements with the setting sun can play a factor. If you're not on your toes, you can lose that front end in the shadow, and your race is over.
Absolutely, and as they come around, think about coming up and over Mount Carter here with the sun right in your eyeballs. Any of those times that you're riding directly west.
Wow, big group here. I got another group coming over Mount Carter, 4 of them. They're all looking at each other. Who's going to pull through? I got Pivot. I got Bear. They're all talking to each other. Wow, they're playing a chess match out there still, aren't they, Josh?
Yeah, they're all one to go here. This is the final lap. So here's what I see. They're probably grabbing that last feed right here, taking it easy. After that, man, it is every man for himself here in this group of 4, and it's going to get blown to pieces.
Well, someone's going to light the match, aren't they? You got to make a move. You can't just sit around all day. It's the penultimate lap. But as we see the 4 going out, we see Riley Amos coming in. And, wow, he looks good, man. He's pumping the terrain. He's staying low, staying out of the wind. Wow, quick over there, and then he's going to head into Hecker Hill. Let's see how quick he gets up Hecker Hill. We know that wasn't good for Mike yesterday, but now we're watching the professionals.
And popping up within just a few seconds, working his way up the ridge there at Air Force Hill. Riley Amos charging ahead, working his way to that top spot on the podium, coming up at 5:30.
And then Lang is coming in, so Lang is still on there, but I still think that this race is, we're looking at the top 3 right now. I don't think we'll see any positions change barring disaster. And so I think it's going to be Amos, Lang, and then here comes DeSera, Quentin DeSera. I didn't have Quentin on my list. I had Peter as possibly a top 3, but hey, Quentin is a top rider himself and not to be ever factored out.
So yeah, 30 seconds separating Braden Lang, your number 2 rider, and Riley Amos, who is in the lead. And here it is, Riley Amos working his way in towards that speed and style section. Big air up on that first double. He's going to work his way back up Air Force Hill, turn the corner, come up around towards that rock garden. The spectators cheer him on as he's up and out of the saddle, not going to let it go. He is still on it, and he's going to stay on it. Wrapping his way down over the log, hitting the tabletop. Up and over the double, taking it easy, playing it safe. So fatigue setting in, and that was visible as he went over those jumps. Looking merely to be efficient, maintain a good speed, but not risking any kind of flair or style there. Just getting over the jumps and being efficient. Riley Amos on the charge, just looking absolutely phenomenal and flawless out here today. The rest of the field, Braden Lang, Quentin DeSera, Andrew Lesperance, and Carter Wood, rounding out your top 5, putting on a spectacular performance as well. Don't count them out. They are riding absolutely strong here on this final lap here at the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup Vail Lake, presented by Orange Seal. I want to thank the folks at USA Sports Inc. and InsiderMTB.com for our live stream here. It has been absolutely amazing getting this unparalleled footage of this cross-country mountain bike race here at the U.S. Pro Cup. Can't thank the team enough for all the hard work they've done. Also want to give a big thanks out to Team Big Bear and the race production staff, our timing and scoring crew, and of course Ty Katie and all the rest of the crew, and Eric Carter and everyone else here at the Vail Lake Bike Park for their part in the 2023 U.S. Pro Cup Vail Lake Edition. Couldn't do it without you. Let's, of course, not forget our sponsors. Title sponsor, Orange Seal, Violic Farms, Specialized Bicycles, Kenda Tires, ESI Grips, Athlos, Baghouse Industrial Sheet Metal, Dope BMX Products, and Next Level Performance Coaching. Garrett Jenema, Landon Farnworth, and Zach Petty, our last 3 riders to work through. Really? And it sounds like we have had a change up here at 3rd place. So Quentin DeSera and Andrew Lesperance were battling it out, and look at this move right here from the Canadian rider. That is Carter Woods, making a big move up the power climb. Putting the hurt there on Quentin DeSera, I believe. Sliding into 3rd place. Or 4th place, rather. Oh, really? So Quentin DeSera disappeared. Okay. Yeah, Max's jersey. So Carter Woods making some big moves here. Can't quite see where he's at. It looks like he has slid up into 4th place. Andrew Lesperance looking like he slid up into 3rd. Lesperance putting some time in between him and Carter Woods. And here we go. Any moment here, we are going to see Riley Amos at the finish line. Get ready. And Quentin DeSera also still riding strong. We're following him. And correction, Carter Woods, your number 1 rider, still looking in a strong position to finish top 3. Looks like likely Riley Amos making his way around the Great Oak and the dried up riverbed, wrapping up his descent and making his way to the finish line. Here he is, Riley Amos, your winner of the 2023 Elite Men's Race here at the U.S. Pro Cup at Vail Lake, brought to you by Orange Seal. Congratulations to Riley Amos in his first win in the Elite Men's category, a graduate of the Bear National Team, riding for the Trek Factory team. Solid performance, Riley. Way to go. Here comes your new number 2 rider, Braden Lang, in and home, grabbing the number 2 spot today. Way to ride strong, Braden. Looking at the time gap. 33 seconds. But Braden Lang having a strong finish. Right behind him, locking down third. Carter Woods, fourth place, going to Quentin DeSera. And Quentin DeSera laying down the hurt on Andrew Lesperance. Andrew Lesperance coming in to grab that number 4 spot. Andrew Lesperance rounds out your top 5. Here comes Sean Fincham and Braden Johnson. Those two riders coming in 6th and 7th. All right, so rounding out our top 10, Robbie Day from the Bear National Team in 10th place. 9th place, that's going to go to Carson Beard for Durango segment 28. In 8th, Kobe Freeburn from the Bear National Team. His teammate, Braden Johnson, locking down 7th. In 6th, that's Sean Fincham from the Barina Victoria Factory Team. Andrew Lesperance grabbing that last spot on the podium in 5th for Max's Factory Racing. For Pivot Cycles OTE, that's Quentin DeSera in 4th. 3rd place goes to Carter Woods for the Giant Factory Off-Road Team. 2nd place went for a great performance riding for the team Scott, presented by Orange Seal. That is Braden Lang. And your winner by 33 seconds for Trek Factory Racing, Riley Amos. All right, I am here with our number 2 finisher, Mr. Braden Lang. Braden, take us through and tell us how the Scott machine was riding today.
It was sweet. I was kind of starting in the back, so I felt a move up and found my way up into the top 10 for the first lap, and yeah, it was right where I needed to be.
Now, overall, talk us through here. Did it feel like the course suited you really well? Your fitness is in a really good spot, or was there something else going on that led to that number 2 finish?
Yeah, fitness is super good. Just came off a 6-week block in Girona, doing some UCI racing and stuff. And yeah, I like this style of racing. It's just fast, loose. Yeah, you can just pin it on the downhills. It's fun to hit some jumps and stuff too. So yeah.
What's that?
His mic's not on.
His mic's not on?
Yeah. Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Hold on. Dead battery. Oh, we got dead batteries. Here, we'll just share this one here for a minute. Yeah, do over. So I heard you and Riley Amos talking a little bit of strategy there post-race. Talk us through kind of that strategy.
Yeah, when I caught him, I think it was the second lap on the final downhill. We just kind of sat up and let everyone else chase super hard, and we just kind of rode like high endurance tempo. And when we hit the first climb, we just drilled it super hard, opened up the gap again, and just kind of did that over and over again, and seemed to work out for us.
Well, right on. So would you say any spots on this course specifically that suited you well versus what did you find challenging out there on this course?
I mean, nothing too challenging. I feel like there's a lot of recovery time. You could drill it on the first and last climb. I enjoyed the jumps, so I could kind of recover there and recover on the final downhills when most people were, raising their heart rate and stuff. So yeah, I would say this course suited me pretty well.
Right on, Braden. Well, what's next for you?
I'm going to head to Fayetteville for those UCI races, and then the Lifetime Grand Prix and a bunch of gravel stuff. So it's kind of a last-minute decision to race these UCI races, but I'm happy I did.
Well, right on. We will see you in a couple weeks at Fayetteville, and then we'll see you, I guess, at the Leadville 100 in August.
Yep.
Right on, man. Well, thanks for sitting down with us, and good job today on that second place.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to go ahead and bring up Riley Amos now, our winner. Let's find out what he had to say about things. Well, Riley, it's been quite an exciting season. We've had some insane weather in southwest Colorado. Talk us through how that kind of affected or changed your training.
Well, I was fortunate enough that I've been home a total of 1 or 2 weeks since December. So, yeah, I've been hiding down in Arizona for all of January and February, minus a short stint to Europe, and then just spent the last 10 days in California with some teammates training. So I was home for 1 week in the last, 3 months. So, I mean, I love home, but not this year, not this time of year, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been an awfully snowy winter, and it actually snowed this weekend in Dolores here where I come from. So it's been, no end in sight for winter in our neck of the woods. But talk us a little bit about your preseason races. We saw you at the Cactus Cup about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And you were absolutely dominating there, had a fantastic ride in the short track. You really kept it interesting and entertaining there. Do you find that these shorter courses with these rapid-fire different features tend to lend themselves better towards your specific riding style?
Well, obviously this year so far it's going really well on those style of tracks, but I think it's just like that kind of racing is really common in the U.S., so this is what we've grown up kind of racing from a young age, and we've been here to Vail Lake a couple times. This is the first elite U.S. Cup I've gotten to race here, but I think we grow up, and a lot of the U.S. mountain bike scene grows up racing this kind of stuff, so it definitely was a strong suit out there today. I felt really comfortable.
Right on. So favorite part of your course out there?
honestly, I love kind of the single track section out here where I just felt like you kind of get into a flow and can really focus on like being smooth, and it almost feels like you're just riding a moto section and you totally just find the flow and try and push the limits of those corners and pump and flow and carry as much speed as possible. That was really fun.
All right, now, one final question for you. Let's imagine you forgot everything you know about nutrition. What are you going to be eating after the race?
I think a cheeseburger and soda sounds pretty good right now.
Right on, man. O'Reilly Amos, spectacular performance today. You really ran away with it. We'll see you down at the podium in just a few short minutes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who came out to cheer. I appreciate it.
Also joining us for the interview, the man from Giant, Carter Woods. Now, big misconception has always threw me off here. Giant makes regular-sized bikes for normal-sized people despite the name, correct?
That is true, yeah.
All right.
I've heard that one a few times.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that because sometimes they get confused.
Yeah.
And so how was your Giant bicycle riding today?
It was lovely. Yeah, I mean, it was a super fast track, a few tactics, and yeah, I mean, coming from a few months in winter, it's nice to dust the cobwebs off for sure.
Yeah. Now, we've seen some of the specialized riders with some hush-hush top-secret stuff they don't really want to talk about on their bikes. Are you trying anything out new as far as equipment this weekend?
I mean, coming onto a new team, everything is pretty much new this year, so just trying to get used to used to everything, new staff, everyone's been great, so no, it's been a great few months on the squad.
Right on. And talk us through your race a little bit. 7 laps in. Big course, lots of exciting features, lots of stuff going on. Take us through what this course is like racing from a mental standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of aspects to this track. Obviously, it's a wide start, and then it goes into single track, so just trying to position yourself in the right area in the group to sort of go through the pinch points, and from there it's just following wheels, sort of, going from there.
Getting out there in the front and getting gaps over the rest of the field for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It was windy today too, so that was another aspect that we had to work with.
Yeah. Now, it's been a wild winter here for a lot of us, especially on the West Coast. Has that affected your training season at all?
I mean, I enjoy spending time at home, even if it's rainy, snowy, or whatever. I think it's good. We spend a lot of time on the road, so just it's a long season, so there's lots of time to get into tip-top fitness. So.
Right on. Well, Carter Woods, thank you so much, and great job today in that XCO Elite Cross Country race. And we look forward to seeing you down at the podium in just a few minutes.
Yes, thanks again.